Welcome everyone. This is going to be a very long live. This is another edition of After Sunset Sunday. We are definitely starting well before sunset. We are going to work on putting this quilt on the wall, all of these embroidery designs from Anita Good Design with HalloweenTown. We're going to work on putting those into a quilt top. So that is what we're going to work on today. I've got a lot of things pre-cut so that I don't have to do a lot of cutting or trimming or anything like that. We may have to do that later on as we go through the day, but at least initially we're not going to have to do a lot of cutting. We're going to be able to get right to the sewing, getting to the good part. So I'm Tammy, I'm the Siberian Wind. I'm glad you guys are here. I'm going to silence my phone real quick so we don't have the extra distractions once my phone decides to cooperate. There we go. All right, so my phone is set on silent or do not disturb, and so we are going to put these blocks together. So I'm going to show you a little bit about what we're going to do with putting them together. If you are new to my channel and you are not subscribed, you do have to subscribe to chat. Subscribing is completely free, so there's no charge, so you never have to worry about that. Laura is here. She says, "Hi Tammy, I'm going to listen while I quilt an 80 by 80 quilt on her domestic machine." Awesome! That's exciting. That's very exciting. I really need to get some quilting. The bobble quilt is done, the top is done, and I've got other quilts laid out, so my entire cutting table has been transformed. I've got two that need to be quilted ASAP, and then I've got other quilt tops that don't even have batting and backing yet. So that is kind of my next thing with a lot of those, is to get batting and backing. And I still have 3 quilt tops that I've got batting and backing, everything ready and pinned, and I just haven't quilted anything yet. And then I've got one that's partially quilted and needs to be finished. So I've got a lot of quilting to get back to myself. I don't blame you one bit. Welcome in, Lori. She says, "Hi, Tammy." Welcome, welcome. Laura says, "I'm doubting my abilities and praying for a long arm." I would personally love to get a digitized long arm. That would make my life so much easier. So much easier. Welcome in, Mitzi. She says, "Hello, Tammy and Laura." Welcome, welcome. All right, so this is one of the blocks that is up on the wall. This is one of the, hi Katie, welcome in. Katie from Greenland Quilter is here now, you guys. All right, so this is one of the blocks from HalloweenTown. So this block has 3 pumpkins, a witch's hat on top of the pumpkins, and then 2 ghosts. Mitzi says that she is watching while she's sewing. Awesome. And Katie says, "Y'all hit that thumbs up like button." Yes, please, absolutely do that. Absolutely. All right, so when you see my black fabrics coming up today, you're going to see a lot of them do have glitter. There's some pieces that don't, but this one definitely does have glitter on it. Welcome in, Glenda. Lori says, "Phone is almost dead. Fingers crossed I can stay a while." Absolutely. That's one of the ones where I would be plugging in to hang out. I totally understand. I've been letting my phone drain and die on me lately. All right, so these ghosts also have glitter fabric on them. So throughout the day today, you'll see a lot of these same fabrics. I did use the same 11 fabrics across the entire quilt. So you're not going to see something just out of the blue. So there's a couple of different ones that have pumpkin faces and such, and a lot of them I did try to stitch with yellow faces. There's a couple that have black faces. Let's see, 1, 2, 3 of them specifically that I can see right now have black faces, but the rest of them have a lighter color face on them. So what I'm gonna show you what we're gonna do first. So I've got fabrics pre-cut, and I'm going to use more of these purples that you see in the quilt. So this is the purple that I used for the sky. As you can see, it matches. It is a batik, so there's going to be a lot of variation as we go through. So I've got strips cut for the top and for the bottom of all of these, and I went ahead and just left these full strips. I didn't cut them down. I didn't trim them to the exact size of these blocks. Now, I measured one block, I think it was this one. I measured one block last night and it came out at 5 3/8 of an inch, which is a really hard to work with measurement. I did not think that through when I stitched all of these. I stitched them at the size that the embroidery pack said, so I did not go in and alter them. So they're stitched that size. Welcome in, Pam. She says hi, Tammy, and hi, everyone. Lori was saying hi to those that she doesn't recognize yet. Absolutely. Well, you are welcome to the community. Believe me, we love to have new people coming to join us. That is the best part of it. So I've got those strips. So we're going to be adding the strips to the top and the bottom. And those are going to be ending up getting cut to size. But I didn't go ahead and trim them because we're going to go ahead and do some pre-assembly. Because on these side pieces, I want these blocks to kind of match. So what we're going to do is we're going to assemble pieces, the dark and the light purple, and once they get assembled together and I get the tops and bottoms on them, then we can start assembling everything together. But I want this ground to kind of go into the sashing. So we've got two sets of sashing. We've got our first set that is cut different. So I've got a smaller piece of the dark and a larger piece of the light, and these kind of match the measurements on the pieces. So that's what you're going to see me putting together first. And the second piece that you're going to see me putting together, the dark and the lights are going to be the same exact size. So they are the same height as each other. So what I'm going to achieve, and let me turn my light off on the machine so you guys can see this a little bit better. There we go. All right, so up right close to the piece, we're going to have the stage kind of like lining up right where that ground is. So I've got a little bit of room to work with and play around with it too. And then we're going to have the stage come up, and we're going to match this stage to the next block over. So that's how it's going to match. So it's going to create kind of like a curtain effect. I want it to look like it is a stage. So this is the scene that you are seeing on the stage of this HalloweenTown quilt. So that's kind of what I'm going for. So we're going to go through and go ahead and get all these side pieces done because there's 50 total of each set. So for the set that's not the same size pieces, where the ground is shorter than the sky, we've got 50 of those because we've got one for each side and there's 25 blocks. So we're going to assemble those, and then we're going to come back and we're going to assemble the other pieces as well. And then we're going to do some pressing, and then we'll start doing assembly. We'll start pulling the blocks off the wall then. That way we can assemble them all, kind of strip piecing and getting them all together that way. Now I am, because these pieces are tiny. These are 1 1/8 inch wide pieces, so they are tiny. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to decrease my stitch length, and I'm going to go with a 1.8. My normal stitch length is a 2.5, but I think for the purposes of this, because these are as small as they are, a 1.8 is going to give me a lot less pull and a lot less stretch, and it's going to keep the pieces together through pressing, and it's going to keep everything together when I go to put everything together in the long run. So we're going to do a lot of chain piecing. So I know that Laura said she was going to try to work on quilting a quilt. What is everyone else working on today? Obviously you guys know what I'm working on. I just went over what I'm working on, but you guys tell me what you are working on today. Today is a fine Sunday to be working on quilting projects. It's a fun day to work on quilting projects. It's good weather outside right now. It's 61 degrees here in Casper. And earlier this morning, my husband and I went and he wanted to go up on the mountain to go see the snow. Well, we had our first snow Friday, and although there is snow up on the mountain, there's not really that much. Like it's like it's a light dusting still. So it's not thick. The dog can't play in it. Welcome in, Patricia. Welcome, welcome. And if I forget to say hi to someone, please know I am not intending to forget anyone. I am kind of settled in for the long haul today because I'm gonna be live until we finish this. And I may or may not have, I may not keep it all through the 8 o'clock normal time, but we'll see how it goes. So I don't want anybody to feel left out. It would not be intentional if I did leave you out. So I'm going to bring my stack over here so you guys can actually see how much I have left of this section to do. So you can kind of help me count down the stack. I did cut these in sections. So like I cut them, I rotary cut them, and there's 8 pieces per color. So there's 8 ground pieces and 8 sky pieces per little section here. And of course the ones that I couldn't do that with because it was an odd number, I did, cut those separately, and I've already sewn through those. But all of these stacks are going to be 8 per. Pam says that she's trying to decide finishing loading quilting on the long arm or figure out embroidery software for quilt label. Probably lurking a bit today. Absolutely. Absolutely. I do have the information to do the baby quilt label that I need to do. And I just need the information to put on the label for the other quilt that I need to finish that is kind of due ASAP. But this was kind of priority because I promised you guys, and I've been dying, literally dying to get the HalloweenTown done. I've been so excited to do this one, and I'm still not sure how I want to quilt it because I don't really want to quilt through all of the embroidery designs because I think that might end up breaking my needle. Some of these designs are fairly dense designs. I didn't look at all of them, so I didn't count the number of stitches in each design. But at least one of them, there was 37,000 stitches. There was another one that was 41,000 stitches. And no, I couldn't tell you which ones were which. Some of them were definitely more intense than others. Some of them were a little bit more problematic than others just because, it was constantly loading applique and cutting it and trimming it and all of that. It's definitely been a challenge. By the way, Glinda, I absolutely love your colors. She posted, if you guys are not a member of the Facebook group, you can do _group and get a link to the Facebook group, or !FB for Facebook. And that will give you a link to the group if you're not already a member. Glinda shared pictures of her colorway for the bobble quilt. And I am absolutely in love with your colors. I would never have thought of doing them and doing that quilt in those colors. And I think your choices are fantastic. I really do think so. I think that they pop. They really give it a lot of motion. I think you chose very, very well. I think you chose better than I did. Glenda says that she is just up and down and all over the place, really hyped up today and can't be still. Well, that is when we need to do a dance party. I am a horrible dance leader. I'm better suited for sitting and sewing than I am for dancing. But we totally need a dance leader to get up and dance with. So we wanted to go up the mountain today, or my husband wanted to go up the mountain today, and what we did instead is we actually have a waterfall that comes off of the mountain here in Casper, and it is Garden Creek Falls, and so we went up there today to go to the base of the waterfall, you know, where the water comes down, crashing down. And it's a hike. Don't get me wrong. It is a hike. And every time I go out there, I keep remembering, I'm like, why do I come up here and not bring my inhaler? Like, I really needed to have carried my inhaler today, and I didn't. I wasn't thinking we were going to go to the falls. I was thinking we were just going to go up the mountain, and I'd get out of the car, 10, 12 steps, and that'd be it. No, no. We ended up hiking. But it was nice and chilly, and there was a little bit of snow still on the side of the mountain. But it was 53 degrees at the waterfall. Or when I parked for the waterfall, the car said it was 53 degrees. Glenda says, thank you, Tammy. I love your colorway. I wish I'd done it in all black background, but happy with it. Yes. I think it's going to come out gorgeous with the two different colors. So I think you're still good. And you've got the pattern, so now you can do it, any which way you want. So you can always do it again if you want to. Like, make it more than once. And that is the ease of that quilt. I love that bubble quilt because it is so stinking easy to put together, and it is not super complicated. It is mainly just making sure that your shapes are the right size and that your shapes are going to fit together. And then it's a matter of placement of your shapes. That's really all it is. It's really, really awesome. Glenda says, no snow for me. Yeah, I love the snow. And now if I were still living in the South, I would agree, no snow. Because the Southeast really does not know how to do snow. Here, snow is not the slushy... It's not typically the Sorry. Oh, goodness. Snow here is not typically the slushy, icy mess that it is down in the Southeast. You guys' ground really never gets cold enough to support snow in its actual snow form. Everything that hits the ground in the Southeast has to freeze, or it hits the ground, it melts, and then it freezes. And, it's, snow in the Southeast is a totally different beast to the snow up here. I love the snow up here. Glenda says, yes, I want to try it in a scrappy version. Yeah, absolutely. I want to see that. I have not tried it in a scrappy version yet. I really should, but I haven't. I do have a whole bunch more scraps that I was gifted. So I've got a lot of scraps to process. So I may be processing scraps in January if I'm not processing them before then. The new year may be a scrap processing marathon to try to get my scraps under control. So behind my picture frames up here, I've got 4 bins that are nothing but scraps. And then up top, those little plastic bins up there, those are nothing but scraps. Now, some of those are, the 1-inch squares, so I've already pre-cut them into 1-inch squares. But some of them aren't. Some of them are big enough that I could cut them into 2.5, or something like that. I think I'm going to come up with some standardized sizes for some projects I want to make, and then start, working on cutting up a little bit here and there. Every time I go sit down at my cutting table and start cutting something, I think I want to incorporate cutting 1 or 2 pieces of scraps every time I do that, so that it doesn't feel so overwhelming, because it is definitely going to feel overwhelming to process all of those scraps. Now, I am planning to do a retreat in January. I have not set a date yet. It will not be the last weekend in January. I know that much. That's the only thing I know so far, but I am planning to do a retreat in January. So with the free pattern I'm going to issue out in December, I know that some people are not going to be ready to do it right then. But they may want some help additionally in January. So we're definitely going to do that too. So we are going to have a retreat in January. So those dates will be coming up soon. I will let you guys know as soon as I've gotten that scheduled. I don't have it scheduled yet. Just yet. But it would be fantastic to host a retreat. And especially for those who are going to be starting on the temperature quilt, the double wedding ring temperature quilt. Granted, I know the pattern isn't out yet, so don't come at me for that. I'm still working on it. But for those who are going to be doing that, the retreat will be a great place if you've not already started on it, or you thought you were ready to start on it, but you couldn't figure out what you were doing. The retreat will be a great place to ask and come hang out, and we'll get working on it. We will definitely get working on it there. Oh, these are actually going faster than I thought they would. I mean, I'm down to 16 left in that stack. So once I get these two done, then I will have 16 left. That's not too bad. I thought it was going to take me a lot longer than this to get 50 sets of these done. And then I still have 50 sets of the other size to do. And the other size is a little bit bigger. These are cut at 1 1/4 or 1 1/8. And the others are cut at like 1 1/4 or 1 1/2. No, 1 1/2, I think. 1 1/2. I took my measurements last night, and so we are just going to go with what I've got. I do have more fabric, so if I did screw anything up, I can fix it. So it is not the end of the world if this doesn't work out the way I intended. But because it is not a purchase pattern and it doesn't have to be a certain size, it gives me a lot of flexibility to play with it, to really give it kind of its own little set to play around with. And it will be, the top will be done in time for Halloween. I don't know that it's going to be quilted in time for Halloween because I do have so many other things that I need to do. That is always a big challenge, is having so much to do. So much to do. I told my husband this morning, he's like, well, when are you going live today? Because you're going live early, aren't you? I said, yeah. I said, I'm going live at noon. He's like, well, are you doing your 8 o'clock live tonight? I said, depends on how far I get. So we will see. We will see. I went ahead and took this live and, scheduled it for noon in case we ran over. Because I know once I start pulling those off of the board, once we start pressing, and once we have to cut, it's going to take a little bit longer to do everything. And once I start pulling those off the board, I'm going to have to be a little careful because my seam allowance, where I'm sewing those onto my strips, I want it to fall right on the previous stitching line. If not just a hair inside of it. I think all of them except for one. Or did I get all of them? It does look like I did get all of them into the right colors. So, oh no, there is one that is the wrong colors. I stitched the outside in a blue instead of a purple. So the female zombie in the red dress. This one right there, the one that I've got my finger on basically. I accidentally stitched the outside edges of the sky on her. I stitched them in blue, not thinking about the fact that it might show up when I go to stitch them together. So I'm going to have to make sure I am very careful with my stitching on that one. So, but I do have a tip on how to do that. I do apologize. I am having to caffeinate today. We're definitely doing some caffeination today. Alright, so now I'm to the bigger pieces. And these are going to be the same size. So the sky and the ground are both the same size. So the seam is going to line up dead center. So I can, when we go to put these blocks together, I don't have to finagle and play a lot, I just have to line these up and the rest will line up perfectly. And I've been thinking about something I might want to do to give it a little bit more spooky feeling. And we'll see when we get closer to trimming the whole blocks down, whether or not that's going to work. So we get to play. We get to play. Who is ready for Halloween? Who is ready for Halloween? I don't remember exactly when I came across this, but it was probably maybe a week and a half ago or so. I came across that this one family, instead of just putting candy in their bowl, they put a potato. And I think they put the potato in the candy bowl because they weren't going to be there. And they wanted to give the bowl a way to stay put. So, like, let's say all the candy is gone. Where's the bowl going to go if the wind blows? You know, that kind of thing. So I think they put the potato in there to weight the bowl down so it wouldn't blow away. Well, they watched their door camera footage, like the Ring doorbell kind of thing. They watched that, and the kids were excited, so excited to get the potato. It was so funny. So they became the house with the potato. And so every year it's like a big tradition. The kids actually choose the potatoes more than they necessarily choose the candy. So like if they're old enough to think through it or whatever, they always choose the potato. And the kids are so excited that I got the potato. And, you know, it's like a rite of passage in that community to get the potato from these people's house. I think it's hilarious. Glenda says that it is just another day to her. I don't blame you. I wish we had trick-or-treaters in my apartment complex. I don't know that it would be unallowed. Like, there's nothing saying that you can't trick-or-treat here, but we never do have trick-or-treaters. Glenda says, never had no trick-or-treaters come this far out in the country woods. Yeah, that is the challenge with being out in the woods, is if you want trick-or-treaters, you really don't get them. And I think that's like my husband's biggest thing, because he loves to entertain, and for him, handing out trick-or-treating candy would absolutely, like, that would fuel him for that day. Glenda says, too spooky, I guess. Yeah, absolutely. You drive all the way out into the 50-acre wood to go get candy. Yeah, that would be a little spooky. My parents kind of live in that kind of area too, where they really don't have neighbors that are an easy walking distance, so they don't have trick-or-treaters come visit them. Laura says, we have to go out and get candy later today. We usually get about 800 to 1,000 trick-or-treaters. Oh my goodness. That would have been fantastic. And my husband absolutely would love for something like that, because, like, so he finally decorated our patio, guys. He finally decorated it. And he's like, but he was going back and forth for a while. He's like, why would I decorate it if I'm going to have to take it down in a couple of weeks? And, you know, there's a Halloween patio contest going on, but it's a last year's gift card. We won last year. Last year's gift card was $25. And I know that it's not the amount that really matters, but we were led to believe, by the way that they promoted it and talked about it and all, that we were talking like a $50 to $100 gift card, and $25 barely buys you anything these days. So, you know, if it's the same kind of price as last year, you know, why bother, kind of thing. Let's see. Laura says there are trucks and vans that drop off 20 kids at a time. Oh my goodness. So my first year, when we rented a house in Alabama, and the neighborhood was known as a trick-or-treating good neighborhood. Like, it was not, we're not the fancy neighborhood. We're not the high-priced, full-size candy bars neighborhood, because there are those, too. We're not the full-size candy bars people, but, there's the houses, lots. Gotta run, I'll be back, says Lori. Absolutely, Lori. I should be here, probably. I'm gonna be here a while. I got all these to do. So the houses are close enough together that you can, hit 20, 30 houses without walking 1,500 miles. It's the parents are okay. The kids aren't having to be pulled in a wagon to make it work, that kind of thing. And so we were super excited about our first year, and I made cookies, homemade sugar cookies for all of the adults, and I decorated them. I decorated with 4 different designs. I did white royal icing with black decoration. I did 200 cookies. Ended up with cookies left over, which was kind of disappointing, but we were known as the Cookie House because everybody that came by, we had cookies out for our neighbors that were trick-or-treating with their kids. So the kids got candy and the adults got cookies. And I thought that worked really well. Glenda says, wow, Laura, sounds like a lot of fun. Agreed. So much fun. Laura says, last year someone sent out a tweet or something like that, and we actually had enough candy for 800 and ran out about 30 minutes before it ended. Oh my goodness. That's insane. I don't know if I would be able to afford to do that. I would be saving all year to be able to buy all the candy. Like, I would be buying all the candy. And you have to do a variety, especially when you have that many kids coming by. You can't just buy candy bags of all the same things because you absolutely will have people bored of your candy. You can't be just the Snickers house or just the Milky Way house or the Three Musketeers house or the Lollipop house. You have to be this was really cool, worth visiting candy house. I remember those houses as a kid. Now, the funniest thing, one year, or I think 2 or 3 years in a row, I had to go as a pilgrim for Halloween because I had a pilgrim costume for a school play. So I went as a Thanksgiving pilgrim for Halloween. Laura says, it is a ton of fun. Some of our neighbors go all out with life-size decoration. Oh my goodness. See, my husband would love to do all the decorations and such. We just don't have the budget to do all the decorations and such. There's a house here in town. They have a welcome in, Giovanna. Welcome. We're talking Halloween. I'm working on HalloweenTown, so it's perfect timing to talk about Halloween. So, oh my gosh, this one house has, their theme this year is space and aliens. So they have a spaceship built in the yard. They have these giant, tall alien creatures. And there's like a storyboard or something in their yard, and we haven't gone to walk by to see what it says. It's crazy. Laura says the neighborhood kids usually have a password to say, and then they get a full-size candy bar. Oh, now that's cool. That is very cool. Awesome. Glenda's asking Giovanna how she is today. Good question. How is the flooding? Because you guys were under that red flag warning. There's a house with aliens. And then there's this one house, and guys, I swear it's hilarious. I don't think they have this car out all year, but they pull it out in time for Halloween, and then it stays out until sometime in the spring. I don't remember when they put it up last year, but they park this old car, and I don't even think it has an engine, but they park this old beat-up car in their yard. And they use it for at least a couple of their life-size decorations. So they put the creatures in the driver's seat and the passenger seat. Last year they had a creature climbing on the car. I haven't noticed the creature this year. One house has done like Wizard of Oz. So they've got all these different skeletons dressed as the characters from Wizard of Oz, which is kind of really cool. Like, these are ingenious ideas. There's another one, and this year their display is a little gory. It's like zombies and such. And I'm not really fond of their display this year. It's definitely on the scary level. It's not it's not just a cool display. I mean, it is a cool display, don't get me wrong. It's a cool display. Just for how much they put out there. But some of it's kind of creepy. Like, seriously disturbed level creepy kind of thing. So they're not my favorite house this year, just because it's a little too gory for me. But it's fun seeing how everybody changes their Halloween decorations every year. Giovanna says, we didn't get flooded, but downstream they did. Also a lot of the areas west of us, but you are fine. Awesome. Yay! That's good news. That's very good news. I feel for anybody who did get flooded, but I'm glad you are okay. You're the one that we know. Laura says, I do have a question unrelated to Halloween. As I'm struggling with this quilt, I'm seriously considering a long arm for everyone. Would you consider buying a used long arm? I will say for myself, yes, I would. And here's my reasoning behind it. So my sit-down long arm is, Giovanna says, we don't really do Halloween. Yeah, it's definitely heavier here in the U.S. than I would imagine that it would be in Italy. So the long arm that I have, I did buy used. It is a sit-down long arm with no computerized parts. It is all purely mechanical, except for obviously the speed control and needle up and down. Those are the two parts that are electronic to the machine. Everything else is fully mechanical, 100% mechanical. So it does not have, I did not get a frame with it. I got a table with it. And I did buy a cutie frame to put it on. Now, that being said, that harvest quilt that the jelly roll base that I did and put up on the wall, that got it quilted super fast. So it got it done and, quilting it on the cutie and everything. It did fantastic. I do have some tension issues with it, but that, I think, should not be that hard to resolve. I have not taken the time to sit down and resolve it. Laura says that she has enough saved up for a used machine, but would have to wait quite a while to buy new. Yeah, so especially if you are going to buy from a dealer that is going to give you some kind of warranty or service contract, that would make it a little bit easier. Especially if it's got a frame or it's got any electronic pieces and parts where it's a digitized machine. That would be my main concern with buying used, is anything with electronic pieces and parts, then you're more likely to have problems out of the electronics, because that's usually why people are trying to sell them. Whatever you're going to buy used, as far as a long arm, do a lot of research. So let's say you find a handy quilter Amara. Let's just say that that's what you find that's used, and that's what you're wanting to buy. Go to a local handy quilter dealer that has an Amara and ask them to walk you through using the Amara, and see how you feel with that machine. And also ask them what problems they have with them. Do they have thread breakage? Do they have skip stitches? Do they have problems with the digitizing stuff? Like, what do they have problems with? Because that will be a good indicator of what you need to look for when you are buying for yourself. Laura says that she did buy a serger and haven't had any issues. Yeah, sergers are... as long as they aren't knocked out of timing, sergers tend to be very mechanical, so they don't tend to have as many issues. Now some, obviously if it's knocked out of timing is going to be an issue, but it is what it is. I need to find, bear with me. All right, hang on. Let me go grab my cutter thing so I can cut these apart, because this is over 100 pieces, or this is about 100 pieces, so it'd be a little bit faster for me to cut apart with my tool. So bear with me just a second. You guys get to listen to me clamoring around the room, making a mess and knocking things over. Let's see. Machine was recently serviced at my local shop. That is a dealer. Okay, that's awesome. And especially if they're going to offer any kind of warranty, like if you're buying it from a dealer, that would be a preferable option, at least in my book. Giovanna says if it has the original book with them, it would be better. Some of these machines do not come with a physical book. You get a CD or a USB stick with the information. You don't actually get a book. Laura says it is a very reputable shop, not far from me. So yeah, that goes a lot towards it. And you can also ask, looking at how many stitches it's been have been stitched on it, if it has that kind of technology on it, would help. It would help you make that decision. But if you run into problems, it's a private party seller. Okay, it has the software included. Ooh, awesome. So, if it was serviced by the local shop, even though it's a private party seller, ask them to let you talk to the shop about that particular machine, unless the shop is willing to go ahead and talk to you about it. And ask them if they have noticed any problems with that machine. Like, what was it serviced for? Was it just regular service? Was it serviced because there was a part broken? Was it serviced because, why was it serviced? There's a lot of people who don't typically service their machines that frequently. I will admit I am one of those. I don't service my machines regularly like I should, mainly because of the cost factor. But if it was serviced because there was a problem with it, that would be kind of a key thing to note. And then deciding whether or not you feel comfortable with that. Let's see. If the dealer has it, ask them to let you try it out there. Yeah, ask if the dealer has one identical or similar to the machine that you're looking at buying. Definitely try it out. It's not a bad idea at all to try out a machine, especially as expensive as a long arm is. And then why is the private party willing to sell the machine? I spoke with one lady here that was looking at possibly selling her machine, and she would be looking at selling her long arm because the pro stitcher, she couldn't get it to work. So for me, I am looking, like, if I'm going to upgrade my machine, I need one that has that digitized option, because that is kind of, my holdout right now. That's where I'm hiccuping right now, is that it's limited to whatever I can come up with in my head versus having a digitized option. So, you have to weigh what's most important for you as well. Giovanna says, I haven't had my machine serviced ever. Yeah. I don't know that I actually have had beauty serviced. I really don't think I have. I know the machine was reset for service after 2 million stitches. But I haven't had her service since then, and she's over 6 million now. So, I've been to the shop and used a similar machine and loved it. The one I'm looking at is the Innova. Okay, awesome. I have not used the Innova. The Amara 20 or 24 is what I've been using. I want to say it's the Amara 20 is what I used when I went up to the local quilt shop to use their machine. So I'm not 100% sure. Let's see. But yeah, if you like the machine, if the private party is willing to let you test out the machine, but also find out why they're selling. Some people are selling because they're not going to quilt any longer, which was why I got my long arm. The lady was completely getting out of the quilting hobby, not going to sew or quilt any longer. She was selling off all of her machines, all of her quilt kits, all of her extra fabric, her AccuQuilt. I mean, she was selling everything. It was very much like an estate sale. She was just getting rid of it all. And so she was not going to quilt or sew anymore. That's why she was selling. And, you know, but some people, they might, you know, say that they're not going to long arm anymore, you know, but why are they not going to long arm is kind of the question I would ask. Mine is a Bernina 1010. I clean and oil it regularly. Yeah, see the old Berninas, they love you for that. They absolutely love you for that. All right. So I've got all of my side pieces sewn and set aside. So now I'm going to start pulling blocks off the wall, and we are going to start strip piecing them together. And I'm wondering if I'm going to have to cut another set of strips for each, because I didn't take into account the extra fabric, but we'll see what happens. We will see what happens. All right, so we're going to start with Mr. Pumpkins here. This is the first block going into this quilt. And these are not necessarily going to go into the finished quilt in this order. This is just the order in which I'm going to sew them. And let me turn my iron on. Oh, it is already on. Good. And it is hot. Let me get some wrinkles out of this strip real quick. I did cut these strips without pre-pressing the fabric a second time. So my fold is in there really good. And there's a little wrinkle near the selvage edge of these batiks. So I'll just press these as I go. So health issues, yeah. That would be a reason to sell. Yeah, if she's not going to quilt due to health issues, that makes sense. If money was, if I was able to financially, yeah, that would be kind of when I'd be willing to sell, to buy that. All right, so I'm going to be sewing these across the top. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to line my fabric up with my 1/4 inch. That's my first step. So I'm going to line my strip up with my 1/4 inch. And then I'm going to make sure I'm lining my block on top of that with, you know what, should I just go ahead and trim these to 1/4 inch outside? I think I am. We're going to do that. Joyce, she says, hi to Amy and everyone. I'll be in and out getting my car work done right now. Absolutely, Joyce. Welcome, welcome. Giovanna says, if the price is right, I would get, yeah, I agree. That would kind of be where I would be at it with it as well. Let me find my cutting mats. All right, that'll work. And let me grab my ruler real quick, and we're going to do some trimming. Ruler and rotary cutter. And I will bring you guys over here so you guys can see what I'm doing. So we're going to do this every time that I pull a block off the wall. Or we may go ahead and pull them all off the wall. I don't know. I don't know which way we're going to do. All right. So this is sitting on top of my ironing board, which does move a little bit. So I apologize if it moves a little too much. All right. So this is the pumpkins. So I'm going to line my 1/4 inch line up with my stitching line that is on the outside edge of this block. So good design packs, good embroidery design packs will give you an outside stitching line to follow if you're going to be stitching these together at a later point. And that's what these do. They do give you that outside stitching line to follow. So two things I'm doing is I am lining up my 1/4 inch along the stitching line. I know it may be hard to see on camera, so I do apologize. I can't fix that part. So I'm lining my 1/4 inch stitching line, but I'm also making sure that up here my lines across the ruler are kind of lining up with what I've already cut. Then what are you waiting for, Laura? Go get it. Giovanna is trying to enable you, Laura. Just go ahead and admit it, Giovanna. You're trying to be an enabler. You can come enable me anytime. I do not mind. All right, so now that I've got this one trimmed to 1/4 of an inch, I'm going to go ahead and trim all of them. That's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and trim all of them so you guys can see all of the blocks too. So I'm going to start pulling them off the wall. All right, now this one I've got a little bit of thread to trim on it. And I do have my little handy dandy scissors to trim. So I'm going to trim my threads real quick. I didn't go in and trim all of these like I should have initially. This is probably my least favorite block of them all. And it's not because I didn't like the design, but my applique for the witch's dress did not stay as flat as I would have liked. So I'm not as thrilled with it. So she won't be the center block of the whole quilt. We're just going to put it that way. She'll be in the quilt. I'm not going to deny her her moment of fame, but she's not going to be the center block of my quilt. And, you know, you guys can help me decide on which one is going to be the center block of the quilt. I think I already know which one might be the center. But I haven't decided for sure. So what I'm doing, let's see. There we go. I think maybe it'll focus. Maybe. All right, so between the eyes of the ghost, I'm going to trim there's little threads in there that are connecting still. And then the bubbles down here at the cauldron are not supposed to have the little connecting lines. They're supposed to be independent little bubbles, and they're not. So I'm going in and cutting those as well. I mean, I really did not trim any of this up. This was absolutely my last block to make. So, you know, me not paying attention and making sure her dress stayed flat is all on me. I should know better by then. But I didn't pay attention, and so that is all on me. But yeah, I do want to get some of this extra trimmed, and I may come back and trim more later if, you know, if I feel like it, or, you know, I feel it's important, or it stands out to me, or looks awful, or whatever. I will come in and trim anything that doesn't line up. Let's see. Laura says, Giovanna, we'd probably get in trouble if we went shopping together. Giovanna says, love that pumpkin block. And yes, Laura, we would. Yeah, absolutely. You guys would definitely get me in trouble. We're just going to put it that way. You guys would be bringing up, hey, I want to do this one. Will you buy it and do it with me? Yeah, that would be my downfall. Is you guys would be tempting me into getting things to do more projects than what I have time to do. That would be my downfall, is getting all the projects, all the fabrics, all of it. All right, do I have them all? Nope. I've got some black threads to trim here. And I was on a time limit trying to finish this up so I could get to other stuff. Let's see. Okay, that's most everything. Nope. Got some threads on the house. So let me get the haunted house trimmed up as well. Let's see. We can bring Timmy with us. Yes. You guys can pay my way. You guys can buy me stuff to do. That I will accept. You know, if I have to pull out my pocketbook, we got problems. Because I don't know that I have anything left in my pocketbook. My husband is one of my worst enablers. We went to go to Cheyenne the day I got my infusion. He drove because there was no way I could have driven at all. No hope of that. But he drove us to Cheyenne, and of course takes me to Joann Fabrics while we're there. So he is one of my worst enablers. I spent more than I needed to spend, but I got stuff I needed. So I guess I should not complain about it, but definitely blows my budget regularly. All right. Let's see. Laura says that would be fun. Warning, though, I have zero self-control in a quilt shop. Welcome in, Chloe. Giovanna says, just kidding. Chloe says, hello, Tammy and all. Welcome, welcome. Welcome in. I have been trimming some threads on a block, so we're going to keep layering these blocks up. I'm trimming them all to 1/4 of an inch outside of the stitching line because it was going to be a little too tough to try to line these up with where I cut them. I cut them a 1/2 of an inch away, so now I'm just cutting off 1/4 of an inch all the way around and making sure that my line is as straight as it can be. That is the biggest challenge with these, is making sure that when you trim through, that you're trimming all the layers that you need to trim. Oh no, Giovanna, she says, Laura, I've never been in a quilt shop as we don't have them here. Okay, so Giovanna, do you have ice cream shops, like an ice cream parlor in Italy? I would think that you would. But ice cream or gelato or something like that. Laura says, my husband is also my worst enabler. I sent him a copy of the post for the long arm, and he was ready to leave the house to pick it up. Oh my gosh. Okay, I need that husband with that kind of money. Just saying. Oh, that's so funny. So funny. Alright, so let's see. Let's see if I can line this up, because this row or this edge of it kind of bowed a little bit on the machine. Alright, so there's the witch. She is standing over her cauldron with bubbles coming out of the cauldron, a ghost hanging out in front of the house, and a couple of pumpkins and bats. Oh, alright. Let's see. I like this guy. Now, in this witch with the pumpkin and the cauldron, with the cauldron, the witch herself, her dress is glitter. The cauldron is not glitter, so this is glitter. This is not glitter fabric, but her hat is all stitching, so it is not glittery. Laura says, well, we've been saving up for a while. It's not an impulse purchase. No, it isn't. I know it's not. Chloe says, cool witch, thank you. Yep, so we're pulling all of the blocks off the wall and getting them trimmed up to make stitching a little bit easier. So I've got a whole bunch of pieces trimmed or sewn to put on the sides. I haven't pressed any of them, but I've gotten them sewn. So we're going to sew the tops and bottoms to these. So we're going to sew more sky and more ground to each one of these to get them up to size and get them ready for their sides to go on. We're going to kind of make them look like a stage. And what I'm thinking I might do, and I don't know if this is going to work well or not, I may cut them a little wonky once we get to that point. Giovanna, Tammy, are you serious? Ice cream is like pasta in Italy. We have the best ice cream in the world. Okay, so a quilt shop here in the United States is like an ice cream parlor in Italy. You walk in and there is every color imaginable, every style imaginable, every flavor imaginable. There's thread, there's notions. Now, there's some quilt shops that are better than others. There's some like that. But it's kind of like an ice cream parlor. But it's for fabric. That is what a quilt shop is for us here. That is what the experience is like. You walk in and you are immediately, especially a good quilt shop, you are immediately able to just dream and drool over everything that you might want. Pam says, so Laura, what is your reason for hesitating? Sometimes knowing why not helps us move forward. Yeah, agreed. So this is a cat on top of pumpkins. Interesting perspective, Pam says. Chloe, Pam, the used part scares me a little bit. I worry about buying someone's problems. Yes. I can sympathize with that. Absolutely. All right, where do I want to go? Where do I want to go? We're going to go here. We are pulling down Bride of Frankenstein. So the cat with the pumpkins and the haunted house and the moon. The moon is applique. The cat is applique and it is glitter. And then the pumpkins are one big piece of applique fabric. So I have some Michael Miller orange that I have had since I was in college. So it is 20-something years old. That is the orange that I'm using. So I'm using 20-year-old fabric to use it up and to have my pumpkins look super pretty. Giovanna, I can imagine that is exactly why I shouldn't enter one until I win the lottery. Yeah, that's kind of our feeling here too in the U.S. Entering a fabric shop here, if you don't set yourself a budget, especially if you're an avid sewist or avid quilter, it is like a dream come true kind of place. It is like the theme park of fabric. And it's not necessarily that you have to do everything in one day, but you're sure going to want to. Let's see. Understand, Laura. Then yes, the questions Tammy mentioned, asking the shop should be able to help you. Yeah, ask the shop the questions before you buy from the private owner. You can also ask the owner, the private owner, why she's wanting to sell privately versus selling through the shop. Would the shop offer her any better pricing than what she would be getting privately selling it? Or were they not willing to offer her that much? And you can check with the shop as well on what their answers to all of that is. All right, so there's Bride of Frankenstein. There we go. I brought the Celebrate with Quilts book at my local quilt shop. Yay! Yes. It's going to be so much fun. It's going to be so much fun. All right. I don't think you guys have seen this one. Laura says, also, I have a lot of medical issues and worry something might happen and it won't get used as much as I would want. That worry started after I got out of the hospital in August. Okay, so I understand that worry. Here is my thought process on the medical issues and not using something as much as you would like to use it. The medical issues could happen to you anytime. You could wake up one day and completely be incapacitated, or you could wake up one day and have all the energy in the world. And there is nothing in this world that should stop you from enjoying the times that you do have that are good. So if you are having medical issues, I have a lot of medical issues. When I got the long arm, my first concern was exactly what you're saying. Am I going to physically be able to continue to quilt? Is it going to help me, or am I just spending money to waste money? And I had to come to terms with that. Because on the days that I do feel up to sewing and quilting, it does make my life a lot easier. It absolutely does. On the days I don't feel like sewing or quilting, or don't have the energy, or don't have the physical ability to sew or quilt, knowing that I have it for the days that I do keeps me encouraged to get back in there and get sewing. That's my personal statement on that. But I don't feel like, unless you are given some kind of diagnosis where you're told you have 2 months to live, where they're expecting you to go downhill or you're going into hospice or something like that. I don't feel like putting your life on hold because something might get worse is the most positive way to live my life. That's how I think of. Giovanna says, Laura, you will get better in time. It's possible. It's very possible that you'll get better in time. And it's also possible that you might not. So it's realistic both ways. But don't deny yourself. If you've been saving up for this and this is something that you want to do, don't put it off solely because there's a chance that things might not work out for you, or might not be the way that you want them to be, because we can't engineer our lives to work out the way we want. we make our plans and the powers that be laugh at us. So, don't sell yourself short. Don't sell your dream short just because you have medical issues. Pam says, I understand that one for sure, Laura. I bought my Gamble in 2021 and have had medical issues since 22. It has slowed my learning for sure, but I so agree with Tammy. Giovanna says, a lot of our health is also related to our happiness, so the more you are happy, the healthier you will be both mentally and physically. Pam says, yes, that too, Giovanna. Chloe says, we should try not to live our lives worrying about the what-ifs. I know it is hard as I worry, but we have to live in the moment and the near future. Yes. There's a lot of things. So here's an example. Here's another example. Not from the quilting world. My husband has severe back problems from his time in the service. His severe back problems should be limiting some of the activities that he does. Does he let it limit him as much as he should? No, he does not. He pushes through. But that is a whole other issue. So for so many times, he has tried to give up baseball umpiring and the whole umpiring world and baseball in general, because he can't physically get out there and umpire the way he used to be able to. His back physically will not let him. He's in way too much pain to do what he wants to do. So he's tried to give it up multiple times. But when I tell you that man lights up when he talks about baseball, you guys have not seen me light up the way he lights up. It is like a freaking Christmas tree when he starts talking about baseball, because he is so passionate about the rules of baseball and how he knows, all of the rules and how much time he spent learning those rules and investing in his hobby. If he were to give up baseball, he would be so stinking miserable. So I refuse to let him give up baseball. So all the times he's tried to get rid of his uniforms, all of this other stuff, I've not let him because I know that it would destroy him to actually do it. He's tried to, but it would destroy him to give it up. Same thing applies here. Don't let your fears take away from your enjoyment. However short-lived that enjoyment may end up being, because we're realists here too. However short-lived that enjoyment may be, don't give it up, because there's always that possibility. I could go out here and go drive up the mountain and get in a car wreck tomorrow and not be here. But if I think about it that way, I'll never drive up the mountain and enjoy the mountain. What's the point of me moving here to enjoy the mountain and enjoy the river and enjoy the city? What's the point of me being here if I don't actually do anything about it? That kind of thing. That's how I think of it. Pam says, so Laura, you have a cheer team here. Yes, you do. Let's see. Laura says, I agree with you. Sometimes I just get in my head and worry about everything. I've been hospitalized maybe 24 times and have had 20 surgeries in the last 35 years. Well, you're still averaging less than once a year, so that's not bad. It might have been more than once in the last 24 months, might be more than once in the last 12 months. But your overall average, you're still averaging less than once a year. And even if you are hospitalized once a year, If you are not hospitalized for over 6 months out of the year, then you are still home and still able to look at and pet your machine and possibly have the energy and strength to get in there and do something more to make yourself happy. Oh, that's a great way to look at it, Giovanna. She says, wow, Laura, that means you're a fighter and will get through everything. Agreed. You have shown your resilience many times over, Laura. You really have. So I know that it's a big, scary purchase. There's always silver lining, right? There is. I know buying a long room is a big, scary purchase, but the amount of joy you would get from it, if that's going to outweigh the worry, then you gotta ignore the worry. If the joy that's going to be there is going to be big enough, then you need to take the joy and enjoy it. Laura says, I tell my kids I'm a tough old lady. Yes, absolutely. You absolutely are. My big thing is, that I'm spicy. Like, I don't let people and things walk all over me. So that's kind of my thing. There's a crow sitting on some pumpkins. There's a couple of bats, or no, those are crows in the background. And then the crow is holding a leaf. I know it doesn't show up very well on the camera, but it is there. I bet some of you are going to like this one. Because I don't think you guys have seen this one in person. I don't think you guys have seen this one up close. This one took a lot of stitching and a lot of changing colors. It was probably beyond that Witch with the Cauldron. This was my next least favorite one to stitch. It's not that it's not cute, so don't get me wrong. It is a very cute block. But it was my second least favorite to stitch, I think. Or no, this was my least favorite to stitch, I think. I just did not enjoy stitching it. It was not as much fun as I would have liked. And I don't know if it was because of the lady downstairs at the time. I don't know. I don't know why this was my least favorite, other than the amount of color changes maybe. But this was not my favorite one to stitch. It's super cute. But it was just not as... I didn't enjoy it. If it gives you joy, it makes your life easier, get it. If it doesn't work out, you can always sell it. That's true. Laura says, I love that block. Yes, it's so fantastic. The crow was so much fun. I did enjoy doing that one. The crow is glitter. So he's in black glitter. And the pumpkins are in that Michael Miller orange fabric. The tie-dye orange. Guys, I've had this tie-dye orange fabric. Like I said, it's from the early 2000s. I've had it a good 20 years. And no, I don't remember if I bought it at Walmart or where I bought it. I was definitely not shopping quilt shops at the time, so I have no idea where exactly I bought it. But I cannot tell you how many projects I have used this orange on, trying to use it up, and I have not succeeded. Like, it has lasted beyond the great beyond, one of those fabrics you never can seem to get rid of. That is this fabric, and I'm using it. Giovanna says, well, they're tiny and very complex, says Pam. Yeah, right? Giovanna says, it is so bright. Yes, this orange is insanely bright. I think that's part of the reason I'm trying so desperately to get rid of it. And this quilt, by all means, used some of it, but not nearly enough. I still probably have tons of it left. I don't know for sure. I'll have to look at my shelves to see. I'm just trimming my little jump threads that I didn't trim before. This is one of my earlier blocks, so I didn't have these scissors when I was doing this block originally, and that could be another reason I hated this block, is because trying to get in and trim. This one has a lot of really tiny pieces. Thankfully, I didn't have to manipulate the machine. I just had to load thread and tell it to go. So, you know, I didn't have to do all the little bitty stuff. The machine took care of that. The embroidery machine took care of it. But, oh my gosh. There's a lot of little bitty pieces in this one. I don't know. There we go. Maybe. I got this one jump thread that, there we go, that I was trying to get to and it was struggling. All right. Uh-oh. Giovanna, can't use caps like that. Wait 2 minutes ago without that many caps, says Nightbot. Oops. You got Nightbot. Chloe says, my dad had a crow as a pet when he was a kid. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Giovanna says, oops. Yep. I enjoyed stitching the crow. The crow was fun. He was one of my favorites. He's not my all-time favorite, but he was one of my favorites. He'd be a close one to go to the center. Because it's a 5x5 layout, because there's 25 blocks, whatever block is in the middle of the center row is going to be the center of the quilt. So I do have to kind of decide which one is going in the center and decide which one I like looking at the most. And there's going to be a couple of close runners. There's going to be a couple of them that are close runners as to being the center block. And that crow was definitely one of them. He stitched out really pretty. He really did. He was easy, but he looks a lot more complex than he is. All right, so here's the super complex one. This is Trick or Treaters. So we have Mini Frankenstein, a mini witch. We have a ghost, and he is wearing glitter ghost. And then we have a skeleton back here. And then we have a haunted tree, which I don't know why the tree is haunted, but we have an owl in the tree. We have bats. We have a witch flying up here. Then we have ghosts in front of the house. And each of the little trick-or-treaters has their own little trick-or-treat bucket. And then we have a couple of pumpkins down at the front. There is a lot of stitching in that block. Just so much stitching in that block. All right. Giovanna says, I just wanted to tell you that if you want to get rid of that fabric, I am here. Oh, I know. I don't know. Like I said, I don't know how much of it I've got left. But I know I still have some. I have quite a bit of it, probably. It was a lot of color changes, absolutely. Joy says, love the fabric, Tammy. Thank you. Yeah, this Trick or Treaters was a ton of color changes. By far, the most color changes of any of the blocks. I did not do a block before or after that had that many color changes in it. And I was literally sitting there scrambling because I was trying to use the same colors for everything in this quilt. So there's a couple of times that I had to get up and go add more colors to be able to stitch everything out, because I did run out of colors at some point. Like, I didn't have, the right number of colors for the block. I mean, some of them I reused. Like, some of them, like, there's the black, and then there's some things that you could be super dark gray. And I just went ahead and did black for all of it, just because that was what was simple. So, like, I didn't want to fight with it. I didn't want to struggle with it. So I just called it quits and just said, okay, this is what I'm doing. But some of them I did have to add more fabric. And I think this one was one of them, because I think her face is when I added a new color. And Frankenstein's face. I added a new color to get that one. I don't. I can probably load it up. I have to plug the embroidery machine or embroidery unit in to load it up. But it was a lot of stitches. Let me see. You know what? Let me see if the PDF tells me. When you download a embroidery design pack from Anita Good Design, and a lot of the other companies do this too, but specifically Anita Good Design, they tell you how to assemble everything and what order things are stitched in, so you have a guide to follow. Let's see. Ooh, it does. Okay. Wow. 30. Okay. Let me find the trick-or-treaters. All right. That witch that we stitched earlier, that I showed you earlier, had 32,000. Let me find the trick-or-treaters. And that means I can go through this and find out how many stitches I did total. Okay, only 38,000. 38,656 stitches. Giovanna says, not my cup of tea. I like this ghost one. I like it. It's, both of the ghosts are glitter. This fabric for the tombstone is another fabric. Have I used it before in any of these? No, that's the first time I've used that fabric. That you guys have seen. Now, Bride of Frankenstein, her dress is in the same white glitter as the ghosts, and then her hair is in the same black glitter as the crow, and then the face, that's a new fabric that you guys have not seen yet. You're going to see that on Frankenstein as well. I use that same face, or same fabric for the face on Frankenstein. And I actually used it on this next one as well. I've got a couple of jump stitches to trim. Let's see. Laura says, I found myself just watching the machine stitch out a design. It's very relaxing for me. Yes, it is relaxing. It's especially relaxing if you don't have a deadline. I will say, when you have a deadline to get something finished, oh my gosh, it can be so stressful, especially for machine embroidery, because you can only hurry up the machine so much. You can't force the machine to stitch any faster than its fastest setting. And, sometimes the stitch pace is governed by how fast the machine embroidery arm can move, not by how fast the actual machine stitches. So that is the biggest struggle with it, for me at least. Giovanna says, I would love an embroidery machine, but it depends on me winning the lottery. Yeah, absolutely. When I got my machine, I knew I wanted the embroidery because I would use it every so often, but I knew I wasn't going to use it every day. The majority of what I stitch on the embroidery machine is quilt labels. That is 90% of what I stitch on the embroidery machine. This is kind of an exception to the rule. Now, I do have another embroidery design pack. The thing is that if my lottery ticket says Giovanna, you're so funny. The other design pack that I have is, oh my gosh, brain fart, hang on. Let me go grab I'm going to get so distracted today. I'm so sorry. All right. I think I know one of the words in it, so let me see. Oh, don't tell me that they don't have it anymore. Oh my goodness. It doesn't look like they offer it anymore. Oh no. So you can still get HalloweenTown, but let me see. Let me go see if I've got it still, because that's going to bother me. Because I would like for you guys to be able to stitch this if you wanted. The other one is what is it called? Sewing elements. It's like a periodic table of the sewing elements. And it looks like a periodic table. That's how you put it together. Let me see if I've got it. Ooh. Okay, I will have to look for it because I don't see a folder for Anita Good Design, which I should have, which I don't know why I don't. I have a lot of other folders. But I'm not seeing that, so I'm going to have to look for it. But I do have somewhere in all of my embroidery design packs, I have the sewing machine, the periodic table of the sewing elements. So one is like buttons, one is sewing machine, one is ribbon. Like, there's a whole bunch of different designs. So I'm going to have to find where it went and where, because I want to say it's Anita Good design. There's one other place that it could be, now that I'm thinking about it. But there is one out there. And I do have it. So I got to find it. But that's the other one that I will end up doing eventually. All right, so we've done the ghosts. Now here's my Scarecrow. And Scarecrow, the clothing he's wearing is the same as Bride of Frankenstein's face and Frankenstein when you see him a little bit. His pumpkin head is the Michael Miller fabric. And then I have a brown mottled fabric that is also coming in here. And that is his hat. Let's see. I love that, a periodic table. Yeah, I've got it somewhere. I do have it somewhere. Oh my gosh, Giovanna. She says that she grossed Mike from A New York Beauty out this morning talking about bugs. We're going to leave that discussion for wherever you were that you saw him this morning and not bring it into my discussion. Just saying. We're already doing creepy enough with HalloweenTown. We don't need the creepy bugs too. Just saying. You're so funny, Giovanna. Oh my gosh. So, yeah, Scarecrow. I don't know how many stitches he had, but he wasn't super intensive. The biggest challenge with him was these corn stalks because I was changing colors and I had to figure out what colors I wanted as I went. Like, I couldn't use the colors from the original design because those just were not going to line up and match. So I did have to, play around with it a little bit to get colors that would work for what I needed. All right, let's see. This dark purple on dark purple is really hard to see through this ruler. So when you guys see me slow down the bottom of the designs, if you guys are seeing me trim up here, when I slow down, it's always at the bottom where I can't see. Can't see. I'd have to add a lamp, and that's too much work right now, so I'm not going to do it. So, all right. So this is the one I was stitching on somebody's live. I think I was on William's live and said I was stitching a hand coming out of a tombstone. And that's what I was stitching. It was a really late night stitch. I love doing that one. Oh, this one's going to be so much fun. Oh. Let's see. Giovanna has a periodic table printed and above her TV. That is awesome. I'm not too much of a science nerd. I wish I was more of a science nerd. I'm more of a math nerd. But if I had to be a science nerd, it would definitely be biological science. Because I could not ever remember the periodic table. So, yeah. I was not the best student in science. I was a fantastic student in math, but I was not a good student in science. And I was actually good. I was not good at algebra in high school. And I was not good at calculus. Well, actually we didn't have calculus. We had something else. Maybe it was Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, I think is what I had in high school. And I was awful. Like, it was bad. I struggled the whole time in high school with algebra. Like, that was not my strong suit. And I get to college, and I'd done really well in trigonometry and geometry in high school, so I figured that I would do really well on trigonometry and geometry in college. And of course, they don't have geometry in college. They have trig. And I was doing so poorly in trig that I had to drop trigonometry and go to business calculus, which I did fantastic in college. But yeah, it's a mess. All right, so this is Rest in Peace or Pieces or whatever. Helen says I'm a fabric sewing nerd. Oh, I am too. I am definitely that. But I'm a math nerd in that I don't mind doing quilt math. Like, that's like second nature for me, so I don't mind it at all. Giovanna says, I studied physics at high school and had to learn it by heart. And do you think I remember it? Nope. That's funny. Oh, by the way, welcome in, Helen. welcome. So that one has the tombstone is in a gray fabric. The skull is in the silver glitter fabric. And everything else on that one is stitching. There is no other applique on that except this fabric behind the rest in, and then the skull stitching there, or the skull fabric there. Everything else is nothing but stitches. So the tree, the tombstone in the background, the cat, all of that is all stitches. There's a witch flying over here. And she doesn't, like, if you're looking at it in real life, you really don't notice the witch that much. But I do notice, like, when I looked up, I did notice that she shows up really well on camera. Giovanna says, I wanted to become a veterinary doctor, but that did not happen. Yeah, I wanted to become a lawyer, and that didn't happen either. Chloe says, I struggled with physics. Ooh. I don't think I had to take physics. When I went in for a business degree, they kind of let me slide on a lot of the maths. So I had to take statistics. And I will tell you, that is not my field. I think I could do accounting if it wasn't for statistics. This is the owls. I love the owls. So there's 1, 2, 3 owls. And then the house. This is the only one where the house is white. All the rest of them, the house is a darker color. I figured if the house started in the dark part of the ground, that it needed to be white. So I wasn't thinking ahead. So it is what it is. Let's see. Giovanna says, I love mathematics at school and I'm very good at it now. See, I was not really good at it in high school, or didn't seem to be, but I really kind of jumped ahead when I went to college. I really kind of picked up math when I went to college. Business calculus, thankfully, they would let us keep the formulas. Or they'd let us, we had a cheat sheet that we could use. So I didn't have to figure everything out on my own. I didn't have to do a whole lot of memorization. And I think that was the only thing that saved me in business cal. Statistics, thankfully, I had Excel and I had a very good understanding of Microsoft Excel and could use that for statistics. And that saved me in statistics. But you could not ask, if you asked me to do statistics now or figure out probabilities, I would have to do a whole bunch of Googling to figure out what formulas to use and all of that, because I would be completely lost now. I don't remember it. Giovanna says, I did physics, biology, chemistry, mathematics, and art. Oh my gosh. I never took biology. That never ended up being on my radar or something I needed or had to take, so I didn't bother. I know that sounds kind of bad, but when you're just trying to get through your degree, you sometimes will drop anything you don't have to have. The skeleton and his hat are the only things that are applique. So the skeleton body is silver glitter and the hat is brown mottled fabric. So the same fabric from the hat from the scarecrow is the hat on top of the skeleton. Let's see. I'm wonderful at biology and microbiology, says Chloe. Yeah, I'll let you keep that. You can have that. That is definitely not something I would be able to say. I would not be able to say I am good at it. I would not be able to say it. All right, so now I'm trimming up the one that I stitched the blue on instead of stitching the purple outside tacking stitch. So this is the one where I will definitely have to be careful, or I may have to come in and rip these stitches out to get her to look like she should, because I was completely not paying attention and stitched with the wrong color. So the reason that I have blue in here and there's no blue anywhere else in the quilt is in order to do tacking stitches and hold things in place, You can use any color that you want to, especially if it's not going to be showing, which, oops, my bad. But if it's not going to be showing, it's not going to make a big difference. And so I use up old bobbins. So instead of loading regular thread on the machine, I would load an old bobbin to save me some extra thread. All right, so she is the only one with red. So her dress is applique, and it's a red kind of polka dot, but kind of not, not a symmetrical polka dot. That's the only applique fabric in this design. Everything else in this design is all stitching. Chloe says, chemistry can be tough. I've forgotten most of it. Oh my gosh. Giovanna says, in 1977, no such thing as computers or calculators in school, all simple brain power. Yeah. That is one of the things that I do kind of dislike about our current situation, is there's so many computer things available so you don't have to learn stuff now. And I'm not sure how I feel about that. Like, if the computer goes down, what are you going to do? Like, if you don't know it by heart and you don't have a reference chart to go to, how are you going to survive a major problem? We love making stink bombs in chemistry. And Chloe says that she hadn't done that. Oh, that would be totally something I would have been down for. I totally would have been down for that. Now, I did have to take biology in high school. We had to dissect a frog. That was what we ended up dissecting. And my lab partner was, amazingly enough, the weirdo in class. Just crazy weirdo. And absolutely loved doing any and all of that. So I only had to do a little bit of the dissection process. I could see why somebody who likes medicine and such would love to do something like that. That was just definitely not my thing in high school. I would have definitely turned out different if I liked the things in high school that I liked in college. Oh my gosh, let's see, the younger generations will be in great trouble without technology. Yeah, I think they will be. Like, if the computers go down, how do you do any of this manually? And, do you have a reference for doing it manually? All right, so this guy is one of the other favorites that people have liked. He is a frog. His body is green fabric applique. His belly is the silver applique fabric. And the center pumpkin is applique fabric. Everything else is stitching. All right. We're getting there, guys. I got 3, 6, 7, 8. I've got 9 left on the board. That's not too bad. Not too bad. Out of 25, we only got 9 left after this one that I'm trimming right now. Now, this was one of the fun ones to do. And there's only a little bit of applique in it. So the one I'm trimming right now, the only applique in it is the pumpkins. Everything else is all stitching. But I think it's a really cool one. Like, it's not as specific, as specific as some of these others. And I think because it's not as specific is why it's as cool as it is, maybe. Maybe that's where my fantasy mind has gone. Oh, yes. Helen says, scary to think of the youngers becoming doctors, right? Chloe, we got in a lot of trouble that day. For the stink bombs. And then Chloe says, I love the frog. Yeah, a lot of people do. When I've shown that one off, that has been the favorite in person for a lot of people. I'm still kind of partial to the owls, and I'm still kind of partial to that crow sitting on the pumpkins. So I'm not sure which one is still going to be the center block, but we will figure it out sometime today. We will figure it out. All right, so this one is the one that has probably the least amount of applique. The pumpkins are applique. This is a haunted tree. That is what that one is called. Giovanna says that frog is stinking cute, right? It is. That one, I'm trying to take one down that's got pins still in it from other things. Oops. Can I take this one down? Yes, I can take that one down. Okay. I gotta work up to the ones that are pinned above other things. Yeah, so there's a spider hanging down from this thread, and I know it's kind of hard to see. There's a spider web, there's bats, there's a crow or raven, the house, the pumpkins, the tombstones. But that one is called the haunted house, or haunted tree, sorry. That one's haunted tree. I actually haven't done the haunted house one yet. I haven't trimmed that one down. I've done them. I have done it. I've stitched it, but I haven't trimmed it. Chloe says, so fun, Giovanna. I am the type to toe the line. Yeah, me too. I am definitely the type that if the teacher says don't do something, that is the exact thing that I'm not going to do. And sometimes it doesn't matter why the teacher says not to do it. For some part of me thinks that when somebody tells you not to do something, there might be a reason why. And I guess that's where my brain immediately goes, is I got to figure out the reason why I'm told not to. Giovanna says, well, they do go through a lot of training to become a doctor, so hopefully they'll be fantastic doctors. Yeah, we hope. We hope. We hope. But that technology thing, though, if technology goes down, what are we going to do? That's definitely one of those tough ones. There was an episode of Grey's Anatomy that, oh my gosh, it was a mess. This is another one that I love doing. I love doing this bat. I think he turned out so cute. The bat is applique, and the moon is applique, everything else is stitching. So he's at the cemetery gates, or flying above the cemetery gates. Giovanna says, well, they do go... Oh, yeah. I've already read that one. My bad. I'm here trying to make sure I caught up to everything, and I've already read stuff. I'm a goober today. I'm a goober. That's what I get for swapping back and forth. I'm looking down to cut, and then looking up to read, and yeah. Oh. So this was the live that I was going to have some friend come over and help. And she and I discussed it. She wasn't going to be on camera. She was just going to be off in the background reading everything, keeping the conversation going, and all of that good stuff. And I completely forgot to tell her I was doing this. Oh, Chloe, she said that had happened to me at my hospital. Yeah. So in Grey's Anatomy, they had an episode where the computers were hacked. And they couldn't get to the blood, they couldn't do this, they couldn't do that. Like, there's a lot of things that they just could not do. And especially the newer generation, the younger doctors, had no idea how to help their patients because they didn't have access to all the things that they were used to having access to. There's Mr. Vampire. Let's see, Giovanna says, I ask why I don't do things blindly just because, yeah. It was some of the worst days of my career. I saved lives, though. Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the thing, is when everything goes down, you still have to have those skills, but a lot of the kids these days, the younger generations, that have never lived without phones and technology, they don't know how to disconnect and function without it. Some of them do, but there's a lot of them that don't. Like, they rely on that technology so heavily. And it's kind of like the conversation about cursive writing. I mean, if I wrote something in cursive so my first grader couldn't read it, if they never teach my, kid how to learn to read cursive, and I don't teach my kid how to read cursive, my child is just going to lose that skill set that was so important to my generation. Like we were chomping at the bit to learn to read and write cursive so that we could read what the notes our parents were sending to our teachers. But now I wonder whether or not the teachers can actually read cursive. It's kind of one of those things. Chloe says that she's used to paper. Yes, absolutely. Helen says, good thing, Chloe. Yeah, it is. It is a very good thing. I mean, I would be able to do a lot of things without using technology. Obviously, I can't broadcast on YouTube without technology, but that's, you know, that's not necessary to quilting, thankfully. But, oh my gosh, yeah. All the things would be disabled at. All right, so Igor. Igor has gray fabric for his coat and his hat. And the house, the barn, is in brown. And then the pumpkins are in the orange applique fabric. Everything else is stitched on that block. Oh, this one, I think you guys are going to like this one. I really do. Oh, this guy's funny. This guy's funny. Yes, Giovanna, she says, the thing is that soon they won't know how to write it all. Yeah, my hand therapist that I saw, that was kind of one of the conversations we had too, is that, you know, I was like, well, you know, we're talking about how they teach you how to write in school and you can't do this number. You have to learn to do like this. And even lefties are taught not to write upside down kind of thing. You know, so like, especially in my generation, that was like majorly important. If you couldn't learn to write properly, you were not going to survive. You had to learn to write and to read. You know, those were the two main skills you had to do any of the rest of schooling. There are kids graduating from high school who could not pass the GED because they could not read all the questions on the GED. And high schools are passing them because the high schools need the graduation rates. The high schools are not passing them because the kids are skilled and they know what they need to know to function in society, but they are passing solely because the high schools need the passing rate. And my dad deals with them. He is a test administrator for the GED in Alabama. And, you know, he sees these kids come in and they don't know how to do anything. You know, he tells them that they have to have a driver's license or state-issued ID, you know, things like that. And they have to go back and ask their parents or somebody else what qualifies. Like, it's that kind of crazy. All right, so the only applique in this one is the ghost. Everything else is stitched. This is a male zombie. So we had the female zombie in the red dress, and now we have her counterpart, the male zombie. Katie says that her son is left-handed and he doesn't write upside down. His paternal grandfather tried to bully me into preventing him from using his left hand, and I informed him that that was how God made him and why. Why would I change that? Oh, yeah, absolutely. Giovanna says, here they teach cursive in primary school. They used to teach cursive in primary school when I was growing up. They really did. I learned cursive writing in second grade. I actually, the thing I got in trouble for in second grade was because I kept putting off working on my handwriting notebook. We actually had a handwriting notebook where we had to write all of our stuff out. And we had to copy these poems. Like, it was a lot of writing. A lot of writing. And I despised doing it. So I put it off and kept telling the teacher I had done it. And so I was getting granted privileges to work on puzzles and do all these other things that I wanted to do. But I had not done what I was supposed to do. So I got in trouble in second grade for trying to put off learning, you know, put off practicing my cursive writing. But, you know, it was definitely second grade where I learned. Let's see. Chloe says, I agree, Katie. I am left-handed. Yeah. I mean, now I will say this, in my generation, and so that would be probably just before your son's generation, Katie, it was definitely frowned upon to have someone who was left-handed writing left-handed, because it was thought at the time that left-handed people needed to adapt to the right-handed world, and that it was not like it was a school of thought that left-handed people needed to adapt to a right-handed world. One of my classmates actually was left-handed. But the teacher was informed that she was not allowed to write with her left. Like, her parents wanted her to learn to write with her right hand. But we had other students in my class who were left-handed who were allowed to remain left-handed. So, it was considered permissible practice to force left-handed people to learn to write with their right. And I don't think that that's fair to them, but can't go back and fix what has already been done. We can just fix it going forward. Let's see, my son, grandson, and all 3 granddaughters are all left-handed. Oh, yeah, you got a big family that's left-handed. Young people here in Greenland can't get a driver's license until they're 18. They don't allow them to get it sooner. And that's fair enough. At 18, you're more mature than you are at 16. Far more mature. Yeah, Helen, you're right. She says, here the cursive writing is not on the curriculum anymore. What a crock. I don't think my stepdaughter knows how to write cursive because it's not taught in her school either. Giovanna says, I think in all of Europe it is like that, Katie. I really don't think cursive is going to matter in the grander scheme of things due to how we as a society has moved forward so fast in technology. Katie says she's ambidextrous. Paternal grandfather thought it was evil, which is the crock of... Yeah, it is. So the problem with not being able to read cursive writing or write in cursive means that we are going to lose the entire ability to read ancient text. Or, I mean, not even ancient. If you were to ask, somebody today that is going through school, that is graduated, who has never been taught to read cursive, it's kind of crazy, but they fully have to admit that they can't read it. There was a thing where we were told to write our names on a piece of paper to win a prize it was a band competition thing, like a drum corps thing this past summer. And so everybody wrote their names on these slips of paper, like everybody who was entering to win. I didn't enter to win. But this guy had written his name on the piece of paper, and the person pulling the names had to admit she couldn't read it because the name was written in cursive. It was not that it was written anything difficult to read, but it was written in cursive, and she did not know how to read cursive. All right, this is Frankenstein. So we've already had Bride of Frankenstein, so that's Frankenstein. I am ambidextrous as well, but I didn't learn as much with my left growing up. So I didn't learn to practice with it regularly, so I'm not as skilled with the left as I am with the right. I can pick up a left-handed rotary cutter and cut left-handed if I have a left-handed cutter, which this one is not. But I could definitely do that. Katie says, where would you even find any cursive text? I've not seen it in years myself. With Greenlandic, there's no such thing as cursive text. Okay, so you have the advantage there with that. You will find cursive text in, family Bibles, where they're writing someone's name, adding them to a family Bible. Census records will be written in cursive. A lot of census records were not written in print. They were written in cursive. Where else would I definitely find cursive? A lot of doctors do write in cursive because it is faster. So even though doctors do have typically very horrible penmanship, you will typically find doctors who do write in cursive. So some doctors will learn to write in cursive just to speed up their writing. So that's another reason to learn cursive as well. And then, heaven forbid, like my mom, you're, okay, here's one thing. I was taught, and this is how old I am. Okay, so this mummy, he does have glitter fabric underneath him, but the design literally has stitches over every last bit of the fabric. So you can't even see the fabric. I was very disappointed. So it is basically 100% stitching. Let's see. Well, I think that only in the U.S. kids of 16 get driver's licenses. I know that in Africa, Australia, and Asia, it's 18. Yeah, here it is definitely 16. You get your learner's permit at 15. but you get your license at 16. You have to pass the roadside test. There's a lot of kids these days that are intentionally not learning until they are older. But, it is, most of the country, you can get your license at 16, passing the driver test. You can get your permit earlier. Let's see. Here the doctors type everything into computer now. Oh, that's true. Driving since I was 13, but on private property, but I got licensed late. One of my stepdaughters from a previous marriage did not get her license until she was 19 or 20. She was actually terrified of driving. She didn't want to learn, but she wanted to get out on her own, but not learn how to drive, which really didn't give us a lot of options. So that was hit or miss. But oh gosh, where else would you find cursive text? When you get the embroidery designs that are script, like you want to design something in script font, that is cursive. But a lot of that is written so you can read it. So anybody can read it. All right, this is the other witch. Her dress is in black glitter. The hat is in black flat fabric. Everything else is stitching. There's nothing else in fabric on that one. Oh, when the doctors do home visits, they write by hand. Oh, well, we don't have home visits usually here, so I don't know about that. Katie says that her son didn't get his license until he's nearly 18. He really didn't want to drive. He was scared of it. Yeah, my first stepdaughter was like that. She really didn't have any desire to learn. She wanted to drive because she wanted the independence, but she was so terrified of it that she was fine letting others drive her around. But then she didn't want to pay others to drive her around. So she kind of, put herself in a bind where, if she wanted to go somewhere, she had to ask for somebody that was willing to go. And then if they weren't willing to go, she just didn't get to go. It was that kind of deal. And she finally got tired of it enough to learn to drive. Oh, goodness. I'll have to, as my kids type what type of handwriting is being taught in school. Yeah, they're not being taught cursive. I will almost guarantee you, Katie, here in the United States, they are not being taught cursive writing anymore. My stepdaughter is now in 9th grade, and she has not been taught in school how to read cursive handwriting. So they are not covering it at all in school, at all. It was an old Fiat 600 in collection. Oh gosh. Helen says good points. Yes. Yeah, very good points. All right, so that one is the werewolf. Werewolf body is in silver glitter, and the moon is in applique fabric as well. Everything else is stitching on that. And he is one of my earlier stitches on this project. So his colors aren't matching everything. Oh, I take that back. I guess the house in this one is white as well. So I've got 2 white houses. I didn't stitch the house in dark on that one. Oh, wow, Chloe. She says her daughter was in 2nd grade last year. Yeah, the youngest that we've got right now is in 9th grade this year. I remember when she was in 2nd grade, though. Oh, my gosh. I remember. She was so adorable, too. She's still adorable, but she was so adorable then. 2nd grade is such a good year. It's such a formative year. 2nd grade is definitely that formative time. I think even more so than kindergarten and 1st grade. Because 2nd grade, they're kind of getting into the swing of things, and they're in that mid-section. My daughter is 26 soon, doesn't want to get a license, and here it costs more than $1,000. Oh my gosh! That's crazy that it costs that much to get a license. Here in the U.S., it does not cost that much. Not unless you're getting a commercial license and you're driving like semi-trucks or something. It does not cost that much here to get a license. But that's crazy. That's crazy. Your daughter was taught cursive. Awesome. So, okay, the entire country hasn't failed us. Only parts of the country. Parts of the country have failed us miserably, but not the rest of it. All right, here is the last one of them. This is the haunted house. That was not one of the first ones that I stitched, but it was pretty close to the beginning. I've had him stitched out for a while. Let's see. Getting driver's license is expensive over here, Giovanna. My husband doesn't have a driver's license and he's 50. Oh my gosh. Well, I guess if you don't really need them, like if you got public transit. Here you don't have enough public transit to make that a real option. Like here in town, we do have public transit as long as it's during Monday through Saturday. So Sundays, we have no public transit, and it doesn't run quite on the schedule that it should, and doctor's visits and all of that. You may or may not get picked up when you want. I mean, it's a little complicated, but there at least exists something here. All right. I'm going to bring you guys over. All right, so now we are ready to start stitching these up. So now, since I've got all these trimmed, I'm not going to flip them like I was doing earlier. I'm just going to leave them straight up and down. And I'm going to lay my fabric on top. And we're just going to feed as many through as we can per strip and go from there. Let's see, he's too much at sea and he just never got around to bothering to get one, and he loves walking. I hate walking, would rather drive. Yeah, we can tell you're from the United States, Katie. And that's kind of one of those things is, here in the United States, it is kind of a status symbol to have your own vehicle. But it's also a necessity. You guys have free eco buses. Yeah, see, we don't have that either, too. Country not letting us completely down. Yeah. Giovanna says we go around on a bicycle a lot. Yeah, you can't get people here to do that. I would love to live in an area where the public transit was even better than it is here, but I'm not going to pay to move to do it. I will just suffer with what public transit we have and, take it. It's better than where I was from. Back in Alabama, if you needed public transit, there really wasn't public transit, period. It's not even, there's not good public transit. It's just, there isn't any. There isn't. The United States is not built on public transit as a whole. In order for you to take a bus trip across the country, you'd be looking at the price of a plane ticket. It's about that expensive. Same for the train, if not more expensive for the train, believe it or not. Taking an Uber everywhere, it gets really expensive really fast. And, bus systems here only work in smaller metropolitan areas, or like in metropolitan areas, so to speak. So like you could ride, there's bus systems all across Atlanta. Like Atlanta, you could, hop on the metro and do that. And then there's buses and like all of that around Atlanta and DC and like places like that. But the rest of the country, it's hit or miss. It's absolutely hit or miss. Enjoy going on the train from San Francisco to Lemoore, and I like doing the train from New York City to New Jersey. Yeah, see, those are not super expensive trains. But if you needed to get from LA to New York City, you're looking at a very, very expensive train ride. And it's not really public. It's, you're definitely buying a flight like you would with buying an airplane flight where it's a private business. Have you seen the map that shows the difference between the U.S. and Europe train tracks? No, I have not, but I can imagine that it is pretty substantial. Let's see, I was going to say New York or Chicago public transit are prevalent. I have never tried Chicago public transit. I will say that. I've been in Chicago multiple times, but I've never tried their public transit. Katie says I would never drive in Manhattan, ever. Yeah, I wouldn't either if I had a way to avoid it. And I think a lot of people have that same opinion because it would be a mess. It would be a mess. All right, so I'm at the last one on this strip. So I'm going to see how many I got onto this strip and see what we're looking at. And I'm also going to make sure that I don't have to do any fixing. We're going to see that. Wise choice. Yeah, right. Oh, all right. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, wow. I got a lot more than I thought I would. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. I got 7 designs onto this one piece. Let me grab my big scissors real quick. And I'll go ahead and cut these apart. Ooh. Just so that I am not fighting with them. So that means I should only need 4 strips, maybe something like that, because that would do 28, and I only have 25 designs. So that would be pretty awesome. Yay! I thought I needed more strips than I did. So that's a good thing. I'm getting away with a lot fewer strips that I don't have to cut all these extra strips for. Yay. Alright. And do I need to cut selvage off? It's pretty darn close to the edge, but I think I will go ahead and trim it. There we go. Alright, so I've got 7 of them done for the top. And then we're going to do the next 7 and keep going. Katie says that we drove from Florida to Chicago for her PIR. I'm not sure what PIR is. Oh, Naval Boot Camp. Okay, gotcha. Gosh, yeah. I'm thankful I do not have to do boot camp ever. I don't think I could survive boot camp. 18 hours, yeah. That sounds about right, Katie. For me to get from here to Gulfport, Mississippi, which is on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, it took me 24 hours driving time. So, taking breaks or whatever, stopping or whatever was not counted in the time that it took me to make that trip. So it was 24 hours just the road travel time. And that was a mess. But there would not be a bus or train that would take us on that road that would take us that way without us having to change routes multiple times. And that's kind of one of the downfalls of U.S. transportation is, there's not enough transit that goes in enough different directions to carry you everywhere you need to go. Even if I could get transit from here to Denver, which, there's not a bus that I'm aware of, but there might be, then getting from Denver to Gulfport would be a long roundabout process. I'd have to go through a lot of extra towns and cities that I really don't need to go through. Let's see. Which do you like better, Helen, Chicago, or SoCal? That is what Katie wants to know. Which one do you like better? I personally, from all my time in Chicago, I would not live there. I did not live there, obviously, because I haven't lived in Illinois ever. But all of my visits to Chicago, you could not convince me to move there. Chicago would not be on my list. I'm not saying that people who live there shouldn't live there, but it would not be on my list of places I would want to live personally. There's so much to living here that I like so much better. If I didn't have a choice, obviously I would live wherever I have a choice to live, but since I'm obviously not living in Illinois right now, I'm not going to move. Alright, I'm going to have to get up and take a break here in just a second. But we're at least going to get this strip on, and then I'm going to go get some potato chips or something like that. because my mouth is craving food. I know that's a weird way to say that, but my mouth is craving food. Let's see. Couldn't live in huge cities and noise. Yes, the noise can be deafening. My big thing is the traffic. You would never be able to escape the traffic. And, from here, the one big day where everything is backed up and busy. Bye, Giovanna. She says she has to go. Bye. Thank you for being here. Thank you. Take care. The one thing about living here is the one day of the year that traffic is awful here is Christmas Eve. That is the one day here that is awful. All the rest of the days are perfectly fine. You might have traffic situations from, accidents or, whatever else. But, we had to stop for turkeys in the road today. We are such a busy city. We had to stop for turkeys. Wild turkeys. But Christmas Eve is the one day where you actually have traffic backed up, blocking the roadway, but everybody's calm about it. They realize that it's just a busy day. They're not honking. They're not causing a scene. They're just, there's people everywhere. Bye, Kate. Bye, Giovanna. She says, bye, Tammy. Helen says that she's torn because all her family lives in Chicago, but the weather in California is really good. Yeah, that would be one reason to definitely move to Southern California versus Chicago. That the weather in Chicago is more brutal. The weather here is not as brutal as the weather in Chicago. So, I didn't even move to Chicago for the weather. Chicago was not on my list of places I was willing to move to. Ooh, Katie says that she would like to go see what the weather is like in Montana. So Montana is good. It can also be brutal winters like it can be here. It will be, I don't know if it'll be as windy in Montana as it is here. But winter is definitely no joke. You don't leave your house in the winter and go on a road trip without making sure you have your emergency supplies. Because one of the big things that people don't tell you about when you move to places like Wyoming and such is that cell phone reception doesn't exist everywhere. It's... A lot of people want to disconnect from their cell phones, and you absolutely can do that here. However, you can also end up in the middle of a blizzard, stranded somewhere with no cell phone service. So you kind of have to be a little self-sufficient in order to live like in places like Wyoming and Montana. You have to be, if you can't prepare for it, if you can't tolerate being out in the middle of nowhere and stranded with nothing, nothing to get you going again, you better be prepared for it, is the best way I can say it. Helen says it's like a whole different world here. Yeah, in Southern Cal, I bet it would be. We spent a lot of time in LA. We didn't spend a lot of time in San Diego or San Francisco. We spent a lot more time in LA than anywhere else when we visited California. But SoCal definitely is different. Definitely is different. Katie says, I live in Greenland, so I know I could live in Montana. Yeah, you probably could make it. But that's what a lot of people don't think about when they move to a place like Montana. A lot of people are moving up this way for COVID and to get into smaller communities and get away from the big city where everybody has COVID and is passing it around like it's, candy. So people moved to Montana to get away from Southern California, but of course they brought some of their Southern California ideas, like homeowners associations and such. And Montana people typically don't like that. Just saying. not really kind to outsiders in that respect. You don't want to be a tourist in places like Wyoming and Montana and Dakotas, because Pam says same for the Dakotas. Yeah, it absolutely is. Katie says, I'll never move back to Florida. Should we ever come back to the States? Yeah, I wouldn't either. You couldn't move. I mean, we were looking at places to move to, and Florida was kind of on my husband's list because of baseball. But, got the fabric on the floor. But it was never on my list. Never on my list. I couldn't do all the hurricane stuff anyway. That would just be too much for me. I can't listen to the broadcast that the hurricane is coming for 3 weeks to make it make it work. I bless everybody who can handle it. I'm just not one that can handle it. I'm loving this Wyoming weather. I mean, it's cold today, don't get me wrong. It's 67 outside, so it's not super cold, but it is chilly today. Or it was chilly this morning. It's going to get up to 70 by Friday. So we're climbing back up a little bit after having gotten snow on Friday, this past Friday. So, the weather right now is kind of fall and kind of bipolar. But we'll get back to normal weather soon. Pam says, I can take winter much easier than hot and humid. Yes, that is my deal too. Katie says, that's funny what you said about hurricanes. Yeah, I honestly cannot do it. I can't do listen to this broadcast series about how this storm is coming and listen to that solid for, 3-4 weeks and prep and plan, and is it coming to hit us? Is it not coming to hit us? Where is it going? Oh, we've got friends that live over there, that kind of thing. I can't live with the constant talk about a hurricane left and right, and such. But everyday daily life, I could not handle that. And then, live through, 12, 24, maybe 48 hours of storm weather, and then it all be gone. Like, to me, it's so much prep for just a little bit of time. Pam says, 1 pass done on the long arm, 3 more for this donation baby quilt. Awesome. Oh no, Mitzi. She says, gotta run. My block is all wrong. Have fun. Oh no. Well, have a good day. Thank you for being here. I'm sorry about your block. We'll be thinking about your block today for you. We will be thinking about it. Katie says that she lived in Florida 44 years, never really experienced a bad hurricane. I think hurricanes are really cool to track and talk about. Yep, I will let you do that to your heart's content, Katie. Definitely not my cup of tea. I fully admit it's not my cup of tea. Downside of California are the earthquakes, which I was unprepared for, says Helen. Yeah, I would be wholly unprepared for earthquakes as well. I think I would be more prepared for handling an earthquake after I experience one. But I don't think I would have as much problem adapting to being ready for earthquakes as I would going back through the hurricane stuff again. With earthquakes, you don't have months and months and months to prep. You just wake up to an earthquake, or you start experiencing a earthquake or whatever. And once the rumbling is done, then you just do whatever you need to do to recover. Whatever that entails, however catastrophic it was, you just have to pick up the pieces. But you're not hearing about it for weeks and months leading up to it. Let's see. Helen said, okay. Katie says, I need to start a block. Ooh, awesome. Right, Tammy? I often wonder what it would feel like feeling the ground shaking under your feet. Well, you're not just having the ground shake under your feet. Your walls are shaking. Your trees are shaking. Your plants are shaking. Things will rumble till they fall off of things. I always picture, because I haven't been through it yet, I always picture that it's kind of like you're on one of those amusement park rides at the fair where they have like the fun house where you walk across this bridge while everything's shaking and rumbling. I feel like it's like that, but it's everybody everywhere around you is experiencing the same thing as you. So it's not just you walking through the fun house and having the ground shake up underneath you and, you know, all the possible things that could fall on you in the process, as well as the ground opening up underneath you. Like, it's not all of that. It's, you know, crazy. Ooh, I hadn't thought about that one. Helen says, pool water like a big wave. Oh my gosh. Not a fan of earthquakes, says Pam. Was pregnant with daughter in San Diego. Unseen house damage. Nope, not again. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. But I think I would still that being said, not having lived through one, I still think I would rather do that than a hurricane. I would rather deal with tornadoes. I would rather deal with blizzards. And blizzards, we kind of do get some prep. We sometimes know that it's going to be bad. Not all the time, but sometimes. But you never know until it's actually on you how bad it's going to be. It's one of those kinds of things. Okay. I'm going to get these. I got 4 left, guys. 4 left to put the top on. So I'm going to sew these, and then I'm going to take a quick break to go get some potato chips. I'll put some music on and all of that. Pam says I'd rather have a blizzard. Yeah, I would rather have a blizzard too, but if I had to choose, a blizzard, earthquake, tornado, all come before ever going through another hurricane season. I mean, I've only been through one that knocked out my power and caused damage. So I've only been through one hurricane, and it wasn't even a direct hit for where I am. And I've seen firsthand the destruction from Hurricane Katrina, because that was absolutely devastating as well. I drove down to go deliver a car to someone who lost a vehicle in Hurricane Katrina. So, I mean, it's still, I've seen it, and I've seen the, you know, destruction and damage firsthand, but I would rather not live through another hurricane season living there. Oh, Helen says a big blizzard of 1967 Chicago. Now, I wasn't through that one. Helen says that she's experienced a blizzard too, Pam. Yeah, I would rather have a blizzard. I absolutely would. You can always, if you are weather aware and you're weather prepared, you can do as much as possible to prepare for a blizzard. I would not want to be first responder during a blizzard. So don't get me wrong. That would not be my ideal career. I would not want to go into a career where I have to be a emergency personnel or first responder or something like that. But I would much rather go through a blizzard than a whole bunch of other things. I think we were in Fargo, North Dakota that year. I think snow was second floor of apartment building. Oh my gosh. Well, I'm in 3rd floor. If it ever gets that bad here. I'm in 3rd floor. My friend that was born on my birthday 12 years before me, the year that she was born, the day she was born, a blizzard hit this area. So, you know, I don't know if we're due again or not, but I would still rather have a blizzard. I would. I think that would be perfect sewing time. What they call blizzard now is nothing like the 67 one. Oh, I believe it. I mean, we have blizzards with whiteout conditions and such. And we have a lot of wind. The wind is the killer here. Because, you know, the wind will get you if nothing else does. Oh, I've apparently run out of bobbin thread. And my machine is not telling me. I don't know why. Why is my machine not telling me? And I've got the light thing turned on. My machine did not tell me I ran out of bobbin, guys. Thankfully, I have another full bobbin up here waiting for me. Oh, I still had a little bit of thread, but it was little bit. Very little bit. All right. Let's see. Chicago wind is notorious. Yeah, it is. So it is here too. We get 50 mile per hour gusts on the regular. It's not uncommon to have 50 plus. And that's why wind speed is one of the things on my temperature quilt, is because wind here is significant enough to make a difference. Let's see. We get what's called Petaric wind. Let's see. It's created by 4 different temps due to the atmosphere, air, sea, and ice cap. The strength of the wind is like a category 2, and it will last for days. Yeah. That's what you were saying before. And, like, I mean, here, when we get the strong winds, because we are in the valley, or the basin behind the mountain. Like, we're on the north side of the mountain. So it will come over the mountain and just blow. Like it skates over the top of the mountain and just rushes down the mountain. So we do get gusts easily blowing over semi-trucks. If you guys have never followed highway or Interstate 80, I-80 during the winter, follow I-80. And that is kind of us. That's the whole state. It is not uncommon to have semi-trucks blown over, snowed in, all of that on our roadways here, because there's just no way to stop it. There's no way to stop it. The indigenous call it the snow eater, snow mover. Yeah, I remember you telling us that. That was what I was remembering from earlier. All right, so I have an entire extra strip plus some. So I have a quarter of a strip, I think, no, a half of a strip almost, plus a full strip left. And that was with even having a little bit of extra wiggle room on this strip. I had wiggle room on all of them, but now all 25 are now sewn to their top pieces. So I'm going to take a break here in just a second, and I'll put some music on for you guys. Some places maybe. Here, we are plateau. We're open plateau. So we've got the mountain at 8,000 feet, and then we've got our city at 5,000 feet. So the wind is shearing over the mountain and coming down. Some of the other parts of Wyoming, it is, because it's shearing off the mountain ranges, and then just blowing through. Katie and Tim, yes. I think it's just shearing off. I think that's what it is. All right, so I'm going to put you guys on my backup screen, and I'm going to put some music on. Let me grab my songs that YouTube has approved. And we are going to go with, all right, I've got a song for you guys, so I'm going to put that on, and I'm going to change the screen, but I will be right back, okay? So maybe like 2 plays of the song, something like that. So 5-6 minutes maybe at most, okay? If not, by 1. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Chemicals, they take us higher. The night's young, and it's just begun.
Hey everyone, I'm back. Thank you for being patient. I saw Katie had to head out to go watch football with her son. Absolutely, have a great day watching baseball or football with your son. Not baseball, football. I checked on my husband while I was out, and he is in the process of doing baseball related stuff. So that's where baseball is on my brain. So thank you for hanging out, guys. I appreciate it. Katie was saying here in Greenland it's mountainous and we have many lakes as well as the fjord, so it's all about all of that along with what I mentioned above. We live on a lake, so we also get the lake effect. Ooh, yeah. I cannot do the lake effect snow. Cannot do the lake effect snow. So I did get a refill, so if I run out, I will have refill. And my puppy was really kind of cute, guys. So I opened the door to go check on the husband, check on the dog, and get me some snack. They're not potato chips, they're Ritz crisps. They're kind of like Ritz crackers, but they're not actual cracker kind of crackers. Something along those lines. They're a carb that I probably should not be eating. But I went to go get that, and the puppy walked in here and stood at the door looking at me like, Mom, you're not going to kick me back out. I kicked him back out. I know he will be in here later. He will have to. He's got to. So I know he will be here later. Alright, so I'm not going to worry about pressing the sky yet away from my blocks. I'm just pressing one strip right now of the background, or for the ground. And actually, I'll go ahead and press all four while I'm at it. So we are going to be attaching ground next. So what we did a minute ago, what we were attaching was a sky piece. So that is what we've attached so far. So we're going to now work on the bottom side here in just a minute. So I used 4 strips for the sky. So I think I'm going to end up using 4 strips for the ground, because these are fairly similar widths of fabric. I love these batiks. I know, Katie, you love batiks as well. I don't get to work with batiks for a whole lot. I did get to work with batiks for my client's quilt, but haven't really gotten to work with batiks a lot for my own projects. So it's kind of nice to be able to get to work with batiks for a change. So, who all is watching stuff other than me today? Who all is watching sports? Who all is watching whatever? My husband doesn't follow NFL, so unless there's college football on today, he wouldn't be watching it anyway. He is all about that college football. I kind of am too. I don't watch. Well, he does watch. I take that back. He watches the New Orleans Saints when they play, but I don't think he worries about watching every single game. Like, he's not that kind of a diehard fan. I don't think. You don't quote me on that, but I don't think he is. I do have a question for today, and I think you guys will appreciate this. And this was pre-picked before the conversations earlier today. So, this was not something I picked just now. This is something I picked earlier before today. What is one thing that you appreciate about your own resilience or your ability to bounce back from difficult situations? So what is one thing that you appreciate about your own resilience or your own ability to bounce back from difficult situations? What would that be? I think for me, I really haven't even thought about my answer for my question. I pulled the question out last night, but I really haven't thought about the question. Like, I haven't thought about what I appreciate of my resilience. Because sometimes I kind of count it as, just another part of me. I don't think of it as something different. And it's kind of cool to think about, the fact that, we should be thinking about, how we're resilient. So if you need me to read the question again, I will absolutely read it. That's just something to think about, maybe. Even if we don't have answers in the chat or or anything like that. And I know, Katie, you said you needed to go work on a block. I'm curious what block you are working on today. Are you working? Have you finished your tumbling blocks? Is that what we're talking about? Need to work on a tumbling blocks block? Because I haven't seen it finished yet. I don't know what anybody's working on today. Like, I don't know. I haven't seen stuff. I've been off in my own little world. I haven't seen anything. My wall looks bare without the HalloweenTown up there. It will be going back up there, I promise. I might have to take the Halloween decorations down so I can get to the wall. Okay. So, the same thing that we did before, where I put the block down and I put the strip on top of it. That's what we did for the sky pieces. That's the same thing we're going to do for the bottom. Chloe says that she can get through it when she's nervous and at the last minute. That is awesome. Yeah, being able to get through things, that is something definitely to celebrate. Because we're each resilient in our own way. And that's something really to appreciate. The ability to appreciate that you can get through it. I am definitely one of those that works well under pressure. And sometimes I think I put too many projects on my plate so that I force myself to work through it and push and, make myself feel bad for not getting stuff done because I think I work better that way. And I don't know why I work better that way, but I think I do. I think it is just part of who I am. That's what I think I'm going to go with. It's just part of who I am. I think maybe my thing with my own resilience is that I tend to put myself in those situations willingly. And I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I do appreciate that I know I can handle it. Like, I put myself in this tough situations because I know, unlike somebody else, I can handle it. Somebody else may not be able to handle it later, so I handle it now. Maybe that's what it is. I'm kind of liking these card packs that I picked up that have all these different questions because it makes you think of things. I mean, I really wouldn't have thought of this before. I mean, you don't really think of these hard questions until, you see something that asks you or something that makes you think of, think of the hard stuff. Think of all the hard stuff. So, all right. I think I'm going to be able to get 7 on these as well. So we'll have 3 strips that have a full 7, and then we'll have 1 strip that has 4. I'm liking how this is coming out. Chloe says that she's been working on log cabin blocks and working to finish her Boo Crew quilt. Awesome. Oh no! She says 1 block is 1/4 inch too small, so I'm making it work. Awesome. Is it the one that was the free download one? Is that the one you're talking about working on? I think I downloaded everything. I hope I downloaded everything. I know I wanted to. Because that's the one that you sent me the link to is the one I'm thinking of. I haven't done any of the other Halloween stitch-alongs. I really want to. I really do. I just haven't had the time and energy to throw at yet another project when I have so many waiting to be quilted. I really need to spend some time making sure that my long arm is stitching properly and actually stitching on it to get projects done. Yeah, that'll work. I'm looking back at my sky because I'm stitching a full 1/4 inch instead of a scant 1/4 inch. So I'm making sure that I did in fact cover the outline stitching. So I don't have extra outline stitching just hanging around, flapping in the breeze, showing out, you know, any of that kind of stuff. Because I want to make sure that I don't have, like, I have a consistent look to the quilts. And I'll be able to show you guys here in just a minute what I'm talking about. Oh, Fat Quarter Shop, a mystery a couple years ago. Oh, okay, awesome. She says it's a wall quilt. Ooh. I'm going to have to see that. I'm going to have to inspect it. You're going to have to send it here so I can inspect it. I'm sorry. I'm a little crazy. I have caffeine in my system, and I have a salty snack. So I'm being as salty as my salty snack. That's what we're going to go with. All right. So I'm going to fold these in half. So what I'm doing, in case you wonder, so I've got this long string of pieces that are all connected to this one strip. And in order to trim them apart, what I do, and this works really well if you leave a stitch or two between the pieces. It works better if you leave a stitch or two. Do I always? No, of course not. That would be sensible. That would be smart. So no, I don't always leave a stitch or two, but if you're going to do it, especially first time or two, leave a stitch or two difference between each of your blocks. And you can fold over your blocks and cut in between them, and you are cutting that strip to cut them apart. I could go lay this on the rotary cutting mat and pull the rotary cutter out, but that's just, a lot of extra hassle to fool with. And if I was going to do it that way, I would wait until I had all of these strips done instead of trimming them as I go. And I'm kind of excited about it, so I'm wanting to trim as I go. I'm wanting to make sure that I have everything trimmed up. So it's not a perfect trim. It's not like right on the line or anything. I'm just mainly trying to cut them apart so I don't have a lot of hangover from the next row of, or the next piece. So what I was checking earlier is, so at the top of here, you can't tell where the tack down stitching line was. So I know it may be hard to see, but there's a tack down stitching line out here. I'm making sure that I am covering that up. You're supposed to be able to stitch on that stitching line. So like stitch on the stitching tack down line. But I find sometimes this stitching tack down line, because it's stitched at the beginning of the design, as you get more stitches and some of the more heavily stitched pieces, the stitching tack down line will shift. Like your fabric and your stabilizer and everything shifts. So I don't want to have that caught and showing up. So I can look on the back, and I'm not sure how well this will show up on camera, so I do apologize. So this black line down at the bottom, or off to the right hand side that you see, is the stitching tack down line. There is a light row of white stitching to the left of that. That is my stitching line where I am stitching this sashing in place, okay? So when you have a project like this, especially if your projects have a lot of stitches in it like these do, your tack down lines may not stay straight. And that is one way to fix it, is just stitch a hair inside of that stitching line across the board so you don't have things hanging out. So when I get to her, let me find her. There she is. So when I get to the zombie girl, you can't see the stitching tack down line. And that's very important on this one. This is the one that I accidentally stitched with blue thread. So if you saw the blue thread, then you would know that that stitching line is there and it would not be hidden. I want it hidden so it is well within where it is. And if it shows through your sashing fabric, like if you have a problem with that, you can always go back in and take it out after these are stitched into place. So I could go into the seam allowance and go rip those stitches out so that I don't have that blue thread there, but I'm not concerned about it. It's not showing up right now. It might on the sides if I don't stitch far enough in, So we'll see what goes on. So I'm not stitching a scant quarter. So normally I stitch a scant quarter. I am actually stitching a full 1/4 inch in. So I'm making sure that I'm catching that stitching line by stitching the full 1/4 inch in. So if you do tend to stitch with a scant quarter, this is the time to use your full 1/4 inch to make sure you're covering it up. Now, the other option that you can do, and I could have done this, is you've got your sashing strip down here. You could put your pieces on top so you can see where that stitching line is, so you make sure that you're stitching on the opposite side of it. And I could have done that. I absolutely could have, but I decided that this was easier for me today, and we're going for easier for me today. We're not too hung up on, you know, what is perfect, right, or, you know, whatever. So we're just going with what we have available. That's what we're going with. Chloe says, very good. Thank you. I'm kind of proud. Now the one that I've got in my hand right now that's about to go into the machine, or that's going under the machine now, is the witch that has the puffed out dress where the applique fabric did not stay flat. What I may do is I may come back and add a couple of stitches across her dress, like a belt or something, just so that I have peace of mind that the dress fabric is not going to shift or move or pull out or do anything funky like that. So there's always that possibility that, you know, it could shift or move later. So I may do that. Then again, I may not. I may just leave it. It may just be what it'll be. And we will see. We will see what I feel like once the quilt top is done, because I would do that stitching before I put the backing on it and quilt it. Now, because I am putting these into blocks, like I'm not immediately quilting them right next to each other, I can come in here in the sashing and quilt, like stitch in the ditch on the sashing. And that may be what I do for this quilt. That may be my quilting pattern. I haven't set it in stone yet. I do have more of both purples, so I do have plenty to add another border or two and do binding. So, you know, I may also do the backing in it, depending on how much extra I have. I do have quite a bit more. And I do have some of the black glitter, so I could absolutely bind it in black glitter. Wouldn't that be fun? I do also have silver glitter as well. I'm not sure how easy the silver glitter would be to work with to make binding. But that could also be a possibility too. I could bind this in either the silver glitter or the black glitter fabric. And I think that would be a fun twist. Because who's expecting to have a glittery binding on a Halloween quilt of all things? You know, we think of Halloween and we don't think of glitter. But, you know, the glitter isn't moving anywhere. It's just going to stay put. So, you know, it is what it is. All right. Let's see. I got 2 more strips after this. I got 11 blocks to go. That's not too bad, though. That's not too bad. And I think you guys are also going to like what I'm going to do for pressing these, because you do not really want to put a whole lot of heat on this embroidery thread. Even though it's safe, you know, you could absolutely put it full heat. I really don't want to, because I don't want to melt it. And so we're going to do some creative pressing to press all of these. All right. There's those. Let me get rid of my trash. Hi, Melina. Welcome in. She says, hi, I didn't think you would still be on. I'm peeling green chili, so no chatting. Oh, no worries. Yeah, no putting your fingers in your eyes. Chloe says, love glitter. Yes. I do too. Now, my favorite color isn't glitter. My favorite color is indeed purple. But glitter is definitely a strong second runner. Now, I'm not typically a rainbow glitter person, so don't get me wrong. I'm not a rainbow glitter person. I like the subdued things. So this black, you know, you wouldn't necessarily see it from a distance, but you get up close to it and you definitely see it, which I think adds a special touch to it. I apologize. I do have to keep some food in my system so that I don't get sick drinking Dr. Pepper. So that's why on longer lives and things, I will have like finger foods that are one bite foods. So you guys aren't seeing me like bite off and like chew and like all of that mess. But I did decide to go for the chip or the cracker type things versus the chips that I was planning to get, because I realized that these would be quieter for me to eat. So you guys wouldn't be hearing me eat. You shouldn't be able to hear me eat. If you can hear me eat, let me know in the comments and I will move them and I won't eat. But if you can't hear me eat, that is what I'm going for. I don't want you to hear me. I want to be the silent eater. It's much safer than other silent bodily function. Yeah. Okay, let me get off the teenage boy conversation. My mind, I do not know where it is today. Maybe it's the Wednesday Addams shirt. I don't know. But yeah, I'm definitely my brain. Oh, I can ask you guys. All right. So the house party that I'm going to later this month, I am supposed to dress like an angel. And so I went to the local Spirit Halloween and I got an angel costume. Well, the problem is I didn't think about the wings. I didn't look in depth at the wings. The wings have glitter on them. The house party host is very much against glitter. So, like, for the majority of the party, I will not be allowed to wear my wings because they are glitter. Unless there's a way for me to prevent the glitter from coming off. Do you guys think that spraying the glitter on... They're made out of that nylon, like, hosiery material. And then, like, they put glitter on it. I don't know if they, like, put glue on there and put glitter on or what. But when I put those wings on just for, like, a minute to try the costume on at home, there's glitter everywhere. There's absolutely glitter everywhere. And I don't want my house host to be upset with me for wearing something with glitter when he very much does not like glitter. So do you guys think spraying it with hairspray would be a good way to set the glitter and prevent it from coming off? Or what would you do? What would you do if you were me and you were going to a party and it's very specifically no glitter and your costume has glitter that you didn't know was on there? And I don't really want to go back and try to find another pair of wings. I'm sure that they might have, like, feather wings, maybe. I don't know. But I really don't want to have to go buy another pair of wings just to make this costume. I have the halo. I have the little tutu skirt thing. I have the little bodysuit, to be an angel. I have a little choker necklace. Oh my gosh. Chloe says, after I talked about glitter haters, that she saw a video on Facebook where someone pretended to cut off his arm because glitter was on him. Oh my gosh. That's about what I would feel like this guy might do if his house was infested with glitter. Because he would absolutely, he would buy a whole new vacuum. Chloe says, I'm not sure if the hairspray will help. Yeah, see, that's what I'm worried about too. I don't want to ruin the wings. Because they're very cute wings. I'll say that. They're cute. They're not like, I made them from home kind of wings. But I guess I could. Ooh, I've got this silver glitter material. Maybe if I cut the hosiery material off, I can attach glitter silver material that doesn't have glitter that comes off. Like this silver material that I used here does not come off. Like it's not removable glitter. like it's baked into the fabric kind of thing, if that's a thing. Can you bake the glitter into the fabric? Can I put a layer of netting over the wings? I would think an acrylic spray might work. I don't think I could put another layer of netting over them without possibly messing up the design. Maybe, I don't know. For the acrylic spray, are you thinking like model cars, the acrylic spray that you spray to like seal the paint? Is that what I would be looking for? Because if that would work, that would be an option. Because I don't think I can get another layer of netting over top of it and still not have glitter go everywhere. Because nobody around here sells it. 505 remains tacky forever. So my wings will stick to everything. Debate. I mean, I guess if I took not the glue, but a top coat. Okay, 505 top coat. Okay, maybe. I wonder. Because I still have time to try it out. Like, I have until this upcoming Saturday to try it out. I wonder if I just take the netting off and make a fabric covering for it with fabric I already have. I'm wondering if that would be my better option. Just to avoid the whole possibility of there being glitter that comes off. Because I really don't want to, make my house host upset by my costume. Because, I mean, almost everybody, not me last year, but almost everybody knows that he does not like glitter. So it's kind of an unspoken rule you don't do glitter. I mean, if I don't know. I'm gonna have to think. I don't know if that would work or not. I may have to try it. I may see if I can get a hold of some, or see how expensive it is compared to just taking it off and sewing a fabric covering over it. And I'll see how much silver I've got. See how much of the silver glitter fabric I've got. Because I don't want to do feathers. I'm not going to go buy feathers to put on this costume. Not happening. I'm not investing that much time and effort into this costume. I'm not expecting it to get damaged or anything so I can rewear it next year. When everything is said and done, I can rewear the costume. I just don't want to make my house host a little upset at me. It's not good to make the house host upset, right? Right? Alright, I'm going to bring you guys over to the ironing board. Alright. So, we are going to... for some reason, my camera has moved. So, we're going to move it back over. And so, what I'm going to do, in order to press these out, I am not going to put the iron over the whole piece. So we're only going to put the iron over this bottom section to press this. And I am going to turn my steam on high. And although I'm running it over briefly, I'm not going to let my iron sit on any part that has the embroidery thread on it. Because I don't want to dull the thread. I don't want to make it look dull or lifeless or anything like that. Even though the whole design pack is lifeless. Mummies and zombies and all the creatures. It is lifeless, but I don't want it to look super lifeless. So I'm doing it from the front because if I did it from the back, this would be really hard to press out. And I also want to make sure that I'm not bending this up. So I'm not going to bend these sides up. Alright, so that's 1 out of 25. So this one is Frankenstein. And with these batiks, the nice thing is they do press very easily, very well. So that is a nice feature. Now the batting that I use is not actual batting. Chloe says funny. What, them being lifeless and not really being lifeless? Yeah. I'm full of them. I'm here all week. Actually, I'm kind of here all week. Now the batting I've used is not regular batting. I have used a fusible fleece batting. So as I am putting heat to this, my fusible fleece is going to fuse to my stabilizer. Not that it's going to make a difference in the embroidery design. Because it's not fusing to my fabric up here. It's not fusing to my sky or my ground or anything else. It is just fusing to the stabilizer that I used behind. Now my stabilizer is polyester. Sorry, I hit the camera, the tripod. So with that being said, technically you would iron these on a lower setting, but I'm not going to stress about it. It's going to get what it's going to get, and they're all going to get treated the same. So there's the pumpkin. This is the haunted house, or haunted tree. I don't know why I keep calling this one the haunted house. The haunted tree. The haunted tree gets the odd name. I don't know why I can't manage to remember his name. And I keep calling him the wrong thing. Alright, here's Skeleton. Gotta love Skeleton. He's kind of cute. He might go as a centerpiece. I don't know. I think it's between Skeleton and... You guys like the frog. I like the owls. My husband will definitely like the owls. I do like the crow. And I also like the bat. So I'm not sure which one I want to go as center yet. But we still have time to decide. We still have lots of time to decide. Alright. Here's Werewolf. He is definitely not going in the center. He was one of my first stitch outs of this pack. And although he looks good, I'm just not super fond of him. He's just not my favorite. So he would not go center. He will not get the center spot. Alright, here's the actual haunted house. I keep trying to call the haunted tree. I think what's fun about doing this is, this is not, putting them into this version of the quilt is not something that was in the embroidery design pack on how they wanted you to do it. They didn't tell you that this is how you needed to do it. They gave you other suggestions that involved a lot more embroidery. But I think after doing all 25 of these, and in such a short time frame, I think I'm done for a little bit. Trying to do that many embroidery designs. So, it is what it is. This one is Ghosts. And I am still in love with these colors. So this purple and these two purples absolutely came out fantastic. And I think the glitter fabrics, the glitter black and glitter silver, really make it pop. And I think the Michael Miller fabric, the orange for these pumpkins, really did a lot to help it. Pam says you're putting the Tammy touch to it. Yes, absolutely. Because if we do anything boring, then you guys don't watch, and I can't have that. I can't have you thinking that I am boring. That is not in my repertoire. Alright, so this is Lady Zombie. She's the one with the blue stitching around the outside. So her blue stitching at the top is well hidden. This is the which I'm not the fondest of because I might have to add a belt to her to tack her dress down. Because it really did puff up. And I don't know how I managed to do that. Like, on my last stitch of the entire stitch thing, the entire project, that's the one that I ended up puffing up her dress. And I don't know how I did it. I don't know how I did that. How I managed to do that when I didn't do it to any of the others, I don't know. Alright, Bride of Frankenstein. She is kind of cool. I think I'm going to put her and Frankenstein together. So it gives more credence to the fact that she's Bride of Frankenstein and he's Frankenstein. I mean, he's going to be recognizable. But I think I'm going to put her next to Frankenstein, wherever I put them. Alright, here's a contender for center spot. This is the bat at the cemetery gate. I think it just turned out so stinking cute. So stinking cute. And it was one of the easier ones to stitch, amazingly enough. So the vampire, when I was stitching him, I asked my husband Tom, I asked him, I was like, okay, what color should the vampire shirt be? He said, black. I was like, he's wearing a black cape and a black waistcoat, and he's wearing black pants. I can't put a black jacket, or can't put a black shirt on it. And he's like, well, how about red? I was like, I don't have anything else red in the entire thing. So I ended up going with the orange, and then here comes, Lady Zombie later, needing red. So I could have put him in a red shirt. If I had been thinking ahead, or had already stitched her, I would know. But I'm not going back and restitching any of these. I think I am done with this embroidery design pack once it is done. Now, here's another fun thing that you can do. If you do have an embroidery machine, and you're working on any embroidery packs, you do not necessarily have to use the thread colors that the embroidery pack tells you. Now, obviously, I didn't on this because, they didn't have me using purple thread or purple background for sky and ground. And there's other things in here that I changed the colors on. The vampire looks good, says Chloe. Thank you. And he was one of my early ones too. He definitely was. So I changed all the colors. None of these are the colors that the design pack said. The Anita Good Design is also using Floriani embroidery thread, which I do not own. I've never had good luck with Floriani with my machine, so I don't bother with it. Why would I buy a whole bunch of thread that my machine doesn't particularly like? So I don't have Floriani embroidery thread. I have Isacord. There are conversion charts out there. So if you are trying to match your embroidery designs thread colors, there are ways to match that. My machine does have the capabilities to change the thread colors, but I've already deleted my embroidery color design or embroidery color information, so my machine has no idea what the colors are supposed to be for this design pack. Not all of them, but this design pack definitely I deleted information I shouldn't have deleted. What was I going to say? But if you don't have the ability in your machine to change the colors, you do have the ability to Google a thread conversion chart, so you can convert from major brands to each other. So if you want to convert from Metler or Floriani to Isacord or backwards, you can always do that too. Alright, so that's all 25 of those. That's the entire stack. They're all pressed with their sky up and their ground down. So now we get to press all of these. And half of these are going to be the ones that are even, that are going to go on the outsides, and half of them are going to be the ones that go on the insides. So, what I think I'm going to do, because these that are equal are going to be sewn to more pieces that are equal once the blocks are put together, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and press half of them towards the sky and half of them towards the ground. So for every one that I press up towards the sky, I'm going to press one towards the ground. And I'm going to do that, and on each side of the blocks, when I go to put these on, I will make sure one side has the ground down and one side has the ground up. So what that's going to do is when I go to combine these two later from the two different blocks, my seams will go in the opposite directions. So I am going to match these in pairs. And you can you could press these open, but I'm not going to. I'm not going to do the pressing open because I just simply don't want to. I just don't want to. I mean, I thought about doing that myself, pressing all these open, but I'm not going to bother. So I am pressing from the front side, not pressing from the back. All right, so that's a pair. I'm gonna turn these right sides together so that they match as pairs, so that when I go to pick them up later, I pick up a whole pair at a time. All right, setting those aside. Now, with this next one, I will go ahead and show you what's going to happen. Or do you guys want to be surprised? You want to see? You want to preview, or you want to be surprised? You tell me. What do you want? What do you want? Are we surprising for Halloween? Or are we doing the normal stuff? Alright, where are they? They're in here somewhere. There we go. Alright, I'm going to go ahead and tell you. So, these other sets that are not equal sizes, I'm going to press all of those towards the ground. That will be just fine. What's going to happen is this is going to line up to the ground of the block. And then the next piece is going to be up here, out and floating. It will join to a piece that's up here and out floating. And then the next piece will be here, going up to the next block. So they're going to, that's kind of how they're going to line up. Is they're going to line up so that these inner pieces line up matching, and then these outer pieces are just going to be centered on the block. So that's what we're going to do. In case I spoiled the surprise, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, not sorry. I spoiled the surprise. Alright, so that is the skinny strips. So let me move that out of the way. You are all so quiet. I must be that entertaining. That's what I'm going to go with. I'm that entertaining. Oh. That, if you weren't here when I sewed these together, I did lower my stitch length. Oh, and I forgot to change it. I'm just going to stitch the whole project that way, I guess. So I did lower my stitch length. So instead of stitching at a 2.5, which is my normal stitch length on my machine for stitch number 1, I am stitching at a 1.8. And what that did is that gave me much smaller stitches. So all these little pieces, because these are 1.25 inch pieces. So all these little pieces aren't going to pull apart, simply because they're little. They're going to hold their own. They're going to stay together, because the stitches are tiny enough to hold them together. They're not so tiny I couldn't rip them if I needed to, but they are definitely tiny compared to the normal stitching. And I didn't even realize I didn't change my stitch length back when I started stitching the next piece. Oh, I am itching, guys. I'm itching. So, when I got a steroid injection in my arm, or in my hand, my wrist. And when she did it, it irritated my radial nerve. And so now it's itching regularly on my radial nerve. And I don't know if that will go away over time. I really hope it does. It's annoying. But so my itching is not anything to stress about, but it is definitely annoying. So I'm itching today. I'm itching. All right. I wish I could put music on in the background. I need to start playing with some of the other software programs other than just Streamlabs. Streamlabs is what I'm using to broadcast with. But I think there's other ones out there that some of the other content creators are using where you can play music in the background. And I think I want to do that so that I have a background music. I have my own theme song. Could you imagine what theme songs we would come up with for me? Giovanna was calling me Queen, Quilting Queen, because the band Queen. Oh gosh. All the things. I don't know what band or what bands I could play that I would not get in trouble for playing. I guess I need to look into it. Oh my goodness. Alright, let's see. Oh, okay. I was wondering how in the world something got past my Do Not Disturb, and Facebook Messenger apparently doesn't like my Do Not Disturb. So anytime somebody sends me a Facebook Messenger, it does not stop at my Do Not Disturb. Awesome. Okay. And the Facebook message could wait. All this purple fabric. Alright, so what do you guys think I'm going to dress up like? I've got 2 more Halloween dress costumes, and it's not going to be the angel. So the angel is a totally different costume. If you are here and in the comments, come tell me what you think I should dress up, or what you think I might be dressing up as for Halloween. I've got 2 more costumes to go. At least for my lives. I'll put it that way. I've got 2 costumes left for my lives. I'm curious to see what you guys think. Or if any of you are dressing up for Halloween, tell me what you're going as. Tell me what you are dressing up as. What you are going to imagine yourself to be on the one day where we can all be children and imagine. I can't believe the chat is so quiet. I know I'm 30 seconds ahead, so I realize, but there's 14 people. And it's so quiet. Oh. I promise. I'm entertained. I promise. If I do too much more caffeine all at once, I will be very much more entertaining than I already am. But I'm not sure if you guys could put up with that. You might change the channel to get away from me if I do that. I am going to get some caffeine here in just a second. Ugh, my nose is itching. I think there's fabric dust coming up in the air. And I'm petting the ironing board, which tends to stir up a little bit of whatever is left over in my ironing board pad. And I still need to wash it again. It is due for another wash. And have you guys ever washed your ironing board pads that you buy? I have. I have washed this one a couple of times. I do put it on like a thing to let it dry, air dry. So it says, nice purples, thank you. They are so pretty. They are pretty. They're pretty purples. They're very, very pretty purples. My phone is doing all kinds of weird stuff, you guys. I'm so sorry. Oh, let me put it back out of my reach so I'm not seeing. Chloe says no. No more caffeine? Gosh, darn it. You're so mean. No, I'm just kidding. Oh. Or you're not dressing up. Or you don't have any idea what I'm going to wear. So what have I been already? I have been a witch. I have been an Olympic synchronized swimmer. Okay, I will give you a couple of hints. The other two costumes that I'm going to do are both professions. One is still a valid profession today, but it is not mainstream, and it's not quilting, but it's not mainstream in the way that I'm going to dress up as an umpire. Oh, that would be hilarious. I hadn't thought about that one. I could actually do that one too. Oh, I think he might kill me. Okay, that one might be up for grabs. I might do that. The other one is it's a profession. It's an occupation, but you are born into it. You cannot enter the other profession unless you were born into that profession. Could you marry? Technically, you could marry into it. But typically you were born into the profession. And I know that makes it clear as mud. And my clothing is fantasy clothing, not everyday clothing for that profession. So, I don't know if that helps. Oh, Pam, yes. Yep, the second one. You got it. You got it. So that is one of my professions. The other one is still up there. Still out for grabs. The other one is the one that you can still do it today. It's not as mainstream of a profession. It's commonly thought of, I'll give you guys another clue. It's commonly thought of when you think of our mothers and grandmothers. I'll leave it at that. You don't think of it typically in today's terms, and it's not everyone's profession like it was back then. It's more of a historical profession. I'm so going to have to tell my husband about your suggestion, Pam. Oh, that would be so funny. So I may end up changing what I'm going to be. That would be hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Telephone opera. Oh. I could do that in that costume. It's not what I was thinking of, but I could do it in that costume. That was a good one. I like that. I like that one. She said telephone operator. That is a historical profession that most people don't do today. I mean, people do still do this profession. They absolutely do still do this profession. But it's not considered as mainstream as it once was. It's not assumed that you're going to go into this profession. Gosh, what else can I say about it without giving it away? Pam says, I miss calling 411. Google is different. Yes, Google is very different from calling 411. Google is definitely different. Because when you called 411, you got an actual human, and you could ask them partial questions, and they would help you figure out your question. Google doesn't do that. Google auto-fills in. Now, I will say, you gotta be careful with what Google auto-fills in sometimes. Because if you start putting how to bury, like how to B-U-R-Y, because you're looking for how to bury your threads on your quilt, Google might not give you the results you're looking for. If you just let Google autofill and guess what you were about to ask. Google does not have the human element going on. I'm almost through all these sets, I think. I think I'm almost to the... No, I still got a few more to go. I'm almost... I thought I was almost to the other sets, where the strips are, different lengths. But I'm not there yet. Not there yet. And all I'm doing is I'm making sure that one is pointed up and that one is pointed down. So I'm pointing one towards the sky and one towards the ground. That way, these will join nicely to each other, and I can nest the seams as I'm putting everything together. And that's what we're going to go for. Oh my goodness. Pam, you got some ideas. You need to be a part of my idea squad. You might get me in trouble. I'll admit that. You might get me in trouble. But you still might need to be a part of my idea squad. Oh. One of my quilts that I'm going to be doing for next year is very technique heavy. And I still don't have my supplies to make it. I'm kind of disappointed that I don't have my supplies to make it yet. But I got to get started on it soon. So I may have to order my supplies. It is a possibility that I have to order. But we shall see. We shall see. I hope my ironing is not boring, guys. I hope just pressing fabric and talking about costumes is not boring. Because I really don't have a lot else to talk about. Going up to the waterfall this morning was kind of cool. Literally, it was 53 degrees, so it was kind of cool. I got to take some pictures. We have some lovely fall colors coming out finally. Some of the trees have lost all of their leaves. There's definitely a lot of yellow and those, bright fall colors. Like, we haven't gotten all the dead colors yet. Like, it's not all the dark browns and such. It's still bright colors. So we're not completely there yet, but we're getting there. Oh my goodness. All right. See, I knew this was going to be a long day for this exact reason. Pressing, it takes a little bit. If it wasn't for having to press and, get seams to lay flat, quilting would take a lot less time. This is why I need an iron person. Like, how Tiffany has Scott to be her iron man. I need an iron person. Man, woman, child, I don't care. I need an iron person. Because these would already be done off camera. Because I wouldn't have to worry about it. Because they would already be done for me. Alright, this is the last of these that have to be done as sets. Alright, so those are now done. So now all I've got is the odd size. And nice thing is, lay it out, put the iron on top, and I don't have to pick up the last piece. I just keep going. Pam says, okay, back to the long arm. Need to load a bobbin in one more row. Awesome. You can come load mine. You can come work on mine. I would not mind. My long arm has sat since that harvest quilt. I haven't had time to play with her. Mine is called the Beast. My long arm is called the Beast. I have named her that. Alright. So I know pressing is the long part of this process, so I apologize. I know it gets boring seeing the same thing pressed over and over and over again. But this is also kind of how I sew. I don't make one block at a time. I make 25 blocks at a time. I've got 25 blocks to make, so I'm making them all, string piecing them together. I'm going to make them all without stopping and starting and stopping and starting and stopping and starting. Because that is how I roll. That is how I do. So I'm just layering these on top of each other, in case you're wondering. This is one way that I cut my iron time in half. Is I don't iron one piece at a time. I layer a piece, press it with all the other pieces underneath it, and then I just layer the next one and press again. Chloe says, sorry, eating and placing an order for Tootsie Pop earrings for my daughter's costume. Oh, that's awesome. What is she going as if she's wearing Tootsie Pop earrings? That's exciting. Oh, to be young and be able to wear all that kind of stuff again. I do have a set of earrings I need to find. I bought them. I know I own them, but I don't know what I've done with them. And they are Halloween themed earrings. I really need to change out the hoops to plastic ones so that I can wear them a little bit longer. But I definitely can't wear them for very long because my ears just do not tolerate earrings anymore like they used to. Oh. And where do you get Tootsie Pop earrings? Is that like an Etsy thing? Like, I haven't even thought about where you would buy those. Like, I would find stuff like that maybe at Big Lots. But I don't know where else I would find them. Oh, she could be an owl. The Tootsie Pop owl. That would be fantastic. Laura says, I'm still here. She's been listening, but also making lunch for her dad and hubby. Oh, no worries, Laura. I'm just giving y'all a hard time. I promise that's all it is. It's just me out here entertaining myself, being crazy and silly and goofy all by myself. That's it. May not burn my fingers. I was getting close to burning my fingers if I go too fast. Let me start moving down. And this is a little bit further away from the camera, but I have a lot of fabric buildup right now in that one section. So let me move away from the fabric buildup so I get a cleaner press. Now I do have, underneath this ironing board cover, I do have one of those silver ironing board covers that is radiating the heat back up. So it's, it's radiating the heat back up. So any heat that comes down and through this fabric is coming back up to the fabric as well. So it does dual duty. So I don't have to work as hard, which is kind of nice. I'm going to end up with some very flat fabrics. Alright. Next to last, the penultimate and last piece. And I'm going to put a little bit more steam through all of these seams just because they are stacked and just because I can. All right. So I'm gonna let that cool for a second. Chloe says a Tootsie Pop zombie with her friend. Oh, that's cool. Friend's mom made the Tootsie Pop t-shirts with her cricket. Oh, that's cool. That's very cool. Tootsie Pop zombie. I think that's the first time I've heard of that costume. But it sounds really cute. It really does. All right. I'm going to move my scissors out of the way. Get a little bit to drink real quick. And then I'll move you guys over. All right. Let's bring you guys over. There we go. All right. So here's what we're going to do. So like this is my zombie. And here's where the ground is. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take one of these pieces that has sky and ground, and it's the smaller of the pieces. So it's like narrow and everything else. And I'm going to line this up. And I know my hand is kind of in the way, but I'm going to line this up where my 1/4 inch is going to line up where the ground is going to match the ground. So I know my fabric may overlap a little bit, like it may hang off a little bit, and that is perfectly okay. And if I'd been thinking, I would have pressed these all towards the sky. But I was not thinking about that. So we will just survive with what we have. Actually, I think I will move these all towards the sky as I go. So even though I've pressed all these fabrics down towards the ground, I think I should have pressed them towards the sky. And I'll show you why here in just a minute. Let me get this one sewn on. And when I grab the next one, I'll show you why I say I might have screwed that up. And I should have probably pressed the other direction. But I can finger press it the other way, and I just know I'll fix it. So on each of these designs, there is no stitching tacking the sky in place, no satin stitching, but there is a row of satin stitching. If you can see this dark purple here, that is a row of satin stitching, and I'm stitching right over that. So folding the seam up out of the way is actually the better of the two options. Laura says, I'm definitely exhausted, and she's about halfway done with quilting one direction. My back and shoulders are hurting. Oh no! Yeah, you got to take care of the back and shoulders. And if that long arm that you were talking about would do that, that's another reason to go for it. So that you can actually enjoy the quilting versus dreading the quilting because you're going to hurt later. Just saying. Just saying. Just saying. Yeah. That would be another reason I would go for it. Is so that I would hurt less. I definitely know that when I quilt on Beauty, she's a gorgeous machine. She's fabulous. She does everything she needs to do. However, if I had my druthers about it, she is not the most fantastic for quilting because she's just smaller. I have to struggle more. And I'd rather not struggle while quilting. So, yeah, it is what it is. Alright, and I'm just going to pull these off the ironing board as I get to them. And I'm just lining them up so that that ground piece matches where the ground is in the embroidery design. So that when I go to stitch this on, we are basically continuing that look. And give me a second, let me get this one stitched on because I'm just holding it in place. You can pin these. If you're doing something similar like this, you can absolutely pin. Pin to your heart's content. I am not a pinner, even though I have pins handy with me. I'm not worried about pinning today. It is not my favorite thing to do. I don't really like drawing blood any more than necessary. So I'm not going to do that, but you can if you want. Alright. Let's see. So, the embroidery design and the sashing. I don't know how well you guys can see the stitching line there, but that sashing is lighting up fantastic. So I do have extra at the top and the bottom of each of these, and I did that intentionally so that I would have some give room for when I go to trim all this. So we've got 3 done, so 22 more to go. Laura says her domestic machine has a 12-inch throat and great for baby quilt or small throw. Yeah, this is a 10-inch, I believe. Let's see. I can actually tell you. Yep, we are looking at 10 inches from throat to needle. Almost. I have just a hair over 10. Like a thread over 10. So I have 10 inches from throat to, or needle to throat. So it's a 2-inch difference. But I could see where that would come in handy. But yeah, so it is down to just putting these in place. That is really all this is going to be at this point. It is just working on this as we can. Now, for those of you who have not done a project like this before, is this something that you would consider doing? Would you consider doing an embroidery project? An embroidery quilt project? I know it's a lot of stitching, but is that something that you would consider doing? This is actually my first one that I will have completed. So I have not done one of these before where I've actually completed a whole project based off of an embroidery design. Not like this much stitching. Laura says, honestly, she was fine until this quilt. Yeah, I got one of those. Fine until this quilt. Yeah, I got a couple of those. Oh. I think my sister-in-law's cross-stitch one mainly because I'm worried that I'm screwing it up. I think that's my main draw with that quilt, is that I'm so worried I'm screwing it up. In other news, she actually messaged me the other day about taking on a few more projects for her. And she gave me a compliment of that I was the only person she knows that does beautiful work. And I don't know whether I feel flattered or terrified. I don't feel insulted. So we're not even putting that one on the table. It's not an insulting moment, but it's definitely am I flattered? Or am I now terrified? Because now I feel like I have such high standards being put on me. It's definitely one of those weird moments that I was never expecting to have. So we're doing all 25 of these. We're doing one side first. And then when I come back and do the other side, we will start at the ground and work our way up. So it will probably feel a little bit different. So I'm not going to do any of them starting at the ground on this side. We're going to do all these this direction. And then we'll come back and do the others from the other direction in case it does feel different. Let's see, what have I missed? What have I missed? She's considered it the one she saw. She was based on "'Twas the Night Before Christmas." Ooh. That would be kind of cool. I want to see that one. I want to see what that one looks like. I would wonder too. I mean, I'm not insulted. You know, it's not an insulting comment, and she definitely wouldn't have meant it insulting. I do know her well enough for that. Even though I married into the family, so I came into the picture way later than everybody else. So I'm not insulted. It's just, what do I think? How do I feel? Am I worried? Because, you know, then the pressure is on, I think. I think that's why the cross-stitch quilt has got me so stumped. Is because I feel pressure to get it right the first time. Because these are things she definitely can't redo. And Oh my gosh. Like the ones that she sent me pictures of that she pulled out of storage. These are some vintage quilts, guys. These are some vintage quilts. You know what? I'm going to take a 5-second break. And I'm going to show you what she sent me. Let's see. Okay. Here's one. Look at all these half square triangles, guys. This is one of the vintage quilts that she pulled out and wants me to quilt. I don't know if any of them need repair. Chloe says it is a lot of work to quilt. Yes, it is. It is a lot of work. So that's one. I think that's the one I'm most in love with. This one, this is a row of cross stitching down the center of this quilt, I think. I think it's down the center. I don't know. I mean, that's the only row of it, but then there's like more stitching at this other end. So I don't know. But that's one of them. And that is definitely cross stitched in there. Laura says, wow, I love vintage quilts. I know. You told me that a few times. Just kidding. I'm not trying to be a smart ass. I'm not trying to be a smart butt. Let me watch my language. Chloe says that she has to go. She has been procrastinating too long. She has to finish a presentation. If she finishes early enough, I'll be back. Absolutely, Chloe. Absolutely. All right, so this one is also cross stitch and embroidery. Both of these are connected pieces. So there's these blue blocks and these white blocks. And I don't know if it's just the blocks or if it's like strips down the entire quilt. I have no idea. It looks like it strips down the entire quilt. Or maybe that's the head of the bed or something. I don't know. And then she found these. These are scrap blocks. And I know it's not easy to tell that they're blocks, but they are separated blocks. And she said there's like 18 or so of these. And she didn't know if we could turn it into something. I absolutely do know what I could turn it into. Just even looking at it. But, my goodness. They are 4x4, so there's 16 patches. Scrappy 16 patches. And she said there's 18 of them. And she says that they're 8 inches right now. She says it'll be more like 6 when sewn together. But, you know, she's not a quilter, so I don't know. But, yeah. So, they're family quilts. Oh, no, you're fine. No need to apologize, Laura. I'm giving you a hard time. She says, sorry, it actually bears repeating. Yes, it does. Loving vintage quilts is not a crime. And if it was, I think there's a lot of us that would be guilty. So, it's fine. Chloe, have a great day, says Laura. Absolutely. But yeah, let's see. Not everyone appreciates vintage quilts and vintage handwork. I pick them up at antique shops when I can afford them. Yes. I used to. I can't afford them most of the time now. But I used to pick them up too. My ex-husband kept a lot of what I had. He basically claimed some of them. But I only have one vintage quilt now. But I'm absolutely in love with it. And we are going to do a remake of it later we're going to do a remake of it in 2025. We are going to do a remake of my Dreamsicle quilt, my Dreamsicle vintage quilt. I think the pattern is fantastic. It's an easy enough pattern to do. And I think it would bring to front and center how beautiful that quilt is. So we are going to do a remake of that as well. Laura says that she's found some at garage sales too. Ooh, yay. And most of the time they're selling them for far less than they're worth, which it blows my mind. I mean, you find at antique shops, sometimes they overprice them. where it's like $300-$400 for a vintage quilt that is obviously incredibly worn and does not, I mean, it's going to need repair. So I found them before like incredibly overpriced for what you're getting. And then I found some that are absolutely worth way more than the people are charging for. Those are usually the ones that I end up with, or the ones that they are woefully undercharging for. Because those are usually in my price range. And I think part of the reason some people sell them for way less than they're worth is they don't think that they would get a value higher than that in the local market, and they're just looking to offload the quilts. That is usually what is happening. So, it is what it is. It is. I'm looking so forward to doing the Dreamsicle quilt. That is like highlight of my life level quilts, because I'm super excited to be able to remake that vintage quilt in fabrics from today. And I'm still going to keep it, I think, solids. I think that's going to lend really well to recreating it. But I am so looking forward to recreating that quilt. Because it's cute. It's very cute. Oh, by the way, did your box come in, Laura? Did you receive? Because I think we shipped it. I shipped it last week. So you should have gotten it by now. If you have not, let me know so I can go track down the tracking number and go figure out what happened. So let's see. I'm impressed, guys. My channel's been live for 4 hours for today. So thank you for all of you who are here. All of you who've stopped by, visited, left, all those who are going to join. Thank you. I appreciate it. HalloweenTown, putting HalloweenTown together has been something I've definitely looked forward to and been excited for. Oh, let's see. Laura says that she picked up a postage stamp flimsy at an antique shop, probably 1930s, maybe 40s, for $25. Sometimes it depends on the dealer. If they don't like it, they sell cheaper. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I think that's most things. Everybody sells things cheaper when they don't have a value to them, to that person, to the person selling it. Like they're willing to offload it for cheaper because of that. Let me see. Do I have a darker one coming up? I'm looking at my sashing. Okay, that one's a little bit darker. I want to put that one with that. My purples my light purple has a lot of variation in it. And I think if I'd put that particular strip next to this particular piece, it would have stood out a little more than I wanted. So that's why I was swapping pieces, guys. It's not because there's anything wrong. I'm being color picky because I can be. Because once this quilt is going together, or once this quilt is gone together, I'm not taking it apart. It is not getting taken apart. I'm not ripping anything if I don't absolutely have to. We're not using Jill today. We're not using Jackie. Whatever her name is. Okay. Okay, gotcha. She says she hasn't received it yet, but didn't get the mail yesterday. Hubby's out and will grab it on his way home. We have locked boxes. Okay, yeah. So we will see. I hope you do get it today. That would be awesome. That would be awesome. I thought you should already gotten, but I don't know. Our mail here is kind of funky, so anything is entirely possible. Anything is possible. All right, I'm gonna press this one. Make my life a little bit easier. Instead of just finger pressing everything. All right. Let's see. Part of what's taking so long with sewing each of these is I am doing that lining up. So I apologize. It might not look like I'm doing a whole lot, but my hands are absolutely working. My hands are working, and even if I'm not talking super a lot, or even if I am talking super a lot, my hands are definitely taking the brunt of what I'm doing today. Alright. I think keeping my stitch length shortened is also helping as well. Our mail is horrible. You said it was USPS. Yes, it is. I sent through USPS. That was the least expensive route because I could do it flat rate. Yeah, I could fit that quilt in a flat rate box. I was so excited. I happen to have a flat rate box handy. So it was awesome. But yeah, if I need to go track down the tracking number, just let me know. Because I want to say... Oh, I shipped out Monday, didn't I? I shipped out Monday or Tuesday. So maybe it isn't there. That is also a real possibility. Because I shipped out... Oh, I shipped out Tuesday? Oh, gosh. She said her cousin sent her a box from Iowa and it took 5 days. Oh, my gosh. Well, I think... When did I go? I went Tuesday and then went again Thursday. The only thing I didn't ship out Thursday was international. Oh, Monday was a holiday, so yeah, it was Tuesday. So yeah, I shipped it out Tuesday. So it's possible that you haven't gotten it yet. Oh. Gotta love mail, right? So I have informed delivery set up for my post office box that I just set up. So anything future that comes to me is going to the post office box. But so I have informed delivery set up for my post office box, but we have mail that can be delivered here at the apartment. And anything that gets delivered here to the apartment, if I don't have a tracking number, I do not know when it's actually going to arrive. And half the time, things that say that they're delivered, like you can go check the tracking number with the postal service, and it will say it was delivered. It wasn't actually delivered. And it'll be delivered maybe the next day or two. Our mail here is really weird. Really, really weird. I'm getting through the stack, guys. We are getting down. My stack is still pretty high, though. I still got more than 5 to go. I don't know how many, but I got more than 5. All right. And my husband said, he's like, "Are you going to be on all day?" I said, "Probably." "Why?" I said, "It's probably going to take me that long to sew all of this." "That's going to be really, really long." Yeah. But I knew I wanted to do this, and my downstairs lady has made it abundantly clear that I can't do this overnight. So we couldn't do an overnight sew. So when I do the retreat in January, we will have overnight hours, but I will not be sewing during the 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. hours. Or maybe it's 6 a.m. I'll have to check and see what the lease states are the official starting hours. But I know I won't be able to actually sew after 10 p.m. So I will have other things to work on. So if you were part of the last retreat, or you came to the last retreat, you know, I sewed until really, really late, until like 12:15, or I stopped at 10:30 because the neighbor downstairs started banging on the ceiling. But I will stop at 10 o'clock, and I will work on cutting things. I will work on a whole bunch of different things. And I do not know why I keep hitting the cutting button on my machine, but I do. Let's see how many I got left. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We got 8 left. It feels like this should like go a lot faster. And I don't know why it feels like it should. I don't know why. Maybe it's the lining things up. Maybe that's what's slowing me down, is that I'm having to line things up. And my brain just does not want to compute lining things up today. My brain does not get a choice about it. My brain is going to have to work. Do you ever have one of those days, though, where, you know, you want to sew and just something is making your life difficult enough that you can't? I think today it's my brain. Laura says it always seems like it should go faster, right? Right? I mean, there's days that, you know, things fly back. Welcome back, Pam. She says more Dr. Pepper. Okay, fair enough. Hang on. We started this at a retreat, guys. Pam was at the retreat. See? Got my next one. So Pam had been drinking something else, something other than Dr. Pepper, and left the retreat for a little bit. Like, she like walked away from her computer, her screen, or whatever, her camera. And then she comes back maybe 5-10 minutes later, something like that. I mean, I don't know exactly how long she was gone, but she came back and she goes, "Okay, Tammy, it's Dr. Pepper time." And she had a brand new Dr. Pepper hanging out ready, waiting for her. And I was like, yes, it is that time. Welcome in, it's Kennedy. She says, hello, Alabama, and everyone. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Pam just came back with more Dr. Pepper and reminded me it was time for mine. Pam says, postage stamp quilt sounds nice. Want to buy vintage, but I have my own aged quilts to quilt. So, I am thinking about doing a postage stamp kind of quilt. Pam, she says it's always Dr. Pepper time, right? I don't drink milk and coffee and orange juice for breakfast. Nope, I drink Dr. Pepper. Is that probably the healthiest option in the world? No, of course it is not. But does that matter? No, it also does not. If I'm going to have a vice, it might as well be something I can laugh about. And I can laugh about Dr. Pepper. But so, where was I going? I was going with something. Oh my gosh. Okay, the postage stamp quilt. That's what it was. So I do have a postage stamp quilt on my wish list to complete. It's not something I have to buy anything for. I'm going to use complete scraps. Like, I'm not gonna go buy anything to make my postage stamp quilt. So that's not going to happen. But what I think I'm going to do is when I get ready to do it, I'm going to have everything set ready, and I'm going to start like leaders enders feeding it through to get it quilted or pieced a little bit faster, maybe. I think that's what my plan is with my postage stamp quilt. Now, I do have another mosaic quilt planned, and that is not technically a postage stamp quilt. It will look like a postage stamp quilt, but it will be an actual mosaic quilt. Very much like the flag that I did. So yeah. Once a pepper, always a pepper, says Pam. It's Kennedy. She says, it seems like a lot of quilters drink Dr. Pepper or coffee or tea. Yes, they do. There's a lot of us who do. One of the quilt groups I go to, they actually have a coffee pot. And we are there from 9 a.m. to 4 p.m. And they are not cleaning out that coffee pot until 3 p.m. There's fresh coffee to be had all the way up until 3 p.m. unless there's a lot of people like calling out for the day, or there's only like 1 or 2 people and there's not a justification for a full pot of coffee. Laura says, I used to drink Diet Coke but quit drinking in 2000. Yeah, so before I had stomach surgery, I did drink Diet Coke. That was kind of my thing, is Diet Coke. And they told me before I had my stomach surgery that I had to stop drinking that. Like, that was not an approved food on my list. I had to stop drinking it. I had to get rid of it. Did I still drink it up till day of surgery? Yes, absolutely I did. I absolutely did. After surgery, I could not have it for a good long period of time. I'm not even supposed to be drinking it now. But I started drinking caffeinated beverages. I drank tea for a little bit. And then I just needed something fizzy one day. And that's all it took. I just needed something fizzy. And Dr. Pepper became my vice. But, you know, I'd rather have Dr. Pepper as my vice than some of the other options that are out there. So I'm not going to beat myself up over it. I know it's not the healthiest, but I'm not going to beat myself up over it. It's just one of those things that we know better than to stop me from drinking it, because I turn into a totally different person without it. It's Kennedy says that her downfall is coffee. Yeah, no, I'm good. I'm good. You cannot tempt me with coffee. Coffee does not appease my appetite. I don't even do the smell of coffee. Oh, wow. Laura says that she was drinking nearly a 12-pack a day. Serious addiction for her. Oh, yeah. No, I was never that bad. I would do about 6 cans a day. Maybe something like that. So, like, I would still go through quite a bit, but it was not that bad. I will say, when I am working, it was way worse than it was after I stopped working. When I worked at Walgreens, for example, I drank the Walgreens version of Diet Coke. That was what I drank to give me caffeine. With that being said, they mostly came in 1-liter bottles. I could go through 3 of those during a shift at work. I know that was not healthy, but yes, I did that. And today's going to be a high caffeine day, like a high Dr. Pepper day, but tomorrow won't be. Like, I'll take a complete turn for the other direction. Pam says that she gave up Dr. Pepper for 12 years, but stress brought it back to me. Yeah. That's kind of where I was at. That's kind of where I got started back on soda to begin with. Is I was going through a lot of stress. Right after my stomach surgery, I was going through a divorce. Because my ex-husband served me divorce papers. Literally, so my surgery was scheduled for Monday. He served me with divorce papers the Thursday before. So literally I came out of surgery into meeting with my lawyer that very next week to start handling my side of the divorce. So I went from surgery stress to emotional stress. And it was definitely not a fun place to be. So I understand that too. It's Kitty says, I limit coffee to no more than 3 a day. I couldn't limit myself like that. Laura says that she switched to coffee and would make herself several lattes a day. Now have a coffee on occasion. Still love it, but my tummy doesn't always love it. She mostly drinks water. Oh yeah. That's probably the healthiest option. I'm not to a point now where I could do that. With that being said, I could, knowing myself like I do, I could actually give up soda if I gave up quilting and any other hobby that I want to complete. Like if I decided that all I was going to do for the rest of my life was to sit in front of the TV or, occasionally go out to eat or, things like that. Like if I gave up having a hobby, I could give up the caffeine and I could give up the addiction of Dr. Pepper. I do know that with trying to maintain a hobby, or trying to do anything, like taking on odd jobs to earn money or whatever, there's no way I could give up caffeine. Not at the level that I drink it at right now. No way at all. Laura says the downside is that without the caffeine, you usually need a nap. Yeah, see, I would need a nap every day. I would be a totally different creature without my caffeine. So the Tammy that you guys know and love would not be the Tammy I would be without it. I wouldn't be able to do photography. There's a lot of things I would not be able to do. And it's not because of willpower. It is absolutely not because of willpower. It's physical ability would struggle. So the moral of the story, keep the caffeine. Yes, absolutely. Oh no. Pam says I'll probably have to get up after my November 8th surgery, but there's nothing else that I'm finding hits the taste spot. Yeah. Now, with that being said, if it is the taste and not the bubbles that you are craving, you can make it flat and drink it that way. That's what I was told I was allowed to do. Oh, welcome, Terry. Yay. She says, hi, everyone. Just subscribed. Looked before, but happy to have subscribed. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. She says, love, Dr. Pepper. Yes. You are in the community for that. Let's see. It's Kennedy. What kind of surgery are you going to have, Pam? Let's see. Looking for an alternative, so I'll take suggestions. Okay, so yeah. What my go-to is, Laura says, yes, maybe I need to add it back into my life. So my husband drinks it flat. That's what he does. When he wants the flavor of a Dr. Pepper, if I have one that is partially flat, I put it on his side of the fridge. So he knows that it's his, that he can have. And it's ones that I've already opened. They've gone flat because I've, taken too long to drink them or whatever. Pam says hiatal hernia repair with esophagus repair as well. Yeah, see, my husband had that same surgery. That's exactly what he had, was the hiatal hernia and the esophagus repair. And, I mean, he had reflux really, really bad before. And they told him no soda. And is he drinking soda? Yes, he is. But most of the time, he is drinking them flat. Or as flat as he can get them to be while still tasting the way he wants. Laura says, oh my goodness, Pam, good luck with that. Yes, right? It's Kennedy. Oh my goodness, Pam, hope you heal quickly. Yeah. We're going to want you back over here. You got to come hang out back over here. So pouring the Dr. Pepper or pouring the soda into a glass and letting it sit will help flatten it very quickly. You can shake up the bottles beforehand and hope that they flatten, but that doesn't always work. Open the bottle or can and then set it back in the fridge so that way it loses some of the fizz, but not all of it. And that might work as well to help give you the flavor without giving you the fizz. Because the fizz is the main thing that the surgeons don't want you to get back into. They think that the fizzy water is the devil. And granted it is. It's addicting to have that bubble and that fizz and that seltzer feeling. I cannot drink plain seltzer water. It's also the calories you don't need. Yeah, now there is that. There is that. You could, if you wanted to, and this is up to you, and your taste buds may change slightly after having had that surgery. So just keep that in mind. If you want to try it, SodaStream has the syrups to make the sodas, right? They're designed to go into these bubbled water, the fizzed water, carbonated water. why not put the seltzer or the flavors directly into plain water? I'm wondering if that would taste okay to you. I do not personally like the Dr. Pepper version of the Soda Stream. It does not taste right. I can do their root beer and I can do their cream soda when I can find it. I can't do their orange. My husband could do the orange. And the ginger ale was okay. It wasn't anything to, write home about or whatever. Laura says that the bubbles hurt her throat. She'll on occasion have a Fresca and not as many bubbles. Fresca does have as many bubbles depending on where you get it. Now here's the funny thing. So these bottles, like this, with this bottle shape, these are bottled by Coca-Cola. If I look under here and see if it says it's produced under the authority, which is a thing that, Dr. Pepper puts on all of their bottles, or on their labels because it's bottled under their authority. But these bottles are Coca-Cola brand bottles. Okay. There's another style of bottle out there. If you go to the local store and look at your local Pepsi bottles, yeah, absolutely, Pam. You just pour the solution into your water. The main thing you might have to do is you might have to shake it up. You might have to shake your water up to mix the syrup in. But yeah, I don't see why you couldn't. All you're doing with the water for the Soda Stream is you're carbonating it. That's all you're doing. That's all that Soda Stream actually does to your water is carbonates it. And then all the syrup is doing is just flavoring it. And you could add more or less. I wouldn't see why you couldn't just put the syrup straight into your water. And you could also do the diet flavors and see if they have an aftertaste to you or see how they taste to you. So especially if you have someone else who loves Soda Stream or would use it, then you don't have to feel so bad about buying a bottle of syrup to add to your water to see if the flavor will hit the spot for you. Because all it is basically adding the syrup to flat water. That's all it is, instead of carbonated water. And you just, even when you do the carbonated water, you're still supposed to roll the bottle around and move it around, like shake it up a little bit, to mix the syrup into the carbonated water. So, it's like getting a flat soda at the tap or the fountain. Like if you have a McDonald's that has messed up their carbonation system, that's what you do. It's kind of like that. It's kind of like doing that. If something you can't do the bottled diet due to migraine sugar by the aspartame, see what's in the syrups. See if they're using aspartame in the syrups like they do in the regular sodas. But you could also add less of the syrup to also help reduce your calorie intake. That's what some of my friends who had the surgery I had did, is they used the syrup without putting as much in it. But they did also do it flat as well. That's where I got the idea from. I cannot do the flat soda thing. It is just not. I have to have the carbonation. The flavor does nothing for me without the carbonation. I am more the carbonation junkie than the flavor junkie. But I'm still picky about my flavors. Yeah, I don't think it does either. Pam says, I don't think SodaStream uses aspartame. I don't think they do. That doesn't mean that you won't have an aftertaste or you won't still possibly get migraines from whatever they do use instead of aspartame. So just keep that in mind. It's not, you still need to be aware of that because that could be a side effect. One of the drinks that I drink when I'm trying to get off of Dr. Pepper is I will get the Lipton tea instant iced tea with lemon flavoring. It is the only one that I can handle, and I don't get the diet version. I get the regular full leaded version. But it gives me the caffeine. But the last 3 or 4 times I've tried to swap off, I have gotten a headache from them, so I don't know if they've changed their formulation. But that's what I used to drink, trying to get away from Dr. Pepper. So while I'm thinking about it, since Terry, you are new, I apologize that. I want to write this in all caps, but, says Laura, I'm curious now. I'm curious. Okay, I'm going to have to wait until Laura says whatever it is she's going to say, because now the suspense has gotten me. I'm 30 seconds behind, or ahead of you guys, but the suspense is killing me. I know Notbot won't allow it. It's here! Yay! Awesome! Yay! So, Laura was the winner of the Sew and Tell quilt giveaway for October. The next one will be in April. Terry says, no problem, I like the conversation. Yay! Awesome, Laura. I'm so glad. So glad. So she won the Sew and Tell quilt giveaway. And so that quilt is labeled with her name and was shipped to her on Tuesday, and it is here today. Awesome. She says, I absolutely love it. Yes. And are you shocked that it fit in that box? Let's see. Terry says, so much of what I go through with my Dr. Pepper dish. Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You know, soda companies, I think, do bank on us, falling in love with their sodas. Laura says, I absolutely love it. Yes. Awesome. I'm so excited. I'm glad it's finally there. I'm very glad it's there. I was getting a little worried that it wasn't going to show up, but I forgot exactly when I shipped it. So that was fantastic. Yay. Awesome. So the next Sew and Tell quilt giveaway, and I'll explain this also for Terry, who's new to the channel, because I don't know how much of my channel you've watched. Super excited and surprised you got it in the box, right? I'm good. I'm really good. There might be some dog hair in there. I can't fix that part, but there might be a little bit of dog hair in there too. So that's a free gift. I'm not charging for the dog hair. So the Sew and Tell projects are, so let's say you're working on a project today. Let's say you're sitting at your sewing machine and you are just working on getting something done. It could be anything. It could be blocks for a quilt that, you've had for 30 years that you're getting back to and putting it together. It could be something that you just started. It could be a full quilt. It could be the completed quilt. It could be just the block. It could be a quilted purse. It could be, a bag. It could be anything. So many different things that it could be. Laura says, it must have come yesterday, but like I said, we didn't get to the mailbox yesterday. No worries. So what we do is, if you do exclamation group or exclamation FB, sorry. 6 dogs never see dog. Hey, perfect. That works well. So anything that you're working on, you can post a picture in the Facebook group. And you have 2 options. If you post something in the Facebook group and you don't want it shared, don't say Sew and Tell. Just don't say it. And I won't share it because I don't have permission from you to share it. If you put it in there and you say Sew and Tell, then that means that the next Sew and Tell that we have, I can share your project. And I get to share it with the whole world. So I get to share it here on YouTube. Everybody will get to see it, and whatever you tell us about the project is what I tell everyone else. So if you tell me that you've worked on this and you're just so excited to get this block done, that's fantastic. I want to celebrate that. So and tell is 6-month long segments. So we started in April, so we ended in October. So October 7th or October 1st, we finished out the series. On October 8th, we did the Sew and Tell drawing. And Laura won the Sew and Tell quilt. So that has been shipped to her. That's what she's talking about that she just received. And the next series is already started, so you can go ahead and start putting entries into Facebook. Absolutely putting entries into Facebook. Or you can email me if you don't use Facebook. I don't blame you. There's a lot of people who I understand don't want to use Facebook, so it's fine. Yay. And the next giveaway will be in April. So we're going to do it the same way. So the first Sew and Tell piece in April is going to be the last entries. And then the second Tuesday in April, we're going to draw for the next Sew and Tell quilt giveaway. And I've already got the next quilt planned. So it's in the works. Laura cannot win the next one. You can enter, you just can't win. Now you can increase how many chances everybody gets, but you can't win the next one. Let's see. It's Kennedy says, I have one dog and she spreads her glitter everywhere. Yes, she does. Laura says, honestly, Tammy, it is absolutely beautiful and I will treasure it now and always. I love the label you made. You are so very welcome. You're so welcome. Pam says, dog glitter, that's sweet, Kennedy. Yes, Kennedy says, we have to put a positive spin on it, Pam. My dog glitters everywhere. He leaves his glitter in places I would rather he not leave his glitter, but my dog glitters everywhere. So my name for the channel, The Siberian Wind, is a photography publishing name. That's how it started out, because I didn't want to publish under my legal name. There was just some other stuff going on in my life, and publishing under my legal name wasn't what I wanted to do. I didn't want to put myself out there as, Tammy whatever, photography, because what happens if I change my name, my last name? Then my photography name doesn't match my legal name. So, doing Facebook, yes, it is private. The Facebook group is private. So anything you share in there does not go out to anyone that is not a member of the group. So if there is somebody who is a member of the channel or who has joined the Facebook group, they will see it. But if they are not a member of the Facebook group, they won't see it. So you do not have to worry about that. There is the link for it. I just did exclamation group in the chat. And Nightbot should pick it up, because Nightbot picked up... Yeah, there we go. Nightbot scolded Giovanna earlier for capitalization. That's true. As Kennedy says, Laura, I really, really wanted you to win that. The universe got that quilt where it would be loved. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Everybody who was in the chat when Laura won that was commenting of, oh, she loved that quilt from the moment she saw it. Like, she's been fawning over that quilt. So it was meant to be. It was meant to be. But yeah, I will, once I see a notification about a request to join, I go in and make sure, you have a legitimate Facebook page and it's not just something weird and crazy or whatever. So I do make sure that, the Facebook group stays on topic. Don't spam the group, things like that. And we just keep it on topic with quilting. I occasionally post things that are quilting adjacent. So I posted something about this really cool sewing machine that was see-through and clear. It was really fantastic. So, I post random stuff like that. But no sales in the group. I don't want anybody selling to anybody else in the group. Keep that elsewhere. But yeah, we share our projects and get inspiration. And then anything that you post Sew and Tell towards, you get entries for each Sew and Tell item that you share. And then whoever has the most entries by the end of the 6-month cycle sets the standard for how many entries everybody gets. So let's say, who put us over the edge? Who put us? It was Judy Neighbors, I think. Judy Neighbors or Judy Hebert, I believe, that put us over the edge and put us at 32 entries per person. So everybody got 32 entries for their name into the hat. And then my husband sunk his hand into the hat and drew the name and gave it to me so that I could call it out. It was perfect. It was absolutely perfect. So that's what we're going to do again. We might not use the skeleton hat. I don't know. We might use a baseball cap. It should be time for baseball come April. So we might use a baseball cap if the names fit in the baseball cap. We'll figure something out. We might use a popcorn bucket. Ooh, would that be cool? Should I use a popcorn bucket next time, guys? But yeah, so it's been fun, doing all of this. I love being able to support you guys in supporting me. You guys are my inspiration. You guys keep me going. You guys keep me encouraged. And I'm hoping that I can pay that back. I'm hoping I can keep you guys encouraged and inspired. And so even though once we hit 500 subscribers, let's see, I was excited when I heard my name. I squealed with joy. My husband jumped up and asked me what was wrong. Oh, that is so precious. So very precious. Yeah, so even though we are less than 20 subscribers away from... We are 18 subscribers away, guys, from 500. Even when I hit monetization on the YouTube platform, I'm not changing the format of my channel. So you guys are not going to be seeing the become a channel member to get extra benefits. I'm not going to do that kind of thing. I don't feel like that is where I want my channel to be, because I want to support you guys, and you guys supporting me by paying to support me. I would rather you guys, if you want to spend money to support me, I'd rather you guys spend it on something to put towards something I can work with versus paying me money just to pay me money. I don't feel like that's fair, in my opinion, for my channel. It might work for other people, but it's not my style. Not my style. Let's see. I think lots of people here knew how bad you wanted it. I think they were cheering for you. Yes, they were. It's Kennedy. They were cheering for Laura for that quilt. It was fantastic. It was fantastic. So the next one is going to be a stark contrast to the last one. Terry says, thanks. I really appreciate that. You're very welcome. Okay, so a little bit of backstory. I grew up kind of dirt poor. My parents were middle class, and even though they could have afforded a lot more than what they did, they chose to put me and my brother in private school. And so all of their spare money, instead of going towards them being middle class and affording things that they wanted or that we wanted, it all went into our schooling. That being said, there was a lot of things that we went without. There was a lot of things. My back to school shopping, we got one new outfit. That was all we got, was one new outfit that was purchased brand new. Okay. So we'd go to Walmart. That was where my outfits came from. And we would buy me one new outfit. My shoes were always brand new. I never had hand-me-down shoes. So my shoes were always brand new because my mom was taught that shoes were the one thing you did not, shoes and underwear was what you didn't get from the thrift store. So my shoes and underwear type items were all brand new. Slips, other dresses, all of that was always bought at thrift stores. So, I would have one brand new outfit that was brand spanking new, tags and everything. And then everything else I ever wore was all hand-me-downs or thrift store. So I grew up thinking that that was okay and normal. And I don't ever want anyone to feel like because they have to or because they choose to be thrifty and not spend a whole lot of money on different things that would be considered luxury. I mean, I didn't necessarily need name brand bread. I don't think I ever had name brand bread like that was not like Walmart Great Value or the almost expired bread at the bread store. Like, I don't think I ever had name brand bread until I was an adult and married. I think to my second ex-husband. I mean, my first ex-husband was also a very spendthrift, penny pincher type person. So, like, I never had the fancy schmancy whatevers. And it was choices that were made. And some of them I had control over and some of them I didn't. But I don't want anyone to ever feel less than because that's what they either need to or choose to do. So me putting a cost on my channel would be a luxury then. And that is not fair to limit quilting to being a luxury when it is so therapeutic and so good for the soul. So I do not ever want to charge where you feel like you have to pay something to get something off of my channel. I mean, there's going to be patterns that are going to be charged. I can't undo that. There's some things I have to charge for. But as much as I can do for free, you bet you I'm going to do it for free for you guys. Laura says, my hubby and I are full-time caregivers for my father and it's been really difficult lately. My escape has been my YouTube friends and family. I'm not sure I would be handling it as well without y'all. Oh, you are more than welcome, Laura. Absolutely, anytime. Pam says, big hugs, Laura. Caretaking is hard. Remember, take care of you. Yes, it is. Laura says, Pam, it's much more difficult than I expected, but I know it's what I'm supposed to be doing. We all find ways to cope. Unfortunately, I found y'all. Absolutely. I really, really wish that back when I was doing my caretaking for my brother-in-law, my late brother-in-law, that I had this kind of supporting channel here. It's crazy because when I was caring for my late brother-in-law, that was the most productive quilting time that I had because in order to handle taking care of him, and he was not an easy person to live with when he was well, and he was less easy to live with when he was not well. So when I was taking care of him, my escape from him and his drama and everything that he could do to make my life difficult just for being present for him, my escape from that was quilting and putting something together for someone else who would appreciate it and who would enjoy what I had done and thank me for it. All I wanted was a thank you. And thank me for it because that made my life have some kind of meaning other than just being so-and-so's caretaker. I mean, that was not cool. That was not all I was. It's Kennedy says, see, the universe needed you to be reminded of your friends. That's a hard journey, but you will get through it. Then be so thankful for having them for as long as you could and have no regrets. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Pam says, Tammy's channel is the best community. Thank you. Thank you. I hope to be. I hope you guys feel the love. I mean, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for having you guys and having this channel here, I mean, I don't know. I would still be quilting, so don't get me wrong. I would still be quilting, but I think my quilting journey would be less fulfilling. This project right here, this HalloweenTown, would I still have done it? Yes, probably, because I already had the designs and I really had the desire to see this project done. And I live in a community where Halloween is absolutely celebrated. I've lived in communities where Halloween is an afterthought, or they don't want you to celebrate Halloween because it's not kosher. It's not okay. But you know, I have to enjoy what I can enjoy. Oh my gosh. Let me see. I may not have enough pieces. What the heck? What did I do? All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. All right, so I am 4 pieces short. So I did not cut enough somehow. So we'll be pulling out some fabric here in just a minute and cutting. Let's see. Let me move this iron out of the way so I can put my cutting mat up here, because we'll be doing that here in just a minute. At least I have all my measurements marked down. Let's see. It's Pam. It's Kennedy. She says, "'Tis true, Pam." Laura says, "It's Kennedy. You're so right. My sisters don't get it. They would put him in a home, and I can't imagine that. Oh my gosh. Yeah, if a home is not where he wants to be, then that shouldn't be where he is. If he has the alternate options. I mean, I personally, right now, if one of my husband's siblings needed us to care for them, we would have to move them up here, because we can't move. I'm not moving again to go live somewhere else to go take care of them. They would have to move up here to live with us, and we'd make room, but oh my gosh, it would be a struggle. It would be a huge struggle. Let's see. Laura says, "Pam, Tammy's channel is the best." Awesome. You guys, you're going to make me blush. If I don't start stuttering, I'm going to start blushing. One or the other. It's Kennedy says, "I was an only child, but I would do it all over for my mom again." Yes. That's the kind of bond, that should be there. That would be awesome. Sorry, Laura, your sisters don't get it. We do, and we got you. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. So my brother-in-law lived with us. We rented a house, amazingly enough, from a sister-in-law. My husband is the youngest of 5. So we rented the house from the sister-in-law, and brother-in-law came to stay with us. So he was renting from sister, and we were renting from my sister-in-law. So we were all basically renting that house from her. And so I was caring for him while we were there, and he had enough faculties about him, and he was struggling so much with the loss of physical abilities, and the fact that he was mortal. He was very much struggling with being mortal, and he started turning everything to where there was just no way to live with him. We couldn't. We tried. We would have kept things going no matter how hard it was, but he decided he was going to move out. He went and spent his money on another place to go live, and then moved someone in there to take care of him, but she had cats, and he couldn't live with cats. His doctor wouldn't let him, and it wasn't safe for his health to live with cats. So it wasn't even an option. Like, he went and bought this place and tried to move in, and he couldn't because she was living there, and he was basically paying the rent for her to live there. And it was just a bad situation. And we found out he got put in cardiac rehab again. This was 4th, 5th, whatever stint of being in cardiac rehab. And they discharged him because he told them that he had a place to go. Well, the place he had to go, he talked to the homeowners, the friend and his wife, and he told them that it was just for a couple of nights. Once they get him over there, like, they go pick him up from rehab, cardiac rehab, and, even from the get-go, he's already, like, making demands. As a guest, he's making demands as though he owns the home, which is ridiculous. But that's who he was. That's just kind of what he did. Let me put you guys over on the ironing board real quick. And let me grab my fabric. And let's cut some more pieces. Because I am 4 blocks short of having enough. And thankfully, I still have my leftovers from where I was cutting these to begin with. So that makes that a lot simpler. and I shouldn't have to fight and struggle with it because I've already got them. But yeah, so he made things difficult and making things unbearable, the whole 9 yards. Things that miserable people that are not happy with their lives do to others. But he was trying to make demands of these people that had graciously taken him into their home for a couple of nights. And then he's letting them know, it's actually going to be for a couple of months. And they called my husband. They're like, no, we can't do this. We didn't sign up for a couple of months. This was supposed to be a 2-night thing. This was not supposed to be a 2-month thing. And like he was wanting them to adjust their thermostat and adjust the TV and set up a bed, a different room than where it was set up. I mean, it was ridiculous stuff. So it was not fair for them to have to put up with that. And so we went and picked him up under the impression or under the stipulation that he was immediately going to be going to a live-in care facility. And that was what we ended up doing. We put him in assisted living. He ended up making friends and really liking it there. But then his health declined and the assisted living facility wouldn't allow him back because his health was not in any situation for them to help take care of him. It was too much for what they provided. So his next move was a nursing home, and he hated me for that. I was the one who had to make the choice to put him in a nursing home. But the hospital would not release him to go back to a regular facility. They wouldn't. So those were hard decisions. We would have had him come live with us if we had any way to take care of him, but he'd already proven that he wasn't willing to live with us and let us take care of him. So it is what it is. You can only do what the person that you're taking care of will allow you to do. So I'm glad your dad is allowing you guys to take care of him. She says, we moved our parents from Iowa to Arizona in 2020. My mom passed in 2022. My dad is 86. He goes to the senior center Monday through Friday. He doesn't drive, so I take him. He'd give up if he was in a nursing home. Yeah, and that's kind of the thing. So I thought that that's what my brother-in-law would have done when we got him into the nursing home. We thought he was immediately going to give up, and he actually just fought for it. He fought to get out of the nursing home for so long that once he finally accepted he was in the nursing home and he wasn't going to get out and come back to live with someone and, do whatever the heck he wanted to when he wanted to. And he realized that they were actually doting on him and taking care of him more than what he expected them to do. He finally accepted where he was, and it made him more willing to accept his mortality. And he was a lot more calm before he passed because of that. But he was in a bad situation medically. A very bad situation. It's Kennedy says, just try to make as many memories as you can. I still have good memories of watching Peanuts cartoons, the Halloween one. Awesome! Yes! Laura said, Pam, I actually told them that I knew I wouldn't have regrets. When I was standing over his casket, I asked them if they'd be able to say the same. Apparently they are fine with me doing it all. Usually they are. I wish I could say different, but the family that isn't willing to care for a loved one or bring them into their own home, for whatever reason. I mean, sometimes it is the right decision to make that choice not to bring them into your own home. But in a lot of situations, when they make that choice, they usually are okay with someone else doing everything just so they don't have to. It's sad, but it happens. It definitely does happen. I mean, my siblings, my sibling-in-laws, rather, some of them actually didn't like the fact that I was the one doing a lot of the decision-making. However, my late brother-in-law, made me power of attorney because he knew that out of everyone in the family, I was the only one who had never lied to him about anything. He might not like what I have to say, but I'm not lying to him about it. And he also knew that if something needed to happen, I would do it. And the rest of the family had problems with that. They had problems with me, having that much power, being power of attorney. But then again, they didn't want to do anything different. They didn't want to lift their fingers to take that responsibility from me. And they weren't talking to him about giving that up. They just didn't like the fact that I wasn't family because I had only been married so many years. It was a mess. Family always is messy. Pam says, "Oh, Laura, so sorry. Family can make things so tough." Yeah, they can. They absolutely can. As Kennedy says, "Laura, you got this." Yes, you do. Yes, you do. Yeah, knowing that you've made all the choices that you can make that should be made the way that they should be made is actually how I got through a lot of the family drama about me being power of attorney. Laura says family can be messy at times. Yes, absolutely. She said that her dad is in relatively good health. He has chronic heart failure, but is managed well. With us, he gets to go to different places and do different things. He's having fun. I sometimes miss the time my hubby and I had. Yes, now that's, it is what it is. You go to have kids, and this is for anyone who's had kids, you go to have kids, and your life is no longer your own until those kids grow up and move away and have their own lives. So you basically sign up for, 18 years basically to be someone else's center of their world, no matter what you want in your life. And you basically agree that you're you're probably going to have to give up some of your dreams in order to make their lives exactly what their lives should be. And you get to make those decisions for them. It's really odd when you have to do that for your parents, too. Because, we all expect, to outlive our parents, but do we really expect to take care of them? And I don't think American culture is set up for that expectation. I don't think socially we're taught that is going to be a reality. But it's actually becoming more and more common because people are living longer and there's less income to go around. So it can go either way. It can go either way. But family is always messy. Family is always messy. I don't know a single family that isn't messy. Even famous families are messy. And I think sometimes I get a cheap thrill, and this is going to sound weird. I get a cheap thrill that, all these actors and, singers and whoever else, all these famous stars, athletes, whatever, they can be in the spotlight and look like they've got everything together. But all in all, behind closed doors, once it comes down to it, their family is just like mine, just as messy as mine, but they have a spotlight pointed at them while they try to cope with it. And it's just a mess. It's just crazy. I feel like I'm suddenly not alone because, I get to hear about all of them doing weird stuff and being crazy. It's weird. I don't know how to describe it. Maybe it's like the royal family thing. Like, we're watching all this stuff, about the royal family and how messy their lives are. But they're on display 24/7. And I'm not. So I'm very thankful for that aspect. Because I'm not on display 24/7. I don't have paparazzi following me everywhere. Now, if I was at a quilt show, I might expect a little bit of that. But, I'm still no name enough that, I can still go pretty well incognito. But could you imagine? I don't think I could imagine having that much spotlight put on me all the time. Laura says she's also very aware that this time will not last forever. Try to make the best of it, but do occasionally get down in the dumps. Then I tune in here and smile. Yes! See? You can smile at the mummy. You can smile at the mummy. The mummy. He's dancing. He's a dancing mummy. Okay, sorry. I know. Really stupid, crazy humor. Okay. All right, so I am going to take a look real quick and make sure that my next pieces, the ones that I did in sets, make sure that they are long enough. Oh yeah, they're plenty long enough. So they will match up nicely. Okay. I think I know how I'm going to do this. All right, the mummy is awesome. Thank you. Oh, that's true. Pam says, take off your pink glasses and we don't know who you are. Oh, you got me there. You do have me there. All right, I'm going to bring you guys over to the ironing board again. All right, so what I was looking at a minute ago is this is one of the pieces that's going to go on next. And I was looking, I can either line it up to the top and I have hangover here at the bottom, or I can line it to the bottom and have hangover at the top. And I think that's what I'm going to do, is I'm going to line it to the bottom and have hangover at the top. But I'm going to go ahead and press these out. So I have that first row of sashing pressed out. So we're going to do the same thing we did before. I'm not going to put too much heat directly on the embroidery stitches, but I do have my steam set on so that my steam will help with pressing everything. And this is a longer seam than the other ones were. So I want to try to keep my steam, going. So actually I need to put more water in. Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that is funny, Pam, that you mentioned that, because I did do a short or two, maybe. I don't know if I did one or two, but I took off my glasses and I can see without my glasses. Okay, I'm not completely blind. I'm not, can't see my hand in front of my face, but I would definitely get headaches and not be able to concentrate for very long without my glasses. So I don't like taking them off and just leaving them off. But if we are sitting there in the car and I'm squinting because of the bright sunlight or something, I'd rather just take my glasses off and, look prettier, right? Because everybody says my eyes are pretty, but you can't see my eyes because of my glasses. Pam says, I remembered this. That's why I mentioned, yes. You remembered right. You remembered right. I mean, a lot of people said that they didn't know that that was my short because they didn't recognize me. I was like, oh, is that all it takes? But that was kind of funny. Nobody recognized me because I did not have the pink glasses on. And that's fine. That's fair because, I mean, I have prosopagnosia and don't recognize faces. And I absolutely might struggle to recognize somebody if I didn't hear them talk. Golly, these guys are looking fantastic. Even that I didn't line up the mummy exactly the Frankenstein exactly the way I wanted him, but I think it still looks pretty stinking cute. I think it'll be all right. So so far that's the only one that's kind of like off a little more than I wanted is Frankenstein. So we're gonna see how many of these others I got off on. And what I'm looking for is where this purple line is right here. How close it is to the embroidery stitching line. And this one is kind of off a little bit too, but not by as much as Frankenstein was. And it's only one side of Frankenstein that was off. The other side was perfectly fine. Oh, these owls. The sashing came out perfect, guys. Sashing came out perfect. So, let's see. There we go. So if you're not up close with this, you would not know that I just added sashing in there because that line is continuous out. That is so stinking fantastic. Now, what the embroidery design pack is designed to do, let's say I wanted to sew these right next to each other. So let's say I wanted to sew this haunted tree right next to these owls. What is supposed to happen is those lines right there are supposed to line up perfectly. And they do. So I could have stitched these directly to each other, but I wanted a bigger quilt. So that's why I'm adding in the extra fabric. So, but it does match. It does match. So it's so stinking awesome. So awesome. Oh, that's what happened. Okay. I was wondering what was happening. My embroidery stabilizer didn't go far enough to cover my my fusible. So my fusible is trying to adhere to my ironing board. Let's see. Pam says 3 feet away on a galloping horse you won't see. Oh no, you won't. You won't. I'm not even sure I'm going to worry about fixing it because I don't think it'll matter. But I'm being aware and looking to see how close I got. Now the fun thing about this guy is that the ground is so close, like the edge of it was so close to his elbow that you couldn't have told that there was supposed to be ground there. So like when I was stitching it on there or placing it to stitch on there, I couldn't tell for sure exactly where it was supposed to be. And nobody else could have either. Welcome in, Mona. Welcome, welcome. She says, hi, Tammy and everyone. I'm glad you are here. I'm glad you are here. I hear this weird sound just now, like my phone connected making a phone call. And I have no idea how I heard it because I heard it in my head. And my phone is covered up by embroidery blocks, so I definitely was not using my phone, and I do not have my headset on my head, so I have no idea how I heard that sound, but I did just hear it. I am now hearing things. The caffeine is starting to kick in. Or maybe my husband's out there making a phone call, and he's got on the speakerphone. That could be it, too. Alright, these are looking great. They're coming out just like I'd hoped. Just like I'd hoped. That is super awesome. Super, super awesome. So, ooh, you know what? I could line. Do I want to line them up? Yeah, I want to line them up. I want to make them match, I think. Patricia says, I just plugged. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Plugged in your iPad. Yes, perfect. That is exactly what you need to do. You definitely need to plug in the iPad because you want to hear and see everything. So Mona, what we are working on, if you've not been hanging out long, this is HalloweenTown. It's an embroidery design pack from Anita Good Design. If you look below for the description of the video. Nope, I did not hear you on that one. Maybe I did. Maybe that's what I heard. Melina says, okay, done peeling chili. Time for a break. Oh, awesome. Yes. Make sure those hands are washed before you touch your fabric. That would be painful. Oh, that would be painful. So if you've not been watching for long, this is HalloweenTown. It's an embroidery design pack from Anita Good Design. I have been working on stitching this out for a bit. We've been working on it most of the month of October, and we were working on it a little bit before October started. I decided to go ahead and finish it this October. So even though the top will be finished for Halloween, the quilt will not be quilted by then, I don't think. Unless we just get fancifully lucky. But we'll at least have the quilt top done by the end of today. So I decided to do a long live. And the design pack doesn't say that this is how you're supposed to put it together. But I've kind of had this dream in my head about how I saw this pack coming together, and that I felt like it needed to have its own stage. So that's kind of what we're doing. We're creating a stage for this design pack. So these are all going to look like they're their own little windows in this giant stage. That's kind of what we're going for. I do think... Ooh, you know what I could do is the ones that are on the bottom, I line up with the bottom so it's pushing them towards the center. And the ones that are at the top, I line towards the top, so it pushes them towards the center. And then the center row just gets centered. I think that's what I'll do. I don't blame you, Chloe. She says, hello, all taking a little break from paperwork. Yes, absolutely. So what I was going to say is the design pack for Anita Good Designs HalloweenTown is linked below the video. So if you want to do this design pack, you want to make this your own, I have definitely chosen my own colors. The original colors, the top is an orange, like the sky is an orange. The ground is a gray, a light gray. But I decided I wanted something totally different. I originally started doing this design pack years and years and years and years ago. And I did a orange sky and a navy ground. And I thought that was going to look fantastic, and it did. It didn't. At least not with the fabrics that I had. So my original test of doing this design pack, I did 3 blocks, and I was not happy with any of them. So when I decided I was going to do this over, I decided I was going to make it my own with my own colors, because I'm not a huge fan of orange. Like, orange is not bad. Don't get me wrong. This Michael Miller orange fabric is fantastic. But I really didn't want to see that much orange. And even though it's a Halloween color, it is what it is. Melina says, now I can say hi to everyone. Absolutely, Melina. Welcome. Well, hello to you. So yeah, that is that's what I'm working on putting together. So I've got all 25 blocks sashed with the initial row of sashing. The next thing that we're going to do is we're going to start putting them together, or putting the next row of sashing on them to kind of make them into their own little stage. So each of these is going to be its own little stage production. When you're talking about 37 and 41,000 stitches per embroidery design, it begs to reason to give them their own stage. While I am thinking about it, if you guys have not hit the thumbs up or thumbs down, please do so. Let YouTube know that you are here and you are either enjoying or hating my content, either one. Let's see. I should show the other ones so everyone can see how awesome the color is on this one. Yes, I will. Gotta think of where they're at. So let me think. Because I do have the original ones that I did. Let me see if they're here. That's covered up. Let's see. Okay, they're not in there. They're definitely not in there. I know I just had them last night, so they can't be far. Let's see. Oh, there they are. All right. So I'm going to show these compared to the blocks that they are replacing. Okay, so this is the ghost flying over the pumpkins. This is the original. And this is my remake. Now, you can't really see the ghost that clearly in the remake, not from a distance. And the fence is definitely a different color. I guess I should have done a different color for the fence. But that is a lot of orange in that first one, in the orange background one. And so the purple really does make a huge difference. Kenny says the purple just makes it. Yes, I think it does. I really do think it does. All right, let me see what I got left on these. And if one of these is another comparison, because I got 3 blocks that I did originally. And if I don't still have these out, then I'll dig back through the pile so you guys can see. And again, I did orange and navy. They originally had you doing orange and a light gray. And I wasn't in love with the light gray. And the orange that I used was just too busy. So it doesn't really show it very well at all. It does not show the designs very well. Laura says the purple really does make it. Mo says I like the purple one too. Yeah, it's agreed. I love how this purple really, it makes it spooky without making it creepy. But you can also see the designs so much better. And they're not overpowered by how much orange is in the design. Let's see. Okay, the ones that I got left, none of those are matching. So I'm going to dig through the pile while I am pressing. And I am putting a little bit more steam into this, and a little bit more heat into it than I did earlier. But I'm a little bit more confident that nothing's going to shift and move. So I'm not super worried about it now. Let's see. Let me press this up seam. Chloe says, I agree with Kennedy. It's Kennedy. The purple makes it. Yes, it does. It really does. And, you know, when I was originally pulling these colors to do with, it did not hit me. All right, so this is Mr. Skeleton in the purple. And here is Mr. Skeleton in the orange and navy. So now I could have, if I had used different colors on his body in the orange and navy, he would show up a little bit better. Obviously the tree with the cat shows up just fine. The tombstone in the navy really doesn't show up very well. It doesn't show up super fantastic here either. But the skeleton is just more vibrant in this white glitter fabric than it was in the gray. And against that navy, it just really doesn't. He kind of like pales. Pam says, and the batik is a great choice too. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. All right, the other one, the last one that I've got, that's a previous example, he was actually the reason that I stopped doing them in the orange and navy. Because I hated him. I really did hate him. There's just no other ways to say it. I hated him. Because he just does not look good at all in the orange and navy. And, I mean, granted, now I could have chosen different colors to, like, do his coat and everything. But he just does not look fantastic. So here is Igor in the purple. And then here is Igor in the orange and navy. So from a distance, it really doesn't show a lot of the difference between the two blocks. But up close, it looks a lot cleaner in the purple. And he shows up better, especially in person. He really shows up in person a lot better than he did in the orange and navy version. And the weeds and the fence and all of that kind of just goes into the background in the orange version. And you can really kind of see it better here in the navy or in the purple version. So, you know, the other thing about this, if you guys can see, there's stars up here in the background of this purple. There are stars in the background up here. You cannot hardly see the little white stars that are on every last one of these designs against this orange fabric. So yeah, the purple was definitely a good thing to swap to. And I'm really glad I did it. I'm really glad I did it. Welcome back, Katie. Welcome. She'd been working on a block, or she said she was going to be working on a block. I want to know what block you were working on. She was here earlier, in case you guys are wondering. Oh. Yeah, awesome bat. I love the bats. The bats are kind of cool. I mean, you got little bats, you got big bats, you got, you know, medium-sized bats, you got flying ones. I think all of them are flying across the whole thing. I think they're all flying. Oh. All right, so werewolf, here we go. Let's get the werewolf press. Like I said, he's one of my least favorites. So he's not my absolute favorite. So, and I'm not going to worry so much about placement until we get to the point. Just looking at my thread, sorry. Katie says she's been here the whole time. She's working on a block. I'm curious what block, Katie. Inquiring minds want to know. I know, crazy, right? Block is finished. Yay! That's exciting. All right, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go check on the dog because I was hearing my husband fuss at him, and make sure he doesn't need to be brought in here and hang out with me to be in timeout. So I'm going to leave you guys up on my screen here. And let's see, I'm going to put you guys... I'm going to put you guys on a Be Right Back screen here in just a second. And I'm going to give you guys music again. And I will be back in just a few moments, okay? So be patient with me. I will be right back. You guys hang out for just a minute. Be nice in the chat, okay? Like I should have to tell you. You guys are always nice. So hang on just a second, and I will be back shortly. Hi. Did you get in trouble? So that you don't have to watch him. Stop that. Okay. Yes, you guys are unaccompanied minors or unaccompanied seniors. And oh my gosh, you guys have got me laughing. Okay. And Mona, you were close. It's actually the bag with my gobstoppers in it. It wasn't chips, it was gobstoppers. But that's okay. I'll give you brownie points for that. You are so funny, everybody. Thank you so much. I love it. Pam says, I'll never forget Dad and I going to Denny's and qualified for and I qualified for the senior menu, right? Laura says that she was at Goodwill once and 20-something asked her if she was a senior. She wasn't at the time. She said, I am today, and got the discount. And the driving past the 55-plus community, I was like, what? I can live here? I'm not in 55-plus community, but sometimes it would be nice. Yes, absolutely, it would be nice sometimes. Okay, so the dog is being taken care of. And yes, the husband was fussing at the dog, so I was hearing it right. Yeah, it's one of those. All right, so if you guys remember from earlier on the sets that are equal sizes, this is the next thing we're going to be putting on there. These sets are equal sizes from top to bottom, so they're the same. I pressed one up and one down. So what's going to happen is as I pull these designs, they are going to either get... I think I'm going to do all the ones that are pressed towards the sky first, and then we'll come back and do all the ones that are pressed towards the ground. So there's going to be 10 designs, 10 designs that are going to go towards the top, and 10 designs that are going to go towards the bottom, and 5 designs that are going to go towards the center. So I kind of want to pick the designs that are going to go at the top of the quilt, the top 2 rows, and I am just picking randomly. I kind of want a little bit of variety and, things that are going to stand out next to things that don't stand out so much, that kind of thing. That's kind of what I'm going for. All right, so that's probably my top row, which would be fine. Let's see, so I've got owls. I kind of like the ghosts to go next. And we're going to put that there, and we're going to pull a witch. We're going to go find the witch. All right, the witch is not dead. She's there. The witch is not dead. She's there. All right, so we're going to put the female zombie underneath the male zombie. And we're going to put the bright pumpkins below the bright skeleton. Okay, I think that's how that's going to look. I think I am going to put the bat dead center. Dead center. Oh my gosh. I think it's going to be this bat. I keep falling in love with him every time I see him. So I think he's going to be my center row. Or he's going to be my centerpiece. And I think I need to put Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein in that row with him. With the bat. Or you know what? They're going to go in a different row. I know what I'm going to do. Alright, so we've got the bat. We've got a crow. We're going to put an orange pumpkin crow over there. We're going to do the black cat. And then let's see what I got. Let's see what I got left. I don't want Igor. He's going to go with Frankenstein. Or close to Frankenstein. I don't want the werewolf. Okay. So we're going to do that zombie hand reaching out of the ground. And we're going to do the ghost with all the pumpkins going up. That's a lot of orange putting right next to each other. Let me see. I kind of like the... You know what? We're going to do the mummy. We're going to do the mummy. That's a balanced enough row. Okay. Alright, so... Frankenstein and Bride of Frankenstein. She's going to go dead center. He's going to go off to the side of her. We're going to put people on this row. So, trick-or-treaters. We're going to put the vampire and the werewolf on there. And then, last row, we're going to put the toad dead center. I keep saying dead center, so I apologize. But it's going dead center. Okay. Igor. And then... Okay. I think I got it. And no, I'm not going to lay these all out and take a picture. I probably should. That would be a fantastic way to do this. But that would involve knowing for sure that I'm going to keep this all in order, which I don't. I don't know it at all. Can I put it on my design wall so we can all see it? I can, but not right now. Because we're still going to add more sashing. I just needed a rough idea of which ones I wanted on the top, which ones are going in the middle, and which ones are going on the bottom. Okay, so these are all top. All 10 that's in front of you right now is going on the top. So I'm just going to pick them up in order that I laid them out in. And we're just going to work from right to left. Ooh, okay. I just wasn't picking him up. I thought I picked him up and I didn't pick him up. I thought he was just hanging out somehow. So as we get these put on there, I will start putting them up on the wall. So this is top right. So we're going to do both sides of this one, put it up on the wall, and do both sides of the next one and put it up on the wall. Yeah, we're going to do that. We're going to do that. So I'm going to place this where it's got the most of the sky. And I'm just going to make sure that it's pressed towards the sky on the right and pressed towards the ground on the left. And that's how we're going to do it. We're just going to do it piecemeal. So don't worry. You guys will get to see it come together and come to life. I promise. And I know my design wall doesn't show it very, very well because it's above you guys' head. Like, what you can see, I've got a lot more room than what you guys can see. So we're going to do what we can. We're going to do what we can. Now, I did not trim these, and it looks like my fabric stretched a little bit. So I'm sure that this may not come out completely square, but I'm not going to panic about it because we are going to trim everything before we do the final assembly. So my goal right now is to just get these sashing pieces on here, get them pressed out, and then like get all of them that far along, and then we're going to go from there. Okay, so that was middle. Why did I not separate middle? Okay, there's middle. All right, and haunted house was also top row. Okay, so I'm working bottom up. All right, we will work bottom up. Did I do that right? Did I do that right? Did I do that right? Yes, I did. I did do that right. Okay. I'm having to think for a second. Not that it would matter in the grand scheme of things, because this is, all subject to interpretation, because I can play with it as much as I want. All right. So, let's see. Can you guys see this? You might not be able to see it very clearly. That's probably as far out as I'm going to be able to go with it, but I'm going to need to go out further probably. So we're going to see how we do on space and see how far out I have to go. All right, so it needed to go towards the sky on the right. Let me make sure. I will have this down pat in just a minute. All right, sky to the right, ground on the left. Okay. All the shorthand that I use in making things. I use a lot of shorthand. And I'll show you in just a second what I'm doing that's going to change throughout the entire process of putting these together. Because I am going to have to trim these blocks, because they're not all going to be completely square. So I am going to have to trim them. But I am using the sashing that we put on at the beginning as my guideline. I promise. It will all make sense. Alright. So these blocks didn't even turn out as tall as I thought they were going to. So that's on me. But that's okay. We will make it work. Alright, so what I am doing right now on these top rows is this top is what I'm lining up with the edge of my block. So this is my sashing strip from before. I'm lining this up with that. And so my bottom is definitely going to hang over. So when we get to the center row, I'm going to do things slightly differently. But then when we go to the bottom 2 rows, I'm going to line up with the bottom. So we're going to shift how we're doing it to shift how this quilt is going to look just a hair. But I think it will still come out beautifully. And I can move between the top 2 rows and the bottom 2 rows, I can move things around. So just because it's there right now doesn't mean it has to stay in those exact spots the entire time. All right, and I know some of this is going to be off camera here in just a minute. Let me do this. Hang on just a second. Let's do this where you guys can see. And this is going to catch my head, so let me move it back a little bit so I don't feel so self-conscious, because you know me, I will feel self-conscious. And I'm going to add that camera to this screen. Let's see. There we go. All right, let's go ahead and put that on there for you guys. All right, so down here you've got my machine, and up here you have my design wall. So that is what we're going to do. So I will keep bumping into both cameras as we go along, so you guys will see me going back and forth. So I do apologize if that is disturbing. It can be very disturbing. It can be very, very, very disturbing. And I'm going to see if we've got enough room here in just a minute, because after this block I've got one more block to go for the width of the quilt. So we're going to see how that lines up and how that sits. Let's see if that's going to work for us. Now, did anybody expect me to be doing it this way? Did anybody expect this? Or is this the Spanish Inquisition? Nobody expects the Spanish Inquisition. I accidentally pressed my sashing. I've already attached to my block. I accidentally pressed it somehow. So I'm having to fold it out and hold it so I can sew it, because I'm not going to go back and do extra pressing if I don't have to right now. It'll get pressed here in just a minute anyway. Alright, and I have made the executive decision, because the puppy is not behaving, that once this is assembled, I will call it a night. So even though my live would normally start at 8 p.m., and I would normally be live from 8 to 10, tonight is going to be an early night once this is done. So just saying. Just saying. Alright, here's the owls. And I've got 2 more blocks to put up here, so I am going to have to move this over. So let me move this over and make sure you guys are still going to be able to see most of it. I know some of it's going to be off camera because it's behind my bookshelf here. And there is row 2. Oh, you guys can actually see up higher. Hang on. Hang on. Let me take advantage of that. Let me take advantage of that. Since you guys can see higher, we're going to go higher. All right. Now keep in mind, these blocks are not trimmed. So there is extra fabric on each of these blocks. There's top and bottom extra fabric. What do you guys think so far? Can you see it? Or is it too far away still? Let me know in the comments, in the chat. Let me know. Yeah, I'm missing a block somewhere. Because I know the owl was supposed to be center. But I didn't think... Maybe he was. Okay. I didn't think the skeleton was supposed to be on my right-hand side. But maybe he was. Maybe he was. I'm just probably overthinking. Alright, so we're going to the sky on this side and towards the ground on the other. And I would normally do this chain piecing, but I think this is a better option because chain piecing wasn't going to get us there without double checking and triple checking and all of that. Laura says, I like it. Yay! So you can see it. It's not too dark up there for you to see what's going on. Because I don't have a light pointed at it. And I don't have a light plugged in that I can point at it. So that is my normal room light allowance that you guys are seeing up there. Patricia says, looks great. Awesome. Yay. So you guys are liking this. Okay, good. Good. Thank you. And I'm not pressing super well. Like I'm just getting it to press to stay. I'm not worried about pressing it to get it like super flat. But batiks are really good about wanting to go flat. But my seams are all wonky, but I think it lends to this quilt. I think it'll be alright because what is more creepy than wonky seams? And I definitely have some wonky seams in here. Now that we're doing the stashing. How many blocks total? 25. 25 of these. We got a long way to go and a short time to get there. Who else knows that reference? Who else knows the reference that I just said? Long way to go and a short time to get there. Tell me that you are one of my people. I don't know how many people actually know that reference. So there will be 5 rows of 5. That's how we're doing this. 5 rows of 5. And I will have to trim all of these to put them together because, again, I'm sewing wonky seams. I'm not sewing straight. I am not winning an award for straight seams on this quilt. I guess if I slow down and trimmed these blocks up before putting this next sashing on, I probably could achieve straighter seams. But am I worried about it? No. Yes! Patricia and Laura got it. Smokey and the Bandit, yes. That was one of my favorite movies growing up. Smokey and the Bandit. All of the Smokey and the Bandit movies. The originals, of course, the Pam, you've got me laughing. She says, Burt Reynolds, yum. I was a little too young for Burt Reynolds. Like, I was probably... I wasn't probably. I was way too young for Burt Reynolds. Not to say, you know, he wasn't fantastic, but I was a little young for Burt Reynolds. Oh. But, it was fun movies. Very fun movies. And I quote stuff from movies like that all the time. Like movies that I can get behind. The other movie from that decade, from that era of movies, the guy drinks... No. He doesn't drink anything. Sorry. Bear with me. Let me think. He doesn't drink anything. It is, gosh, I'm going to describe the movie to you guys and see if you guys get the name of the movie. Because it's from that same era. It's from that same decade. So do not feel bad if you do not know this movie reference, okay? It is not from it is not from the millennial decades. It's not even really technically from my decades. So anyway. So this guy is a motorcycle cop. He goes out to serve a warrant or subpoena or ticket. I think it's a ticket maybe on this gentleman that lives out on a reservation, an Indian reservation. Well, what the officer, any which way but loose, the officer doesn't, or the not the officer, well, the officer too, but the chief, the guy over all of the officers, did not get the memo until the officer's already out there to serve this ticket or whatever on this Indian reservation, that the military or whoever were performing nuclear tests on this reservation. And what ends up happening is he is exposed to very, very high levels of radiation. Like, you shouldn't survive levels of radiation. And it gives him these sets of superpowers. And one of the superpowers is knowing things are going to happen before they happen. Like X-ray vision kind of thing. Like, he can see everything unless it involves the color red. His weakness is the color red. So, like, if a lady is dressed in a red dress, he can't, like, he's blinded by everything that goes on because he can't see anything but that color red. Like, he is completely blinded. And if there's illegal or contraband in a semi-truck that they pull over, he could see it until he sees the color red. And he can't figure out for the life of him why he can't figure out or why he can't see things sometimes. And it is always because of the color red. So, do you know what movie I'm talking about? It's a crazy, funny, crazy movie. I mean, it is weird that this guy has these superpowers. I think at one point he could fly. Like, one of his superpowers was, like, floating or something. And he was fine until he saw the color red. Once he figured that out, he, had his girlfriend always carrying something that, like a bandana or a scarf or something that was color red, but she had to hide it. So, it's not a friendly for children movie. Patricia is stumped. Anybody else have any ideas? Susan doesn't know what it is either. Okay. Welcome in, Susan, by the way. welcome. Alright. And, gosh. The movie is called Super Fuzz. The movie is called Super Fuzz. And there is enough language in the movie that it needs to be classified along with Smokey and the Bandit. I mean, it's a classic kind of movie, but you definitely need to be aware of the... Pam says, I was thinking Hulk, but that doesn't sound right. No, that isn't it either. Yeah, it's Super Fuzz. Super Fuzz is the name of the movie. I grew up watching that one as much as Smokey and the Bandit. Pam says never heard of it. Yeah. I grew up on that. The original Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. The one where it's... Angela... Oh, gosh. You guys know her. Murder, She Wrote. The lady who played the writer in Murder, She Wrote. The redhead. The British lady. She played in a version of Bed Knobs and Broomsticks. I grew up on that movie. I had one brought to mind Monday that I haven't... Lansbury, yes. That's exactly who I'm thinking of. Angela Lansbury. Yep. The other movie that I grew up on that people don't think about, and there's so many people who've never heard of it, is Pete's Dragon. And Katie says, I didn't get the fascination my parents had for Smokey and the Bandit. The Bedknobs and Broomsticks movie, I loved that movie. I did not like the fish scene. Like the under the ocean scene, I could have totally done without. That was like not my thing. Ever. I mean, I even had problems with Little Mermaid for the same reasons that I have problems with the underwater scene of Bedknobs and Broomsticks. It was scary to me for some reason. I don't know why something like that was so scary, but that was scary for me. So the Pete's Dragon movie that I'm thinking of, it was live action people with a cartoon animated dragon. And the dragon was named, oh gosh, it wasn't Puff the Magic Dragon, so please don't think that one. I'm 1 year younger than your daughter. That explains it. There was Pete's Dragon, and I just looked it up the other night. Hang on. There's somebody in there that you guys would know. If you didn't know anybody else, you would know this one. It's not the 2016 version. It's the 1977 version of Pete's Dragon. Elliot. Elliot was the name of the dragon. I loved that movie. What else did I grow up on? What other movie? I was on tip of my tongue. I did grow up with Don Knotts and the Incredible Mr. Limpet. Am I saying that one right? I think that one was one. Oh, what's the other one? Because I'm trying to think of it. Elliot was Dragon's name. Yes, it was. And Pete's Dragon's name was Elliot. Got him in trouble at school and like all of this other cool, funny stuff. What was the other one? Is Sword in the Stone, the Disney animated version. So everything was animated. And it was from that same time frame. I loved Sword in the Stone. Oh, you're fine, Terry. We're talking movies. So I gave a reference to Smokey and the Bandit, and people guessed that one. They had not heard of Super Fuzz. I grew up on movies that my parents watched and enjoyed. The Incredible Mr. Limpet with Don Knotts. Pete's Dragon with Elliot the Dragon. Bedknobs and Broomsticks. We were just talking about Sword in the Stone, the Disney cartoon version. Let's see. Pam says you were mentioning so many of my daughter's movies we watched over and over on VHS. Yes. That's exactly how I watched them. was VHS. So I watched E.T. one time as a kid and was terrified. I've since rewatched it as an adult and I'm not so terrified now. But oh my gosh. I was absolutely terrified of E.T. as a kid. We watched it at a Halloween party. Oh, I was messed up. How do the retreats work? Great question, Terry. Absolutely great question. Okay. So I will set the retreat up and it will work on Zoom. So everybody gets to have a link. Everybody who registers gets to have a link for the Zoom retreat. Now, the way Zoom works for me is that Zoom will reset after 24 hours. So I will set up one link for Saturday and one link for Sunday. But I will say this. The last retreat, we were able to stay on Saturday's link for however long. Like, it did not change. So I'm going to do the same thing to this next retreat in January. So you do have to be a subscriber, and you do have to comment at least once or twice to so that I know who you are. That's basically the requirement. So you're already there. You've already gotten there. There's no charge for the Zoom retreat. You come and go as you please. So you can come and hang out for a little bit. You can leave. You can come back. You can leave your camera on and just turn your microphone off while you step away. You know, anything like that. You don't have to turn your camera or your microphone on. However, the majority of people in the Zoom retreat do turn them on because it's a lot of fun to be able to see each other and show what we're working on and get that feedback, that live feedback. So a lot of people do turn their cameras and their microphones on so we can hear and see them. If you've got a lot of background noise, like a dog barking, you know, kids running around, husband coming in to chat, whatever, you know, people turn their mics off or something like that and then come back to it. But when I issue out the retreat link, when I issue out the retreat sign up, you will just click the sign up link to sign up for the retreat. It's some fairly standard questions. They're really easy to answer, I promise. And if you do have any problems when you get to the retreat or you're running the retreat, if you've never used Zoom before, there will be somebody there who can help you. However, there's not always somebody there who helps stop me from doing the stupid stuff. You guys will get a kick out of this. Okay, this is the front of my project. You see my seam line? I see my seam line. My seam line is there. But not only do I have a seam line there, I have a seam line here. I sewed 2 lines. So bear with me. Jack is coming out for a second. Jackie is coming out. But yeah, so when I get the retreat link set up, when I get the retreat sign up set up, just go click over and, you know, sign up for the retreat. Just fill out the standard information. And you can come and go as you please. You know, you don't have to be there the whole time. But you're welcome to come in and leave as you need to. It's kind of like having a group of friends come to hang out with you, and they work around your schedule. So, like, if you are a night owl, you're an early bird, whatever, everybody in the chat or in the retreat, you know, is there on their own schedule as well. So it's entirely flexible. And it's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun. And it will be a whole weekend. So it'll be Saturday and Sunday. I will open it up, since I'm not doing Saturday morning lives anymore, starting in November. I will open it up Saturday morning, first thing. And we'll run it until Sunday, right before I start my Sunday night live. When I start my Sunday night live, I will exit out of the Zoom retreat. And I recommend that everybody else exits out too. Just be kind. Come watch my channel. But yeah, that's how that works. You can work on anything that you want to work on. You don't have to work on a specific project. You don't have to use a specific fabric, a specific thread. You work on your own projects. Now, I am looking at possibly doing a couple of specialized Zoom retreats where it's more like a Zoom class. So I would host it, and whoever has signed up for the class would come attend. And we would do one-on-one instruction on whatever topic I'm teaching. So I may do... Oh yeah, you absolutely can do Zoom on your phone. Absolutely. Your phone or your smartphone should already have a camera and a microphone, because it is a phone. So yeah, it should work just fine on your phone. I have not tried it on my phone, but I know my husband has done Zoom on his phone. He's also done it on his laptop, or his iPad and his laptop. So I'm quite sure that the phone would work as well. So it should be, yeah, absolutely should work. If I do a targeted Zoom retreat or Zoom class, per se, versus a retreat, that will be on a specific project, or it will be specific one-on-one. It won't be open to the public. It would just be open to whoever is paying for that time. And it's an alternative to having to fly me out somewhere to come have me teach. And it would be a lot cheaper than me teaching at an actual brick and mortar retreat. So I am looking to do that in the future. I have not set any of that up yet, but that will be something that I'm introducing in 2025. All right, let's see, where am I at? My favorite movie from that era was Brian's Song. I don't think I've seen that one. If I have, I don't know it for sure. Susan says my childhood movies were Mary Poppins. Oh, I love Mary Poppins. 101 Dalmatians, The Lady and the Tramp. I do love those movies. The Gnome Machine, I don't think I've heard of that one. That Darn Cat, I don't think I've seen that one either. The Shaggy DA is a movie that I've also watched a lot. Like, I watched that movie a lot. And apparently I didn't know that there was a Shaggy Dog movie that is similar concept, but not the exact same movie, and I've never seen that one. But I have seen the Shaggy DA. And it's very funny. Very funny. Let's see. Pam says, hi, Susan. Mr. Seeing you come in. How's your daughter's packing coming? Awesome. But good progress yesterday. Yay. On the phone, you need to have the app, says Susan. Okay. Yeah. So, and the Zoom app is free. There's no charge for it. I'm paying for the Zoom service to be able to offer things past 30 minutes at a time. If you are using Zoom for free or something like that, Terry says, okay, definitely need to get my kids to help with that app, not phone savvy. Absolutely. But yeah, it is a free app, so there's no charge for it. And my husband uses an iPhone and I use Android. But honestly, I would have to sit and figure his out in order to help anybody on an iPhone. And I haven't tried to use it on my phone, so I honestly wouldn't know that I'd have to do an app on my phone either. So thank you, Susan, for letting us know that, because I did not know that. All right. We are almost to the end of the seam. It's made more difficult because I did decrease my stitch length. So if you guys did not hear that at the beginning of the live, I did decrease my stitch length to 1.8, which is giving me a much tighter stitch and giving me a lot better hold on the fabric and pieces. However, as you just saw, it takes a lot longer to rip out. Those stitches really do hold. Imagine that. All right. So let me press these back out so I don't have a crease in them already. All right, and let's see, that was going down towards the ground, so I need going up towards the sky. That's the piece I actually need. All right, so now we can get Zombie Lady done. Zombie Lady in her red dress. And they did actually, the original pattern for this, the original I Need a Good Design pattern, did call for Zombie Lady to have a red dress. So I did decide to keep that aspect of her intact the way that they drew her and colored her originally. So I did decide to keep that intact. I just can't believe I did that, guys, where I sewed two pieces at the same time. It sewed beautifully. Had no idea that I'd screwed that up. But that's okay. That's what a seam ripper is for. That's why we have them. We have them to fix the mistakes. Kathy, welcome, welcome. She says, hey, everyone's so late getting on here. You are fine. You're fine. We've just been reminiscing about movies lately. All the movies that I grew up watching and getting in trouble for watching occasionally. No, my parents didn't. I didn't get in trouble for watching them. My parents had a list of movies we could watch, and all of those movies were on that list. Amazingly enough, all of our movies were on that list. Some that, it was parental supervision, but they would happily watch it again and again. So that helped a little bit. Awesome. Oh my gosh, you guys. I'm so happy with how this is turning out. So you guys can see it up at the top left of the screen. That is the design wall. And I am sewing the last sashing on block 10 to put it up there. Ooh, Pretty in Pink, says Kathy. I don't know that I've seen Pretty in Pink. I don't think I've seen that one. and this is going to shock you guys, I don't think I've ever seen 16 Candles in its entirety. Like, I've sat down to start watching it, but I could not tell you everything that happened in that movie. Like, I know, like, at the beginning of the movie, like, everybody forgot it was her birthday. Like, everything else was going on, and her birthday was being forgotten. So, like, but I don't remember the end of the movie. Like, I don't remember the rest of it. I did watch Breakfast Club. Breakfast Club was a good movie. I did finish that movie multiple times. I've watched Breakfast Club. But I don't think I've ever seen Pretty in Pink, and I definitely don't recall ever seeing the end of 16 Candles. I have seen Dirty Dancing in its entirety, and I do like that movie. That one was a little hard for me, because it hit on some of the points that I faced growing up. Let me adjust my fan. There we go. All right, Pretty in Pink, 16 Candles, Breakfast Club, and Footloose. We were not to watch those, but we did. Yeah, I did not ever watch Footloose. I don't think I've ever seen it. I did watch Smokey and the Bandit, and I saw a movie called Super Fuzz. Nobody else in the chat so far knows what that movie is. But I watched Super Fuzz as a kid. Was I probably supposed to? I don't know. Did I get to anyway? Yes, absolutely I did. Absolutely I did. Okay, so I've got the top row, 2 rows done. So now I'm going to put these where they are centered in the block. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to make sure that I have an equal amount of... Oh, we did not watch WWE in my household growing up. I was not exposed to WWE until after I had left the house. It's centered, and it's just these 5, and then I can go back to doing the easy option and lining up at the bottom. So we're still going to have to trim all these blocks. These are not the final... This is not the final stitching on everything. So we're going to have to trim them before we can sew them together. And I am not planning to do an outside border on this quilt yet. So I don't know if that's going to change. Like, I may decide to do an outside border. I don't know yet. But I don't anticipate doing an outer border. Now, one thing I did not think about, so we may end up adding this in. And I will have to... I don't know. We'll see what I need to do this. We are going to add probably a row of sashing in between each of these rows so that I don't have to line them up between top and next row. Like, I don't want to have to line up seams. So that part, I may end up adding some sashing in to prevent me from having to do that. And that may also amplify the little stage that I've created for each of these. So we're going to see. We're going to see what I do. As long as I don't sew 2 pieces to each other again like I did earlier. That was a mess. Pam says I was just going to ask about horizontal sashing. Yeah, I think I will. I originally wasn't planning to. But the more I think about it, because I'm not trimming these after putting these sashings on until I got the whole blocks assembled, I think I'm going to run into a problem if I don't put horizontal sashing. Like, it's going to be pretty obvious that I don't know what I'm doing, and it's just going to look wonky and crazy. So I think putting a horizontal sashing in will help. And what I will probably do is do purple at the bottom to accentuate the purple, they're both purple. Put dark purple at the bottom and then put light purple at the top to accentuate them being stages for each of these little shows that you see in these windows. I think that's what I'm going to do. So we probably will. Yeah, I agree. Pam says a lot of seams to match if you don't add one. Yeah, it is a lot of seams. And I did not think about that. Yes. Oh, awesome. Terry's saying thank you to Kathy for letting her know about this channel. Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Kathy. Now, Kathy is going to be over here as a guest on the channel starting November 7th. We are going to be working on Land That I Love. It is a pattern in the Celebrate with Quilts book by Lissa Alexander and Susan Ake. And we are going to be putting that quilt together starting every Thursday night in November. Now, Kathy, I do have a small question for you. Are you gonna want to be on here on Thanksgiving, or am I going solo on Thanksgiving Day? So I can decide whether or not I'm doing one on Thanksgiving. And if you want to come on here, we'll do it. If you don't, then I might not. I don't know. It depends on what the husband wants me to do. I will have my infusion the day before Thanksgiving. So I will be a little drained, but I would still be functional probably to host and give everybody a place to come hang out on Thanksgiving. So that is entirely up to you guys. Entirely up to you, Kathy, as to whether or not you want to come hang out on Thanksgiving Day, or if that is going to be a skip day or not. Not sure this time. Possibly will be available. My kids will probably be here for lunch, but they leave way before 7 p.m. Oh, okay. Awesome. So, yeah, we could come hang out and do a Thanksgiving after party and talk about all the foods we just ate so we can make ourselves sick again, right? Is that an awful way to think? Because we all eat so much on Thanksgiving. I mean, that's the tradition is eating a lot of food. And everybody makes their foods differently. And so we'll have good things to share, or we'll have groan stories to share, one way or the other. And my husband will probably want to be watching football. I don't know. Tryptophan letdown. Yes, absolutely. Welcome in, Lisa. Awkward Quilter GA. She says, hi, Tammy. I'll just stopping by for a few minutes. Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm not normally live this early in the evening on the Sunday. So, but thank you for stopping by. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, we dropped way down. We were up at 20 viewers earlier. Now we're down to 9. Oh, my goodness. I think that happened because Tiffany just went live here like a few minutes ago. Tiffany is a big draw. She has her own following. So I normally don't try to mess with her. But, you know, gotta put my feelers out there every so often, right? All right, so Bat is going to go center. I love that Bat. I think he's fantastic. All right, it'll probably go back up at your normal time. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's if I am still live by then. If we get this done before 8, then we are going to call it a night. That is what we are going to do. And I may have run out of strips again. So we will see if I have enough strips. I ran out of strips earlier. I was 4 strips short. And I thought I cut enough, but apparently I didn't. So we will see here in just a minute if I did the same thing to these strips that I did to the others and cut too many or too few. So we will see. Kathy says I'm actually setting up to record my updates for tomorrow. Yay! I look forward to seeing them. I watched you putting together, it was the, 5 rows across and 5 rows down. Don't ask me the name. I want to say Jacob's Ladder, but that doesn't sound right. Oh gosh, I can't think of the name, but I was watching you put that together. It was like a 30-minute video. I was watching that earlier. Or was I watching that last night? Maybe I was watching that last night. Maybe that's what it was. I was watching that last night while I was finishing up ripping stitches on a Quilt of Valor. Kathy says, or Lisa says, I catch your replays. Like to support smaller growing channels. We need love too. Yes, we absolutely do, Lisa. We absolutely do. Yeah, it's fun being a smaller channel because we have a lot more flexibility in what we can do and what we can maintain and what we can achieve. But I plan that once we hit that 500 here, that we will come back and keep that small channel feel, because I really don't want to. I'm not going to monetize the channel the way that a lot of other people have. Like once they hit the 500, they start putting out all this other stuff. I don't think I'm going to do that because I don't feel like it's right for my channel. So yeah, we're not going to venture into weird territory. Maybe the Unchained Jelly or Jelly Roll Irish Chain. That was what it was. That was what it was. See, I couldn't think of the name, but I knew I would know it when I heard it. I knew I would. All right, this is the last one where I have to kind of balance them. The rest of them will be super easy because I just line it up to the bottom and just go from there. So this one's the last one where I'm balancing to kind of try to find the middle, to make sure that I'm giving it as centered of a position as possible. And I think I am with you, Pam or Patricia said that I needed to put a horizontal sashing, and I do agree that is definitely going to go in. I'm of the opinion that is going to have to go in, so we might not get it. We might not get it done tonight. I don't know. I didn't monetize with memberships. I am free. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. I know like Donnell and Becca and Ian and Donna over at Handmade by Ying. Who else am I thinking of? Those are like the main ones that I'm thinking of, but they have a lot of, or even Debbie with In Quilt Fact. They have a lot of, like, they do their paid memberships, and they do specific things for their paid members, which I get, but I don't know that I want to put in the extra effort to provide exclusive content, because I feel like quilting should be accessible. We were having that conversation earlier today, too. I grew up, I don't think I ever ate name brand bread until I was an adult and married to, I think, my second husband, because my first one sure as heck wouldn't buy expensive anything. So I don't think I even had name brand bread until I was an adult and had the money to waste on the name brand bread, so to speak. Waste, so to speak. I mean, it was still food. It still got eaten like bread would, but it was what it was, that kind of thing. We'll see. Pam says, I did not know that, Kathy. Need to check that out. Oh, the monetized, yeah. Kathy is completely free too. Lisa says, I don't monetize. I appreciate everyone who watches, chats, and joins in the conversation. Yes, right? See, I want to provide you guys a lot of stuff, but at the same time, I want you guys to be here because you want to be here, not be here because you feel like it's a necessity to be here, so to speak. If that makes sense. Like, I know that I shouldn't say it that way, but I don't want you to be here because you're paying to be here and you're wasting money by not showing up. Like, I don't want that to ever be a thought. That is not fair to have to think about, if you don't show up, your hard-earned money that you spent on this content creator is going to waste. So I definitely don't want to be that person either. So that is one of my thoughts as well. In addition to, I want you to enjoy your quilting journey. If you're here because you enjoy your quilting journey, that is what I'm going for. And if you're here because you need help with your quilting journey, that is what I'm here for. I'm not here to make pennies off of everybody, just to make pennies off of everybody. I wanted to be a lawyer when I was a kid, but that is not why I wanted to be a lawyer. My dreams of being a lawyer was because I wanted to help people, not because I wanted to make pennies off of everybody, so to speak. I forgot that I set my stitch length so low. That's why it's taking so long to sew these. All right, let's see. Kathy says, I love being here because I like to see someone else has a normal sew. Oh, yeah, absolutely normal. Absolutely normal. I might have more cameras, but yeah, it's normal. You ought to see the rest of my room. Oh, yes, Terry. That is one of the other things that I have a problem with, because I'm not going to pay another content creator for content when I don't have enough time to watch them. That's my thing. So I don't have enough time to watch other content creators, and so that would be a luxury for me to be able to pay somebody to watch their content. So I don't feel like anybody else should pay me for that same reason. Okay, we're going to run into the Halloween decorations. So we're going to move the Halloween decorations and hope that I can get in here. I'm about to pull down the tree. I have a weeping willow tree back here, guys. That's what he set up for me. I could turn it on. Let's see if I can turn it on without it blinking. Oh, good. It didn't blink immediately. Okay, so it's on. So I have a weeping willow back there. So, like, yeah, that's kind of my thing, is if you go, like, to Becca or Donna or somebody else, and you're not getting recognized, even if you thought you were their friend, or you like them on Facebook, or they like, they're friends with you on Facebook, if you're in their chat, if you're in somebody's chat, and they are not acknowledging you, but they are acknowledging a whole bunch of other people, that's like not getting picked at kickball. That is very much like not getting picked at kickball. I really stunk at kickball as a kid. I was not the person that anybody liked to choose because I couldn't run. I could kick. I was a great kicker, but I couldn't run worth anything. I was awful. I was not the kid you picked for kickball. And it's kind of like that. I felt like that watching some of these channels, because, if you don't get mentioned and it's only because you're not paying, that's like, why am I even here spending my time? Because my time is valuable. Why am I spending my time watching you if I don't get mentioned? Why? What's the point? Let's see. Awesome. Oh, Kathy. She says, when watching some of the bigger channels, I feel bad that my sewing room is so unorganized and so pretty. And not so pretty. Oh, mine is pretty. Mine is pretty. But mine's realistic. Mine is pretty, but it's very realistic. It's down to earth because I only have so much room. And I don't use all my space to stuff things away. I have to have it on display so that shirt and the hoodie that says my sewing room isn't messy. I just have everything on display. That is definitely me. I have everything on display all the time, 24/7. Everything's on display. All right. I felt like the willow just changed color, or like blinked for a second. Oh, it is blinking. Okay, I'm sorry. My willow tree distracted me. My husband put that in here, so he distracted me. Pam says, Kathy, your space is lovely. Yes, it is. It absolutely is. Lisa says, Kathy, I always dream of having a bigger sewing room, but I'm so thankful for a separate space, even if I have to share it with my home office. Yeah, and that's kind of what I've always had to do. I've always had to share it with my computer and any equipment like that. So my photography gets done out of my studio, like my editing and all of that gets done right here, right in this same chair that I'm sitting in for this. Like I don't have a separate desk for my keyboard and mouse. My keyboard and mouse is quite literally the sewing machine table. So yeah, I totally get the sharing your space with your own equipment. I'm very glad to have my own space as well too. Let's see. Patricia says that her sewing room is in a corner of the living room. Now, I will say this. If I lived alone, My living room would actually be a sewing room, and this room would be my living room. Like if this was my apartment by myself, no husband, never entertaining guests or whatever, this would be my living room because I don't need a lot of space. But the living room would definitely be my studio, my sewing room. Kathy says, me too. My sewing room is my home office. Sewing room, long-term food storage. Oh my gosh. I don't think I could do the long-term food storage in my sewing room. That would drive me a little crazy. Each to their own, but I don't think I could do it. And my hats are off to you, lady. I cannot do that. I don't think. Let's see. Kathy, I love watching your channel. I literally love your chats. Sometimes I just go watch your older ones and let commercials run to help. Oh, that's awesome, Terry. That's awesome. Now, I do think that once I get monetized, YouTube will start putting commercials on my channel. And I hope to kind of keep those reeled in a little bit. So we have like a schedule for them or something like that. Let's see. Laura says, I know this is going to sound awful, but I'm not going to spend money on a membership. I would rather spend it on fabric. Oh, there you go. And Kathy agrees with you. And I do too. Absolutely. Terry says, I hear you, Laura. Yep, to fabric. Yes. Fabric is so expensive these days. So is thread. Buckets of beans, rice, and dry milk. All the dried goods. Yeah. No, I got that. It's just, I would go stir crazy because I am so much use every little inch of space, and it would drive me crazy because I would feel like, okay, this corner is my food storage place, and then like I can't block it with anything with sewing related. Like that's where my brain goes, is like not being able to use all of my space because I need it for something else. That would be my struggle. That would totally be my struggle. All right, so we've got 7 more. 7 more. That's just it. That is it. 7 more. All right. Pam says, living alone, my sewing has taken every room. My long arm and fabric in one bedroom, sewing machine in the living room. That is sometimes where I lay out blocks. I don't blame you, Pam. I do not blame you. Living alone has its benefits when it comes to trying to figure out where to put things. You don't have anyone else to trip over in order to decide where things can go. There's a lot of things that would be in different places if I lived alone than where they are because I have the husband. And because I have to make it livable for him. And tolerable for him. So I do a lot of concessions because I have that husband. Now, he does a fantastic job decorating, so I think I'll keep him. But yeah, I do a lot of concessions because I have the husband and to factor into everything. Let's see. Lisa says, Laura, I'm making changes about subscriptions at the end of the year. Charity quilts are more important for me and my fabric purchase are higher priority. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm running a Quilt of Valor group, and I haven't done a lot of promotion because I haven't had time or energy to do it. And my other lady who does the promotions, or does a lot of the promoting for us, is also in college, going to school right now. So her time is also limited. So we're going to start working on that into the new year as well, to kind of change things up just a hair. Let's see. Kathy says they're on a metal shelf and there's quilt hanging over it, so I can't. Oh, now there you go. That's the way to do it. Hide it with a quilt. That's ingenious, actually. That's ingenious. I would probably do the same. Let's see. Mine is also in a corner of a bedroom, but love it. Absolutely, Terry. That is what needs to happen. It doesn't matter where you sew. It just means that you need to love where you sew. That is so important. Laura says the prices are ridiculous. I do buy fabric and notions, but I always wait for a sale. I don't have the most recent collections, but even those sometimes go on sale. I agree, Lisa. Those things are far more important. Yes, absolutely. I don't shop things that aren't on sale or that I don't have a sale price to purchase. So yeah, I'm right with you guys on that. Kathy says hubbies are good. My hubby thinks he's being sneaky and talking with my niece. She's a diamond specialist and designs jewelry. I see jewelry in my near future. Ooh, nice. Nice, nice. All right, we're going to put Scarecrow up here behind the willow. All right. I got one more that's going to have to go back in this little corner. And then we got to build another row. All right. So my husband does fantastic shopping. He is the shopping fiend in the household. I do not shop like he does. I don't care to shop like he does. I will buy everything on sale. If it is not on sale, you can almost guarantee I am not buying it. It doesn't matter how much I want it, unless it's an absolute necessity. I'm not buying it if it is not on sale. So the fabric for the Sew and Tell giveaway quilt, that was on sale. The panel was on sale that I'm going to use, and the fabrics that I bought to sash it, border it, all of that, and backing and binding, all of that was on sale. You better believe it was on sale. And then I still use discounts on top of that on the sale prices. So yeah, absolutely. If it is not on sale, it is probably not going in my shopping cart. I cannot tell you how many things that my husband has wanted me to buy for myself, and I have turned it down because it wasn't on a deep enough sale for me to justify the purchase. Lisa says, gotta go. Not a night owl, but beat the birds for the worms. Absolutely. Night owl, she says, have fun. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, this has been a long live. We've been live since noon and 6.5 hours. So that's not too bad. We've been doing good. Gotten a lot done in 6.5 hours. Because when we started today, all of these blocks were up here. They were not even trimmed to size. They were trimmed down, but they weren't trimmed as far as they needed to be trimmed. And all I had done was I had sashing pieces cut. That is all that was done before now. So this has dramatically increased the size of this. The boards are 30 inches wide. So this will probably be a 40-inch wide quilt, something like that. I think that's about what we're looking at. Did I have an intermission? I had a couple. Maybe 3 minutes of time. Maybe 6 minutes, something like that. It's not very long intermissions at all. Just long enough for me to get up and go stretch my legs for a minute, get a new drink, or get something to snack on, things like that. But nothing substantial, nothing hanging out for a while, kind of long or anything like that. Laura says, Kathy, that's awesome. In one of her previous lives, she was a manager at a fine jewelry store for 5 years before she had kids. Absolutely love that job. Everyone that came in was happy. Yes, absolutely. You're going in shopping for jewelry. You better be happy. Especially at the prices of jewelry these days. Now, I will say this. When we went to Cheyenne a couple months ago, had them cleaning my engagement and wedding band, and there was a problem with my engagement ring that I've had since I got the band, because it wasn't sold in a store. It was shipped to him because he purchased it online, and I'd had a problem with it since the day I got it. They had to ship it off to fix it, but they did engrave our wedding date on the wedding band. So we did get an engraving done as well. And that was super exciting. So it was really exciting when they called us and told us that it was ready and we could come back and pick it up, or they would ship it to us. And we're like, nope, you're not putting that in the mail. We're coming for it. We'll make the drive to come get the rings so we don't have to ship them. Good night, Lisa. It's still early here, but I do go to... Oh, yeah, absolutely, Laura. My niece knows I love estate jewelry. So far, she has only had one piece come in that I had to have. It's great, though. She takes pictures and sends to me to let me have first dibs. Oh, that is awesome, Kathy. That is awesome. Now, I have a great niece that is apparently also working at a jewelry store, and is also pregnant. So, yeah, one of the nieces that I've never made a quilt for yet, because she was already here when I got into the family. So I don't know if I'm going to be asked to make baby quilts or not for that section of the family, but it's a possibility. All right, we are going to, all right, I did have him here originally, so we're going to keep him on the left. Oh my gosh, it is actually showing up on both screens now. I like simple classic pieces, says Kathy. Yeah, absolutely. My wedding and engagement band set. My original wedding band was black diamonds. It was a solid straight band. And my engagement ring was a princess cut diamond or square cut diamond set around with diamonds. And so when my husband went looking for a replacement because I lost my engagement band and wedding band on a trip, he went looking specifically to make sure I still had my black diamonds. So my entire set is now black diamonds. And it's a perfect match. It's a perfect match. It's not, identical to what my original set was, but it's kind of even more important now because it's kind of a step up from what I was wearing before. And it's me. It is definitely me. I'm not a typical diamonds and sapphires type person. So black diamonds is kind of a different thing that not a lot of people have. Especially not for wedding rings. Let's see. Oh, yes. Terry says, at this time in my life, gotta say, for me, I think fabric makes me more happy than jewelry. Yes. My younger me would never believe me, says Terry. Yeah, now that I understand. I have actually always been more about the fabric than the jewelry. But my husband wanted me to have a ring that showed off how much he loved me. Like, it was not about me and as much as it was about his love for me. He wanted me to be able to look at my hand and know that he loves me and he always will and he's always promised to love me. It's that symbolism, and that, if I had my way, I would still be wearing something else. Like, I wouldn't have spent the money. But he bought it. If he had not bought it, I would never have bought it. I'm that way. Kathy says that her husband had her ring custom made. It's shaped like a leaf when the wedding band is on. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. If my husband had the money and knew who to talk to, he probably would design something custom for me. But he at least has figured out, stop buying me earrings, stop buying me all this other stuff. I always wear my wedding band. I always wear my wedding set, so that's the stuff to invest in. Like, that is what is important to me to wear all the time. So that's what you invest in. You invest in the things she'll actually wear. Oh. Let's see. Laura says, Terry, I absolutely agree. I told my husband years ago I had enough jewelry. Yeah, I've tried. I've really tried. Oh, I hope I have enough. Don't tell me I am too short. I am short by 2. Oh my gosh, guys. I am short by 2. Alright, so I will have to cut a couple more strips to make the rest of this. I can't believe it. I was short 4, which would have been 2 blocks equivalent, on the last one, and now I'm short I'm short 1 block equivalent. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. Go figure. Kathy says, when I was in corporate America, I wore all the jewelry, bracelets, watch, rings, earrings, necklace, everything. Now I do good to remember my wedding rings. Yes. That is kind of my deal. I mean, I did not do, like, when I was in high school and college, I absolutely wore, costume rings, I wore earrings, I wore necklaces, I wore bracelets. I did all of that when I was in college. I have not done that since college days because I started working retail where you couldn't wear all that stuff without getting hurt or getting yourself hurt. So yeah. Let's see. Kathy says that her goal was to have a classic piece of jewelry for each of her children with their birthstone in it, so when I'm gone, they will have it. Oh, no, that's precious. That is very precious. I wish I could say that that would work for my family, but it probably wouldn't. Kathy says that she loves black diamonds. Yes. I absolutely do love them. When I bought my original wedding band, the one that I lost, I bought it on overstock.com. You guys, I told you, I don't spend money unless it's on sale. My ring was on sale at overstock.com. That is how I bought my original wedding band. And so when I lost it and the expensive engagement ring he bought me to go with it, I was heartbroken. So yeah, it's the fact that he remembered the black diamonds part, absolutely fantastic. Oh, wait. Do I have enough? I do have enough. I was miscounting. I don't have to cut any extra. Kathy says that she has a white gold earring and necklace set with black diamonds. Yeah. That's what these are, is white gold. Laura says I don't wear my rings on a day-to-day basis anymore. Only wear them when we're going out. Lost weight over the past 2 years and I should have them sized, but don't want to have them altered. Okay. So, you said you don't want to have them sized. So, there is a thing out there. And I know that there's like ring sizers you can buy at Walmart. Throw them away. They are awful. They're absolutely awful. There are ring sizers out there that look like a spring. They are coils like a spring would be. But they're plastic. I mean, they're silicone plastic stuff. And you wrap them around your ring. You can put them as many times around as you need to make your rings as snug as you need them to be. Then you cut off the extra spring so it's not hanging out in the way. You actually ordered them from Amazon, the rings or the sizers. The sizers that I use, because my hands change sizes too. The sizers that I use the coil spring looking ones. And I resize my ring to make sure it fits the finger that I want it to fit for whatever I'm wanting to wear. So a ring that would typically fit like my middle finger, if I want to wear it on a ring finger, then I resize it with those coil spring things. Yeah, the sizers, yeah. The ones that I use, the actual ones I use and can stand are the spring looking ones. And you literally wind them around, you spin them around to go around and around and around and around the ring. And it just takes up the little bit of extra space, and it's little by little. So it's not this big, bulky, gargantuan thing that you feel the entire time you're wearing your ring. It will meld in a little bit. So it's almost like it's not even there. Those are the fantastic ones. My mom introduced them to me. Those are the absolutely fantastic ones. My mom and my husband are alike in that they can shop. They are shopper people. I am not a shopper person. I am definitely not a shopper person. Alright. I think I'm hitting my limit. I think I'm hitting my limit, guys. I may not be able to finish this today. I think I'm going to have to take a really, really long break, which is going to be more than half an hour, which is kind of ridiculous for me to leave the live going for that. I think I need to take a break. So, we made it almost 7 hours. 6 hours, 42 minutes so far. So, yeah, I think I'm going to be done. I'm hitting a wall mentally, emotionally, and physically. My back has suddenly started hurting. Nothing that you guys have done, nothing that I've done. Yes, absolutely. Terry says, oh yes, I've heard of those sizers. My daughter got some for her engagement ring. They worked for her. Yeah, those are fantastic. Especially if you don't want to resize a ring or you can't resize a ring. My original wedding band, the one that I ordered from Overstock, was titanium, I think. And you can't resize titanium at most jewelry locations. Like, they don't do that. So I couldn't have it resized if I wanted to, but I needed a half size smaller. So I wore them for years and years. And they hold it pretty well. They're kind of fantastic like that. All right. So as much as I wanted to get this completely done before I called it quits, I don't think I can make it. I don't think I can make it. So what's going to happen, let me put this up here. Oh, yeah, no, I've hit my limit, guys. Just that little bit of reaching is hurting bad. Okay, so yeah. So what we're going to do is all of these are now sashed. And if you can see, let's see. Let me get in the correct camera. Okay. If you can see between the rows, there's sashing that's going to line up. So what I'm going to do when I go to take this down and start working on that next section, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take that top row down first, and I'm going to trim the top and bottoms equal so that they are equal to the tops and bottoms of the initial sashing. And I'm also going to make sure that they line up between the little points. I can't really zoom in. I wish I could. Let me see if making this bigger would help you guys. Hang on just a second. Let's do, come on, there we go. All right, I can actually click and drag now. Okay, I'm gonna make this bigger. So I'm gonna cover up my face for just a minute. Let's see, Terry says, you did a lot, good job. Thank you. All right, so dragging this out, okay. So what I've got, all right, what I've got here, this row, this sashing here is even to the top of the sashing block. This row right here, the sashing is even across the center. Like it is, this should be centered to the block all the way across. Okay? This row and the lower row, they're centered to the bottom. They're lined up to the bottom. So it's going to offset them. So what I'm going to do, what I'm going to take and do is I'm going to take, and these pieces right here are going to get lined up. So from here to here is going to get lined up. Here to here is going to get lined up. Here to there is going to get lined up all the way across. So I'm going to line that up all the way across. And then I'm going to trim the rows. So I'm not even going to trim them until I get that done, because I have extra room. Since I put sashing on top of each of the blocks and below them, I have room. So if I don't have things lined up perfectly, it will still work out just fine. So what I'm going to do to sash, along this bottom row underneath it, I'm going to use this dark purple. Under this row, I'm also going to use dark purple. Under this row, I'm going to use dark purple. And then on top of this row, I'm going to use light purple. On top of this row, I'm going to use light purple. And then on top of the next row, I'll use light purple as well. And that will help bring everything in to this middle row. So everything will kind of come down and go up towards that middle row and kind of showcase it. So this quilt should be about 40 inches wide by 40 inches tall, as it is right now. And it, like if I were to sew it together as it is right now, but with adding sashing, that's going to make it a little bit bigger. So I'm expecting it to be between 45 and 50 inches tall, probably closer to 50 inches tall and wide by the time everything is said and done. Now, I did not plan to put any outside sashing on here, and I really don't want to mess with the effect that I've got going on. So what I may do, and this is a maybe, is I may do the dark purple sashing and line it up to where it lines up here, but I may do it as a mitered So I may put a mitered sashing here that lines up here. And so I'll have light purple from the rest up. And I may do the same thing on the other side, and then do the bottom sashing in the dark purple and do the top sashing in the light purple. So that way it is like a stage, so to speak. And I will probably get it done before Tuesday. Kathy says, sounds like a Tuesday night project. I think it's going to be a little bit more than what I can do in 1 2-hour session. So it probably is going to be, before that. But we're going to see how that's going to work. Kathy says, fabulous job on getting those done. Thank you. Terry says you did a lot. Good job. Thank you. Laura says it's going to be amazing. I'm hoping so. I'm loving it. So far. Pam says it's going to be spooktacular. That's fabulous. I love that, Pam. Thank you. All right, so I'm going to bring you guys back over for a second. So I want to thank you for hanging out with me for as long as you guys have. This has been a really long live. I haven't done one of these in a really, really long time. And I thought I was prepared, but I don't think my body is ready yet either. Is it going to be a wall hanger? Yes, it is. Absolutely. It is going to be a wall hanging. I'm not planning to use this as a regular everyday quilt because I don't want the embroidery stitches. Even though my machine tied everything off and they should be fine, I really don't want to risk them coming apart. And I've got to figure out exactly how I want to quilt it. Because I am going to have to quilt it. But I don't want to stitch through any of the embroidery in the embroidery blocks. So I don't want to take away from what's already there. So I've got to figure out what I want to do. And I haven't decided on a backing yet either. Because it's going to be on a wall, I may not worry too much about what the backing is. It may be whatever I can find that I've got in my stash already. Because I don't know with adding the extra sashing that I'm going to have enough to do the backing out of the purple and the 2 purples, but we'll see. Kathy says that she's hoping to do an embroidery project next week. Awesome. I will have another embroidery project to do because I will have 2 quilt labels to get done sometime this upcoming week. I've got 2 quilts that have to be quilted and need to go out to their respective homes soon, like yesterday. So I do kind of have to get to those 2 as well. But I definitely am going to need to take a break and call it a night and just go relax and put my feet up. Ooh, Kathy, I like the sound of that. She says she has some spare fabric that matches perfectly. I wonder who might need that. I don't know. Do you know anybody who might need that? I don't know if I do. But yeah, with the sashing, I might not have enough. So, top sheet in lilac. And that's why I purchased, pretty. Lilac would be perfect. I'm definitely gonna have to add a hanging sleeve. And I probably have plenty of fabric in my stash. I just gotta look through and decide what I'm willing to sacrifice to be a quilt back. For a wall hanging. I mean, nobody's gonna be looking at the back, so why do I care that much? But it's a thing. It's a thing. All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and get off of here, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for hanging out on this spooktacular After Sunset Sundays. I apologize in advance to anyone who is coming in at 8 p.m. I am not going to be live. I'm done. I'm toast. Stick a fork in me. I am done. It's one of those days I'm done. 6.5 hours, 7 hours is plenty. Oh yeah, that's not a bad idea, Kathy. She says backing with sheets is not traditional, but she backed them with sheets all the time and they're strong. That's actually not a bad idea. I might need to go shopping. Get the husband out of the house for a little bit. But yeah, so you guys will see what I've done with it by Tuesday. I will see all of you Tuesday night. Thank you for being here. Thank you for coming to hang out. I will be live 6 p.m. Mountain Standard Time on Tuesday night. And I will post updates in the Facebook group as well as soon as I get more done. So you guys will see what I managed to do or what I managed to quilt by then. I'll get it all posted. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for chatting and being a part of this community. I absolutely love and appreciate every last one of you. I feel blessed that you are here and that you chose to spend your time with me. So thank you, and thank you.